Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 651, A New Power Rises in the East. Over the past few years, Berenger von Kufstein had risen from the humble position of Baron's son to a powerful emperor. He had united the German people into a single empire and had made it the most powerful nation in the Western world. However, while this was occurring, another interesting figure had risen from a low status in the East. In the Ashikaga shogunate, a rebellion was occurring and its last battle was drawing near. 5 years ago, a young girl appeared within a small samurai clan. There were no sons in her clan, leaving her to be the one to master the art of war. Despite her talent in the sword, the woman was more concerned with administrative control. This small village turned into a fierce stronghold as new agricultural technology had appeared. With food in abundance and fewer men being required to work in the fields, her father had gathered an army the likes his neighbors had never seen. However, the shogun soon became greedy and tried to take the profits of the local clan by force. Resistance occurred, and in the battle, the girl's father died, leaving her in command of the forces. At the young age of 15, this woman led the warriors of her clan to victory, earning her the nickname the War Goddess. Following her victory, the Ashikaga shogunate could no longer turn a blind eye and used its full might to crush the enemy forces. Yet when all appeared to be lost, the woman introduced a devastating weapon to her Shigeru, who previously could not contend with the mighty samurai of her enemies. These Tanegashima, when employed in large numbers, secured yet another victory against her enemy. Since then, the faction of the war goddess, Itami Ryo, had rallied, conquered every village and stronghold she had come across, slowly but surely accumulating the land and resources needed to defeat her enemy. Now a young woman dressed in a new improved armor design known as Tozai Gasoka stood on a hill outside the city of Hyankyo, which was the last bastion of the Ashikaga shogunate. Her soldiers loaded their weapons as they prepared to launch their final attack against their long-standing enemy. Itami Ryo was a beautiful young albino woman who wore a headband that represented the rising sun over her snow-white hair. Her armor was black, with red fittings and covered her from the neck down, securing her person from any weapons her enemy could throw at her. As a woman, she could seldom contend with the stronger men on the field of battle, and because of this, she tended to lead from the rear. As the woman stood within her tent surrounded by her subordinate officers, she gazed upon the wooden pieces that represented the forces that would be besieging the city. As she stared at the mock siege taking place in front of her, she could not help but recall faint memories from a long-forgotten past. In her past life, she was the child of Japanese immigrants to the United States of America. Despite her family being wealthy, she decided on a military career after listening to her father speak of the heroic actions he took in defending the empire from its enemies in the Second World War. Even though her family wanted her to refrain from such a career, she had entered the West Point after graduating from high school, where she majored in mechanical engineering. After all, she was not foolish enough to major in something pointless and become a commander of a bunch of grunts. During her spare time, Itami Ryo, or Mizuno Ai as she was known in that life, was commonly found in the school libraries having heated discussions with a peculiar young man. Though this man was not the best-looking guy in the world, nor was he really sociable, despite this she found that his intellect matched her own, and because of that the two of them were capable of having long-winded discussions about their passions. It did not take long before the two were engaged in a heated rivalry centered on their respective fields. While Julian had majored in civil engineering with a minor in mechanical engineering, she had done the opposite. Despite the difference in majors, both sought to outdo one another and rise in the ranks of the military as engineering officers. However, even though they were rivals, there was a close connection between the two. It was only after the man's death in the line of duty that she realized there was something special between the two of them. Even now, it hurt her soul to think about what could have been should the two of them have been a bit less dense and, more importantly, actually capable of understanding their complex emotions. Why was she remembering this? Because the two played war games together in the same group, and when she gazed upon the vivid display of the city she was about to lay siege to, she could not help but remember being a similar situation with her miniature army in her past life. The difference between the city she was laying siege to now and the one in her memories was the fact that the city was entirely unprotected by barriers. Because of this, she would not need to force her way through a gate in order to eliminate her enemies. If only those Ashikaga bastards had delivered her compensation as she demanded after her father's death years ago, this bloody rebellion could have been avoided. The woman no longer hesitated. She quickly gave a command to her soldiers to begin the attack. Commence the attack. Do not rest until every loyalist dog is put to the sword. The commanding officers quickly saluted the woman in a modern military fashion and responded with the highest respect. Yes, Kama-sama. They truly revered her as a living incarnation of a war god. Why wouldn't they? Until now, she had remained entirely undefeated in her campaigns. Her goal was simple: overthrow the Ashikaga shogunate and declare herself the new shogun. She would not stop until the man responsible for her father's death had been killed. The soldiers of the Atami army received their orders and prepared to march into the streets, which were lined with the last few men loyal to the old power. They quickly descended with their matchlocks and their spears as they rushed through the defenseless city. Thunder echoed in the air as the Atami Ashikaga fired their matchlock firearms towards the enemy, cutting through their primitive Oyoroi armor as if it were mere butter. When the first line of defenders fell, those with matchlocks fell back and allowed the melee infantry to engage the enemy. The Atami warriors screamed in the air their loyalty to their leader as they mercilessly cut down their rivals. For the goddess. The fervor of the Atami forces was incomparable, especially among the Ashikaga loyalists who were already weakened in morale. In 5 years, their country had fallen, and now they were the only thing defending the shogun from his enemies. Despite this, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and blood poured into the streets as the city's defenders struggled to maintain their ground. The battle continued for some time as the Atami forces made their way through the streets of the massive city, cutting down any man who resisted their conquest. If not for the strict rules of war that the war goddess abided by, surely there would be some serious crimes against humanity that occurred. However, unlike Berenger, Ryo admired the modern rules of war from her past life and would execute any of her men who dared to break them. In the end, the city fell and the war goddess strode through the blood-soaked streets as her soldiers kneeled before her. Finally, she would have her revenge. The doors of the palace had long since been battered open by the time Ryo arrived. Standing before her was the shogun, who refused to kneel. Despite this, his hands were tied behind his back and he was not a threat. Ryo was furious as she gazed upon the man and swiftly kicked him in the groin, forcing him to the ground. Kneel. The man felt like he was going to vomit after such a powerful shot, but he no longer refused the woman as he simply lacked the strength to stand up once more. Ryo issued another command as she unsheathed her sword, whose steel blade shimmered under the light. Prepare him. The nearest samurai held the shogun down so his neck was lowered and was prepared to be severed. It was at this moment Ryo declared his guilt. Ashikaga Yuriharu, for the crimes of against my clan, I hereby sentence you to death. The shogun was about to curse the woman, but before he could say so the blade dropped, and so too did his head. A pool of blood formed on the ground as the viscous red substance sprayed in the air. With an expressionless face, Ryo grabbed hold of the head and dragged it outside her palace, where her army lay in wait, boldly declaring the rise of a new world power. The Ashikaga shogunate is defeated. Long live the Atami shogunate. After saying this, the soldiers in the city repeatedly chanted the woman's cries. Long live the Atami shogunate. Long live the Atami shogunate. Long live the Atami shogunate. With this, Ryo had united Japan under her banner, but this was only the beginning. She had plans to expand her power and influence via industrialization. Soon a new empire would form in the East, and she doubted that anyone in this world would be able to contend with her power. While this was occurring, the German Empire was taking great steps to modernize its infrastructure and was preparing for its final showdown with its rivals. Chapter 652, just an average day at the French border. On the edges of the Kingdom of France, a battalion of soldiers belonging to the German border guard stood in their trenches. These men were not the most highly trained or even veteran forces of the Imperial German Armed Forces, but they all had a role to play. The defense of the border was paramount, especially with so many hostile neighbors nearby. It was because of this that Berenger had set into motion the plan to create a giant border perimeter designed to eliminate any army that dared to march into German lands. These soldiers had chosen the German border guard as their branch of service, likely because they did not wish to deploy to some foreign battlefield. On the outside, it was honorable to desire to defend the fatherland from its enemies, but in the eyes of the German Army and Marine Corps, many of these men were cowards, not willing to engage in the combat that was demanded of them. Still, they were the first line of defense in case of an enemy invasion. It had been well over a year since the German Empire was unified, and with it, young men from across the realm were conscripted into service. The armories had worked overtime to prepare enough arms for the new soldiers, and the fruits of their labor could be seen at the border, where many German men stood idly by in their fortifications. As a few soldiers were playing cards in the trenches, they gazed upon the decks the army had issued them with smiles on their faces. Though Berenger had never served in Iraq in his past life, he had heard stories from soldiers older than him that they issued decks of cards which contained the faces of the major leaders of Saddam Hussein's regime. Taking inspiration from that, Berenger had replicated that tool in this life and issued decks of cards to the border guards with the faces of various important generals and figures of the kingdom whose border they guarded against. The king in this card game was none other than Aubrey, while the queen was Sibylla. The soldiers gazed upon the French king and laughed at how feminine he looked. "Are you sure this is a king? He looks like he's more fitting for the queen role if you ask me." The other soldiers agreed with his statement as they nodded their heads and smoked their hemp cigarettes. While this card game was occurring, a train arrived on the nearby tracks, and with it, the supplies to continue border construction arrived. A single man stepped off the lead car and entered into the camp. Due to his uniform, it was clear that this man was a general in the border guard, and because of that, the soldiers immediately hopped to attention and saluted the man. Major General Johann Weilinga was a man who once served in the Austrian Royal Army and was previously deployed to the Iberian Theater, where he defended a segment of the trench with his unit. Unfortunately, in the battle, he was the sole survivor of the Austrian unit. Despite the losses he suffered, he was rewarded for his efforts and was later transferred to the border guard to live out a comfy life defending the kingdom's borders. With the unification of the German Empire, the need for skilled officers to preside over large segments of troops became a serious issue. And because of that, a mere colonel was thrust into a general officer's position to maintain the border with the Kingdom of France. The man gazed upon the ongoing construction of bunkers, trenches, and no man's land and nodded his head in approval as he continued through the checkpoint. He eventually noticed a gap in the defenses which was used to facilitate refugees, merchants, and immigrants into the German Empire. The contrast between the semi-modern German soldiers and the medieval folk of the French kingdom was quite a sight to behold. General Weilinga quickly proceeded to inspect the border security and their ongoing operation as he witnessed several German soldiers halting a group of refugees who were fleeing from the Kingdom of France. Rumors have spread about the advancements of the German Empire and the quality of life within. Because of this, even nobles from the war-torn Kingdom of France were giving up their homes in an attempt to enter the German Empire. An example of this was a particularly beautiful French noblewoman who presented proof of her identity to the border guard. She had prepared herself for the journey and learned the German language, thus she was able to converse with the border guards quite fluently. I am Anastasia de la Roche. I humbly request refugee status. My house is in ruin, thanks to King Aubrey, and I am willing to marry into your empire to escape the poverty of my family. The woman had long brown hair and fair skin with emerald green eyes. Many of the soldiers were attracted to her, however, they had to keep it to themselves as she was a noblewoman and would likely marry a German nobleman. Though these soldiers could achieve noble status through exceptional feats of valor on the battlefield, the likelihood of these men seeing combat anytime soon was slim. It would still be some time before the Catholic kingdoms launched their invasion of Germany. Thus, they could only sigh in defeat as the woman's papers were inspected. For the most part, only nobility had written records of their ancestry and noble status, thus they were the easiest individuals to identify at the border. The soldiers confirmed the woman's identity and allowed her to go towards the customs section of the entry point, where she would continue through the lengthy process of immigration. Such a thing was a daily occurrence. Just as Johann believed everything was progressing smoothly, he heard the sound of a detonation far away and shook in his spot. However, a nearby soldier mocked him for his vigilance. Relax, General, it's just a runner. The general was perplexed by this comment and quickly followed up for further information regarding the incident. A runner? The soldier noticed the man was not aware of something as common knowledge as this and quickly handed him a cigarette before speaking of the matter. Yeah, every now and then we get some desperate fool who thinks he can rush past our defenses and storm his way into our empire. 9 times out of 10, these idiots will step on a landmine and get themselves fragged. If not, they're gunned down before they can cause any harm to the nation. While hearing this explanation, the soldier lit the hemp cigarette for the general, who seemed a bit spooked. He was suffering from a mild case of PTSD after what had happened in Iberia and tried to brush off the loud explosion after realizing what had occurred. It was not entirely Germany's fault that people acted so foolishly and rushed into a minefield. The border guard had posted signs in the language of the people who resided on the other side of the defenses detailing the risks of intruding into German land. Still, some people were desperate to reach a land of such prosperity and would willingly risk their lives in an attempt to do so. The German soldiers did not care in the slightest. Their job was to protect the border, and they were not allowed to allow just anybody into their realm. A common motto resounded among the members of the German border guard as they openly mocked the people on the other side of their defenses. Something the soldier who was instructing the general on the harsh reality said out loud. A country is only as good as the people who live in it. The meaning behind this mocking phrase was to insinuate not only was it not their responsibility to care for the people of lesser nations, but they would deliberately be ruining their own empire if they imported the people from those nations as they were the cause of their own misfortunes. Johann was surprised to see the existence of these so-called runners and immediately questioned the man in front of him. Is there any way to stop these people from running into their deaths? In response to this, the soldier chuckled before informing the general of his ignorance. They know the risks. There are signs posted everywhere informing them of what will happen if they unlawfully cross into our land. Unless we can somehow project our voice to them in an attempt to convince them, it simply isn't feasible. Besides, a lot of money is riding on how long they will survive. It will seriously ruin morale if we are forced to stop these incidents. Initially, Johann did not understand what the soldier meant by that phrase, but he quickly saw men of his army exchanging coins after seeing the death of the runner. The German border guard were gambling over the survivability of these so-called runners. Such a thing was a frightening prospect to the German general. It was because of this incident that Johann decided he would write a strongly worded letter to the Kaiser about the ongoing crisis at the border. As the construction of Germany's border defenses continued, the soldiers dispatched to defend the regions grew increasingly callous about the situation of their neighboring kingdoms. As far as everything else went, things were progressing smoothly. Chapter 653, Wait for Tomorrow. Late in the night within the kingdom of Austria there lay a young red-headed woman. She sat in the window of the royal palace as she contemplated everything her husband had told her. For the past 3 weeks she had been using imperial intelligence to coordinate with the Department of Archaeology so that she could find some hint of a god's trail. However, despite the woman's best efforts, she had found nothing. It would appear that the gods left little clues as to their whereabouts while they hid from the mortal world. Because of this, Linda was in a state of depression as she thought about losing the man she loved. Not in this life, as she knew they would be together until their deaths. What worried her was spending an eternity without him after they passed away from this world. Supposedly, from what Berenger had told her, he was free to choose an afterlife. However, before he gained this freedom, the man was destined for the gates of hell. Why was he destined to go to hell? Because he was a sinner and because he had no faith in the Abrahamic God. After all, if the deity really existed and was all-powerful, then why did he allow the world to be such a troublesome place that was filled with injustice? However, after learning the truth, Berenger had come to realize that the deity in question was simply lacking power and could only interfere with the world by using his believers as chess pieces. Would he truly believe in such a powerless god after learning the truth? No, instead he decided that he would follow his own path in life regardless as to whatever mystical deity might try to interfere. As for Linda, she was still destined to end up in one of the Abrahamic afterlives, and considering she was so similar to Berenger, she feared that hell was her destination. However, what she feared the most was being torn away from the man she loved. Berenger had noticed the woman was in a distressed state and had decided to calm her down. He approached the area where she sat staring at the starry night sky and handed her a virgin daiquiri. Normally, he would give the woman a distilled spirit to calm her nerves. However, she was currently pregnant and he did not dare risk the well-being of the child within her womb. Linda, it's been 3 weeks. There is no reason to rush yourself. We have many years before either of us expires naturally. Take this time to enjoy life. If we stumble onto any clues in the future, we can free you and the girls from that old bastard's grasp then. Despite Berengar's kindness, Linda shook her head. She had an anxious expression on her face as she bounced one of her ideas off to the man she loved. You could always take me to those ancient ruins and ask that goddess to remove the mark on my soul. Berenger sighed as he headed this and placed the palm of his hand on the woman's cheek, telling her his honest opinions on the idea. I could try, but I don't know if that would work. She made it seem like she wouldn't be able to see me again after I left. Like I said, those pricks like to be vague. The beautiful red-headed woman began to pout like a child as she heard this. The appearance of such a thing made Berenger laugh before he gently kissed her on the lips. She did not seem bothered by the sudden advancement and instead accepted her lover's kiss as she twirled her tongue with his. Upon seeing that her mood had shifted, Berenger slowly reached his hand into the top of the woman's dress so that he could caress her bare breasts. Linda moaned in pleasure as she felt the warmth of her lover's firm hand. The sound excited the man as he focused on the woman's delicate pink nipples. After a while, Berenger began to unzip the woman's dress until she was only in her underwear. As always, Linda had worn a particularly provocative set of undergarments which were black and lacy. She even wore a garter belt with stockings. Under the moonlight, her pale skin practically glistened as Berenger gazed upon her figure with his one good eye. You were so beautiful. Such a cheesy remark was the only thing he could think of as he gazed upon his favorite bride. The woman flushed with embarrassment before wrapping her arms around the sturdy neck of her man. She quickly pulled off the eye patch that concealed his wounded face before he could react. Such a sudden motion shocked Berenger, who tried to take a step back. Despite this, she gazed upon the scarred eye of her lover and caressed the wound with a pretty smile on her face. I don't know why you try to hide it so much. Even though you can't see through it, your eye has healed nicely over the years. I think it gives you character. After saying this, the couple kissed once more. However, after several moments, Linda began to work her way down his torso and to his pants, where she quickly unzipped them and pulled the man's massive member out of his briefs. She had an excited grin on her face as she began to lick the shaft as if it were a delicious ice cream cone. Berenger sat back and watched as the strawberry blonde-haired beauty serviced him in the middle of the largely vacant room. He could barely keep his legs standing as he quickly sat down on the windowsill. If he was not careful, he would fall out, and despite this, he felt excited at the danger presented. Linda quickly began to work her way from the shaft to the glands as she inserted her husband's cock into her mouth. She started off slowly as she took its length into her throat 1 inch at a time. After she cleared an inch, she would release it before going deeper and deeper until she was at the base, struggling not to gag. As the pressure built up in his loins, Berenger pressed the woman's head down as far as it could go before forcefully ejaculating his seed into the woman's mouth. After doing so, he quickly withdrew his shaft and gazed at his lover as she contained the liquid in her mouth with puffed cheeks, as if she was a chipmunk. Linda revealed the sperm on her tongue before swallowing it. With a lust-filled gaze on her pretty face, she said the words she knew her master wanted to hear. Thanks for the meal. Berenger could no longer hold back after hearing such seductive words and stripped out of his imperial regalia before parting the woman's thong to the side, where he lifted the woman into his arms and quickly insert his shaft into her moist cave. Linda did not even attempt to hide her voice as she let out an erotic moan, signaling her enjoyment of the ongoing activities. As Berenger slowly thrust his hips into hers, he spoke sweet words that she knew would calm the woman's anxiety. "Don't worry, my love, you and I will be together forever." Such shameless remarks caused the woman to flush red in embarrassment. Despite this, Berenger did not let her look away, forcing his lips onto hers as he licked her tongue with his own. Despite her embarrassment, Linda tightened onto Berengar's shaft as if she were in a vice grip, causing the man to thrust harder inside her depths. Berenger continued to make love to his wife for some time. However, in the end he needed released and pressed his hips as tightly into hers as possible, releasing his seed into her full womb as if trying to impregnate her with another child. However, Berenger was not the only one satisfied. While he was finishing inside his woman, Linda had squirted all over him, causing quite the mess in the largely vacant room. When Linda gazed upon the scene, she giggled before kissing her husband. After doing so, she removed herself from his embrace and made a snide remark. "I suppose the maids will have to clean up after us, yet again." Berenger couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this while he was getting dressed. He could see that the worry had escaped the woman's sky-blue eyes and could not help but ask how she was feeling. "Are you feeling better?" Linda nodded her head slightly as she gazed out the window. Upon seeing this, Berenger grabbed her dainty hand and led her out of the room. "Then let's get some sleep. You need to rest. The gods can wait for tomorrow." After saying this, the emperor absconded from the scene with the woman he loved and brought her into his quarters, where the couple fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 654, The Gunther Merchant Company. Gunther was a man who had once befriended the German emperor. He started as a lowly peasant working in the fields, and now he owned a large corporation known as the Gunther Merchant Company. The man owned extensive plots of land throughout the empire where farmers in his employment grew various crops. Aside from the agricultural aspect of his corporation, he also branched into food processing, possessing many factories built for this purpose. The most recent product that Gunther had brought to the public was canned tuna. Gunther's brand tuna was a hot-selling item as it was an inexpensive food item and provided great nutritional value. There were also Gunther-branded condiments that were made by his corporation to accompany his canned meat, fish, and vegetables. The food tycoon had a monopoly in the sense that he owned every aspect of production. Though he had several competitors, Gunther's brand was well trusted by the public due to its reputation for being of high quality at an affordable price. Gunther had naturally taken advantage of the fact that the German Empire now had a presence in the Baltic, Mediterranean, and North Seas. With his fortune, he had purchased a fleet of fishing vessels and hired experienced fishermen to catch all kinds of different species so that they could be processed and sold to the public. Tuna were different, however. With Berengar's help, dedicated fish farms were created on the island of Malta to produce vast quantities of tuna. Due to his nature as a member of the House of Commons, Gunther was able to acquire one of these farms for himself at a fair price. At the moment, Gunther was invited to the royal palace where Berenger had met with him personally for the first time in years. The emperor smiled as he reminisced about years past where he helped the man toil his fields for the sake of a small amount of lard. He could hardly believe that Gunther was now a tycoon of his industry and a politician of the people. Despite his fortune, he never ceased to care for the common people and had even spent a large chunk of his treasury on philanthropic endeavors. While the two were making small talk, Linda entered the scene with 2-foot-long tuna melts. She handed them on the table to Berenger and Gunther with a pretty smile on her face. Berenger immediately took a bite of the delicious substance and complimented Gunther on his hard work. "You know, without your products, it would be extremely difficult to produce a sandwich this good. Thanks to your business and Lindy's ingenuity, such a delicious sandwich can be made by just about anybody. The years have been kind to you, my friend. It is a shame we haven't been able to speak in some time." Gunther smiled as he gazed at the sandwich made entirely from his products. He took a quick bite and exclaimed in joy as he complimented Lindy's efforts. "I did not know such a tasty meal could be made by my simple products. Empress, your culinary talents are extraordinary." Linda smiled and thanked the man for his compliments. "You are too kind, Gunther." After saying this, she departed from the room, not wanting to interrupt what limited time Berenger had to spare with the man. Gunther gazed upon the lovely empress as she walked out of the door before congratulating Berenger on his marriage. "Linda has turned into a fine young woman. You were lucky to have her." Berenger nodded his head in response before switching the subject. "She's the love of my life, don't tell the others I said that. On a more serious note, I was wondering if you were interested in some business involving the colonies." The business tycoon initially chuckled as he listened to the emperor's words before turning very serious. If His Majesty was trusting him with such information, then what they were about to discuss was no laughing matter. "So they really exist? I've theorized that you discovered some new plot of land which allows you to produce these strange foods that you have introduced. However, until now, I didn't truly believe it." The German emperor had a faint smile on his face as he informed the man of the truth. "It's not just a plot of land, but 2 whole continents. We're talking about an entirely new world, with native inhabitants." When Gunther heard this, he took a bite from his sandwich before wiping his mouth with his handkerchief. Having heard this, his interest in the topic grew substantially. "Are any of these natives a threat?" In response to this, Berenger chuckled lightly before informing the man of the state of the New World. "Not in the slightest, they are a bunch of Stone Age savages. The most advanced of their civilizations are in the south, and even then I brought one of their mightiest empires to its knees with 1,000 men and a bit of disease. Speaking of disease, in a few decades it will ravage the land and kill off well over 90% of the population. The mortality rate is insane. Once that happens, it's practically free real estate with an abundance of natural resources. Since you are an old friend of mine who has proven to be trustworthy, I want to let you in on this secret in advance. Gunther came to an understanding when he heard Berengar's reasoning, and a sly smile curved itself on his lips as he spoke to his emperor. You need investment? Don't you? Berenger shrugged his shoulders before taking another bite out of his sandwich, which he washed down with a liter of beer. After doing so, he clarified his position. Do I need investment? No, I have enough money to fund the development of the colonies myself. However, I would be lying if I said it wasn't taking a toll on my treasury. Investment would be a nice addition to the funds I have personally thrown towards the New World. What do you say? Do you want to make a larger fortune than you already have? Gunther would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the idea. However, he was cautious on the matter and inquired for further details. What did you have in mind? When Berenger heard this, he smiled before revealing his thoughts on the matter. It's simple. I will issue a charter giving your corporation the right to settle the New World in an area of your choosing. In return, it will officially become a colony of the German Empire and will act as any other German territory in terms of its civil responsibilities. However, the colony itself will be established and operated by your corporation. You will be responsible for the startup costs, the development costs, the defense costs, and, of course, taxes. Gunther thought about it for a few moments before asking about the natural resources of the land. He needed to know more about the region if he was going to sink a fortune into the development of a colony. What kind of land am I looking at? Berenger did not hesitate to respond. Instead, he had a wide smile on his face as he laid out the information they had gathered from the New World thus far. That would entirely depend on where you choose to settle. We have found in our colonies agricultural resources such as potatoes, tomatoes, tobacco, and even cocoa. Some of these things have yet to be introduced to the fatherland. The land is highly fertile, so there is little risk of crop failure. I'm assuming you want to produce an agricultural colony? Might I suggest branching into an area you have not experienced yet? In my opinion, you should establish a colony in one of the many island chains where you can grow vast quantities of sugarcane and coffee. It would be nice to have a domestic source of those resources. Gunther thought about this proposal for several minutes. If he could produce sugarcane and coffee, he could cut out the merchants in the east. After all, such resources could not grow in the fatherland and were relied upon for imports. However, the German people were fiercely nationalistic, and if he could create a monopoly over those resources, the people would quickly turn to the trusted Gunther brand. Thus, he released a heavy sigh as he dwelled upon the best way to make this a reality. I would need ships as well as workers from all different aspects of life. This would have to be a long-term settlement, and my employees would have to be promised some serious benefits to sail across the Atlantic into an unknown world where they would have to create a settlement from scratch. I would also need to hire a private security force to maintain order and to defend the region from the natives. Such a thing is no small expense. I would, of course, need permission to raise such a private armed force as well. Berenger understood where the man was coming from. It was difficult finding trustworthy people who could be sent to the New World. The plus side was the lack of communication with the fatherland, making it difficult to leak information. Berenger knew this and decided to cut the man some slack. I will allow you to register a private military corporation so that you can maintain security within your colony and defend it from any hostile force that may seek to invade it. I will also permit this company to purchase military arms and naval vessels. However, its size shall be limited to a single brigade and a small fleet of 5 armored frigates. As for everything else you may need, I will leave that up to your discretion. Naturally, all of this is strictly confidential, and if you or any of your people leak information about the New World, it will be considered treason. So, are you up for the challenge? It shocked Gunther to hear that Berenger was so willing to agree to his terms. However, he also understood the position Berenger was in. The Imperial German armed forces were limited in their ability to deploy to the New World, and there were plenty of veterans who no longer served that could be used to help aid in the establishment of colonies as mercenaries. Ultimately, Berenger wanted to claim as much land as possible before the other world powers found out about the New World, and because of that, he was willing to privatize colonies to speed up the colonization process. It was because of this that he was willing to allow the existence of private military corporations. When Gunther thought about all of this, he nodded his head and reached out his hand to seal the deal. Very well. I agree with your terms. I look forward to the colonization of this new world. Berenger smiled and shook the man's hand. Afterward, the two men spent many hours catching up on the years they had spent climbing to the top. With this deal, the Gunther Merchant Company would have the first private colony in the New World. Chapter 655, Open Rebellion. While Berenger spent a considerable amount of time, effort, and expense improving the industrial capabilities of the fatherland, a woman in a similar position on the other side of the world was struggling to introduce reforms in her new shogunate that would allow her to exert absolute power over her country. The Ashikaga shogunate had fallen. Itami Ryo and her fanatical followers ruthlessly purged the head of its dynasty as well as all living heirs. The woman in question had forced the imperial family to recognize her as the shogun. Despite this, there was fierce resistance from the daimyos of Japan. In Berengar's past life, few women were ever made shogun, and it was the same in this world. Because of this, it was difficult for those in power to accept Ryo's reign. The various daimyo clans had banded together under her banner to overthrow the Ashikaga shogunate for various reasons. However, now that a woman was claiming to be the new shogun, few of her former followers accepted it. The territory she had unified immediately collapsed into infighting, as those who believed she was unworthy of such a high position used the weapons she had introduced to resist her rule. Ryo sighed heavily as she sat in the shogun's palace while she read yet another letter declaring rebellion against her rule. She poured herself a cup of sake as she drank its contents with much enthusiasm. Her snow-white cheeks flushed red as she did so, giving her a rather cute appearance. After drinking yet another cup, she complained about the men who had turned against her. Ignorant bastards! Have I not achieved enough in life to show you my worth as a leader? If not for me, you damn fools would never have overthrown the Ashikaga clan. God damn it. Just because I'm a woman, these idiots think I cannot lead a country. Well, I'll show them. They'll show them all. If you think matchlocks are the only weapons that I can come up with, just you wait until my loyal soldiers are armed with marauders. They'll kill you all. Every last one of you bastards. Upon saying this, the young woman pulled out a piece of paper where she began drafting blueprints for a single-shot, black powder rifle as well as its matching bayonet. Similar to the 1871 Guer, the Marauder rifle was a .45 caliber rifle. The development of such a weapon would put her infantry on par with Berengar's. Of course, she had no idea that a man had risen to power in the West and formed a mighty empire. For some time, she had been planning to introduce new weapons. Unfortunately, it was not until recently where she had the chemical capabilities to produce brass case cartridges. However, she was too busy with the war until now to bother putting such things into production. Yet, she knew that if she wanted to truly devastate her opponents, she would have to rely on yet another fierce weapon design from her past life. The young shogun spent many hours drafting all kinds of new weapons to modernize her forces. From Marauder rifles to Type 26 revolvers and even rifled breechloaders. She desired to modernize her forces and implement a strict military dictatorship as soon as possible. As she was designing these weapons, Ryo recalled in her memories of her past life having a fierce argument with a certain somebody over the superiority of German versus Japanese firearms leading up to World War II. She took another drink of sake as she remembered a particular argument about the Kar 98K versus the Type 99. Dwelling upon this subject, Ryo wore a bitter smile as she expressed her views on the matter. If that bastard Julian had reincarnated in this world, I can bet he would have created the Mauser 1871 by now. I can only imagine the petty arguments we would have about that rifle and the Murata. What an idiot. He cared more about being right than about my feelings. He really was scum. Still, I wonder how he would handle my current situation. Since the daimyos beneath her command were now rebelling against her, Ryo only had one option: crush them so brutally that they would never dare to oppose her reign ever again. She was about to curse them out once more when a man entered the room. He wore the Tozai Gasoku that had become common among the samurai that pledged their loyalty to Itami Ryo. This man also carried a katana and wakizashi on his waist. This man instantly kneeled before Ryo and informed her of recent developments. Itamisima, the daimyo Shimoza Takatami, has declared open rebellion and captured the city of Naniwa. How shall we respond? Ryo pursed her lips while dwelling on how to handle this information. She had just won the war against the Ashikaga shogunate, and already the rebels were moving against her newly formed Itami shogunate. She had no choice but to crack down on the enemy before they could recruit more daimyos to their cause. However, this newest rebellion was complicated. Because of this, she bit her finger before cursing out the man who had betrayed her. More bad news? Shimeza Takatami, that fucking bastard. Just last week, he pledged his undying love to me. However, the moment that I reject his marriage proposal, he seeks to overthrow me. So be it. Assemble the army, we will march on Naniwa immediately. I want that traitor's head. Having said this, the officer who had approached the shogun nodded his head before responding in affirmation of his orders. As you command, Itamisima. After the general slinked back into the shadows, Ryo threw her ceramic cup at the wall as hard as she could, shattering it upon impact. Before she could even manufacture her newest weapons, she was betrayed by yet another one of her vassals, and for such a petty reason, too. Shimeza Takatami was one of the first men to pledge their loyalty to Ryo and had strived to win her favor for some time. However, he was not exceptional enough to catch the woman's interest. Though he came from a powerful clan and had inherited his father's position during Ryo's rebellion, he was far from desirable in the woman's eyes. After Ryo had achieved victory, the man in question asked her to marry him. However, she refused, and quite brutally, her exact words were as follows. I have no desire to marry you, Takatame-san. I need a man who challenges me, a man who is capable of defeating me at my own game, and that man isn't you. Apparently, such a harsh response had caused Takatami to declare open rebellion. Whether it was out of hatred for being rejected or simply to prove his worth, Ryo did not know. Either way, she did not care. She would crush the man's army and claim his head. After all, she did not tolerate treason. Having issued the orders for her army to assemble, Ryo began to prepare herself for the long journey. There was no time to wait. She needed to assemble her forces and march on the city of Naniwa as quickly as possible. Before she could institute her reforms that would turn Japan into a hereditary military dictatorship, the woman needed to crush a rebellion or two. If Ryo knew that Julian had reincarnated into this world as a German nobleman and had already united his people into a stable empire, she would probably throw a fit. She always hated being one-upped by the man, and the fact that her daimyo rebelled against her rule the moment she united Japan beneath her rule was utterly frustrating. Before long, an army of 15,000 men was on the march towards the city of Naniwa. Although these men would soon fight a mortal battle with those who, just days ago, were their brothers in arms, they lacked any form of remorse on their faces. For these men were absolutely loyal to the war goddess, and to rebel against her was practically heresy. Before Ryo could even catch a break, she was once more on the road to war. Such was the life of a conqueror. Chapter 656, Chocolate Agreements. Weeks after the Aztec princess had set sail for her home country, she now sat within the royal palace of Tenochtitlan. In front of her was her father, Emperor Itzcoatl, the current ruler of the Aztec Empire. In the months since the Germans first arrived in the region, disease had become widespread. If not for the efforts of the German medics who dwelled in the settlement of Baronstadt, then the Aztecs would have suffered greatly. Still, these diseases had made their way to the neighbors of the Aztec Empire and had begun to devastate their populations. It was a time of expansion as far as Itzcoatl was concerned. Thus he was surprised to see his daughter, who he had assigned as his empire's diplomat, to the feathered serpent sitting before him. The young Aztec princess had a smile on her pretty face as she wore far more civilized attire than her father was used to seeing. Still, she did not care for the extravagant dresses that the German women wore. Years of training to be a jaguar warrior had given her a more practical sense of fashion. Thus, she was dressed in clothing that one might expect a female tennis player to wear. Itzcoatl was curious as to why his daughter might be visiting him so soon after following Berenger back to the land of the gods. The girl could tell her father was worried, and thus she decided to ease his troubled mind with an assuring statement. His Majesty, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein has instructed me to negotiate with you in the acquisition of cocoa. It would appear he has some uses in mind for it and wants a large supply of cocoa beans to be transferred to the settlement of Baronstadt. He has left the bartering up to me. The currency of the Aztec Empire was fairly primitive. It used a copper axehead, which was supposed to be the value of 8,000 cocoa seeds, which was the most common form of currency in the region. Since the German Empire did not have cocoa and were instead trying to purchase cocoa beans to be processed into chocolate, they obviously could not pay with the latter. As for the copper axe heads, Berenger had no desire to manufacture such primitive devices as a means of trade. After all, copper was a valuable resource, and he had no desire to squander it on something so meaningless. Thus he had given Tlexicli permission to barter on his behalf, despite being a diplomat of her father to his empire. It showed how much trust he had developed in the girl after she had witnessed the splendor of the fatherland. Even now the Aztec princess was gazing upon her own people as backward savages, despite only spending a few months in the fatherland. She desired to finish these negotiations and return to Germany as quickly as possible. Itzcoatl could tell that his daughter was displeased despite her smiling appearance and decided to ask about her journey to the east. I didn't expect to see you so soon. We don't need to discuss business right away. How have you been? What's it like over there? Tlexicli dwelled upon her brief time in the German Empire and could hardly describe everything she had seen. In the end, she could only sigh before revealing the truth of the matter. Compared to the Germans, we are nothing but filthy savages. It's impossible to explain the difference between our two civilizations with words. Just know that they are well ahead of us. Their military power alone is overwhelming. Itzcoatl had not personally witnessed the power of the German soldiers who had massacred his forces, but he had heard tales. A shiver went down his spine as he inquired further about the German Empire's military might. How powerful are they? In response to this question, Tlexicli merely scoffed before answering her father in a condescending tone. They have hundreds of thousands of men whose sole occupation is to wage war. Imagine that, having such a large professional army. As you know, our empire revolved around part-time commoner soldiers with professional warriors among the nobility. I have personally seen the weapons they use in war, and to think such a large force is equipped with them, it is utterly terrifying. Father, you would be wise to be obedient to the Kaiser. If he were to march a fraction of his army into our lands, we could not resist. The prospect of hundreds of thousands of professional soldiers was, just as Tlexicli had said, utterly terrifying. Upon learning that the German Empire had such means, he quickly inquired about their neighbors. The Kaiser told me that he has plenty of neighbors who, when they learn of these lands, will invade. Do you have any information about them? Unfortunately for the Aztec emperor, his daughter's response was less than ideal. She shook her head before informing her father of what little she had been able to learn from reading the books in the palace's library. I suppose I should tell you that what you have been told about the German Empire is a lie. They are not the envoys of the feathered serpent. They merely used our mythology to convince you to kneel before them. From what I have learned, the German Empire is a recently founded state. It's a little over a year old. Before the unification of the empire, Germany was a loose collection of several smaller states. The Kaiser personally unified them under his banner via a series of overwhelming military victories in a span of about 6 years. He appears to be the man responsible for the rapid progress that Germany has achieved. Perhaps he himself is divine, but the feathered serpent has no part in it. However, just because he lied to you about the origins of his empire, it does not mean he was lying about the threat his neighbors pose to us. Though they are behind the German Empire in pretty much every aspect, they are still far beyond us in every facet of society, especially warfare. If we were to fight a war with Germans' neighbors, our weapons could not penetrate their armor, and because of Berengar's rapid rise to power, they have been investing a considerable amount of time, effort, and expense into competing with his military technology. An arms race is taking place on the continent where our suzerains are from, and Germany is well above their rivals. However, the rivals also seem to be making a rapid pace ahead of us. If we were to decline the Empire's offer of protection against their neighbors, it would only be a matter of time before our civilization is destroyed. Itzgobel took his daughter's words to heart. She had a better understanding of the German Empire than he did, and though he was enraged to find out that Berenger and his empire were not the envoys of the feathered serpent, he realized that it would not be wise to break his agreement with them. Having heard they have such a massive army and the means to project it across the Atlantic, the Aztec emperor had no desire to fight with his overlords. Instead, he nodded his head before switching to the topic of cocoa beans. What offer does the Kaiser make in exchange for our cocoa beans? Tlexicly smiled when she heard her father was more agreeable after listening to her tale of German military might. She quickly began to answer his question with a proud smile on his face. He is offered to exchange for cocoa beans with steel tools. The Aztec emperor did not know what this meant and quickly inquired about their use. Steel? Upon seeing her father so confused, Tlexicly explained more in depth about what he would be trading large quantities of cocoa beans for. Steel is a metal that is far superior to copper when used in tools. It is stronger, more durable, and holds an edge better. With these tools, our slaves can be more productive in the mines and in the fields. He is willing to offer a certain amount of tools in exchange for a ton of cocoa beans. After saying this, the women went into depth explaining the different measuring systems used by the empire. The father and daughter negotiated for some time before an agreement was made. For every 100 steel tools, a ton of cocoa beans could be exchanged. This was a good deal for the German Empire as they had an excessive supply of steel. In the end, Tlexicly had reached an agreement with her father that would allow for a mass importation of cocoa, thus making Berenger an extremely happy man, as he could now, finally, make the many chocolate deserts that Germany was known for in his past life. After fulfilling her obligations, she intended to take the first ship back to the fatherland. After all, she no longer cared for the primitive life of her people's empire. Chapter 657, Meeting with the Grand Duke of Moscow. Currently, Berenger sat in his office enjoying a cup of company with a guest. This guest was none other than the Grand Duke of Moscow. Since the days of Genghis Khan, the Rus states had been under the control of the Golden Horde. However, the Golden Horde had recently made a major mistake. They had angered the German Empire by acting as a middleman in the sale of saltpeter to the Reich's enemies. Such a material was necessary in the creation of gunpowder. Berenger had always desired to limit the amount of firearms his enemies were able to field, and for a while he had succeeded in this endeavor. However, with the new Khan of the Golden Horde rising to power, he had sworn to avenge his predecessor, who was taken out by Berengar's assassins. Though he knew he could not win an outright war with Germany, he could at the very least supply their enemies with the means to put up some resistance. Casimir of the House of Rurik was the Grand Duke of Moscow. However, the thing that surprised Berenger was that he was a young boy of roughly 13 years of age. This child had recently succeeded his father after the man was poisoned to death. Rumors have it that the prince himself was responsible for his father's death, but such allegations could not be proven. After ascending to the throne, the boy had decided that he would do everything in his power to overthrow the yoke of the Golden Horde and liberate his people from their servitude. This meant he had to get involved with the devil in the West. Despite Berengar's fearsome reputation, the young Grand Duke was not the slightest bit intimidated, rather he sat with such grace that even Berenger considered himself a barbarian in the presence of the youth. Casimir was an oddity in Berengar's eyes. The boy looked rather androgynous. While Berenger wouldn't necessarily call him pretty or feminine, he certainly wasn't masculine either. He had delicate features with a slender figure. His hair was medium in length and was platinum blonde. He had a set of ice blue eyes and pale skin. The Grand Duke had a cold glimpse in his eyes as he tasted the coffee that Berenger had personally brewed for him. Upon seeing such a reaction, Berenger could guess that the boy did not enjoy the drink. "What's wrong? Is the beverage I have prepared not to your liking?" The boy shook his head as he revealed his thoughts on the drink. "Too bitter." Berenger did not know what kind of sweet tooth the kid had to deny his coffee. Berenger had always prepared his coffee with both milk and sugar. If it was bitter, then just what did the boy consider sweet? Because of this, the two monarchs were left in a state of awkward silence for a few moments. Ultimately, Berenger decided to shift the topic to business and inquired about the boy's reasoning for visiting. "So, let me guess you have come to Kufstein so that I might support you in overthrowing your suzerains. Is that correct?" There was a hint of surprise in the Casimir's eyes as he heard this. His only reaction was a silent nod of his head. When Berenger witnessed this, he sighed before commenting on the reason for his visit. I cannot provide you with military aid, however if you would like to establish trade between our two realms I would be happy to sell you some firearms as well as the gunpowder and munitions to use them at a fair price. Casimir placed his cup of coffee down on a plate before nodding his head once more. There was no hint of emotion in his voice as he agreed to Berengar's terms. Name your price. With this said, Berenger quoted his standard price for the sale of arms and munitions. In order to compete with the newest, albeit crude firearms that his enemies had produced, Berenger ceased the production and sale of arquebuses and falconets and instead began to produce and sell matchlock muskets and 6-pound cannons modeled after the 14-17 12-pounds field gun. Naturally, he raised the price for the superior arms. I will sell you matchlock muskets and 6-pound cannons at a price of 5 German guldens per musket and 25 German guldens per cannon. If you buy in bulk, I will give you a 10% discount. As for the munitions and gunpowder, I will sell you 1 barrel of musket balls for 1 gulden and 1 barrel of gunpowder for 3 guldens. Sitting next to Casimir was a man of Russian noble origin and he was apparently the Grand Duke's military advisor. He was a tall and muscular man, despite his elderly age. The man was balding and had a long white beard. He whispered into the youth's ears something that Berenger could not understand due to the language barrier. After the boy nodded his head, he agreed to Berengar's terms. I accept. Evidently Casimir was a man of little words because he did not say much in Berengar's presence and instead eyed him with caution while acting with the grace befitting an emperor. There was, of course, another possibility. The boy did not speak much German. Either way, communication between the two parties was fairly stiff. However, Berenger didn't mind the boy's icy attitude. After all, he now had another customer in the arms trade. Though the idea of Russia's unification was something Berenger did not want to permit. His petty and spiteful nature got the better of him as he currently wanted nothing more than to get back at the Golden Horde for facilitating the trade of gunpowder to his enemies. Because of this, Berenger was glad to make use of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to act as his proxy in the matter. With a wicked smile on his face, Berenger nodded his head and responded to the boy. It is a pleasure doing business with you. Casimir simply responded with a nod of the head and a single word. Likewise. Upon seeing that conversing with the youth was lost cause, Berenger merely sighed before ending the meeting for the day. So long as you are in Kufstein, you are permitted to reside in my palace. If there is anything you need while you are here, simply ask one of my servants, and they will provide it. The icy prince merely nodded his head in understanding and accepted Berengar's terms. I thank you for your hospitality. After saying this, he stood up from his chair and left the room. His military advisor was in tow. The moment he departed from the room, he came across a young heterochromia beauty who was roughly the same age as him. This girl was Princess Veronica, and she immediately caught the Grand Duke's interest. However, she did not even notice the androgynous boy who stopped in his tracks as he gazed at the young woman with awe. Instead, Veronica ran into Berengar's office with a pouting expression on her face, yelling the words, Your Majesty, the Prince Hans is being mean to me. While he did not hear the rest of the conversation between the German emperor and the Princess of Bohemia, he quickly turned to his military advisor and spoke in their mother tongue. Who is that beautiful girl? The military advisor was taken aback when he heard these words come from the prince. Until now, the boy had never shown an interest in girls. It was because of that he made fun of the Grand Duke. His Highness is interested in a girl? I always thought you preferred the company of men. The cold gaze of the Grand Duke of Moscow shifted over to his advisor with a deadpan expression on his face as he responded to such an absurd claim. That's not funny, Igor. The man instead sighed as he put up a defeated expression before commenting on the boy's tendencies. I thought for sure the Kaiser was more your type. It appears I have been mistaken. I humbly apologize for my ignorance. If your Highness fancies the girl, I will have her brought to your room later. Despite Igor's words, Casimir remained expressionless. He only responded with a silent nod of the head before departing towards the quarters he had been allotted during his stay in Kufstein. Even if he did not look like it, his heart was beating beneath his chest at the thought of the exotic Bohemian beauty. As for Berenger, he was entirely unaware of the conversation that was had between the Grand Duke and his advisor, for if he did, he would have put a stop to the notion that Veronica was available then and there. The Princess of Bohemia was his ward and thus she was under his protection. It would be quite the misunderstanding later that evening when the Grand Duke of Moscow tried to force the girl towards his quarters. Chapter 658, Little Monster. Shortly after Berenger had finished his meeting with the Grand Duke of Moscow, Princess Veronica entered his office. She had a pouting expression on her cute face and seemed to be filled with indignation. Berenger could only guess that Hans had said or done something to piss her off. Sure enough, the adolescent girl immediately began to complain about her fiancé. Your Majesty, the Prince Hans has done something indecent to me. Berenger could only sigh as he rested his head in the palm of his hand. Whatever Hans had done to the girl, it had clearly been something significant for her to come crawling to the emperor while seeking restitution. However, before he could inquire about what the little bugger had done, the Princess of Bohemia exposed the boy's shameful actions with an embarrassed expression on her face. Hans flipped up my skirt. Such information stunned Berenger. This was such a petty matter that he felt like he shouldn't be the one responsible for handling it. After all, he was an emperor. Thus, he stared at the girl in disbelief before commenting on the situation. Is that all? If so, go find Linda and she will scold the boy. I don't have time to waste on such frivolities. Veronica could hardly believe that Berenger was leaving this matter to his wife. After all, she felt as if she had been shamed greatly. She immediately began to protest Berengar's unwillingness to discipline his son, but before she could utter a word, the man held his hand up and glared at her. I'm busy. If you want to complain some more, go find my wife. I'm sure she would be willing to listen to all of your petty problems. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to bother. Upon realizing that she was being a nuisance, Veronica nodded her head silently with a downcast expression on her face before departing from the room. It was only after she had entered the hallway that the man known as Igor, who acted as the Grand Duke of Moscow's personal advisor, approached her. Veronica had a sense of fear in her mismatched eyes as the stranger approached her with an awkward smile on his face. The Grand Duke of Moscow Casimir requests your presence. Please follow me. Though Veronica wanted to resist, she could tell by the cold glint in the man's eyes that he was not making a simple request. As such, she nodded her head in silence and followed him to the quarters that Berenger had allotted to the Grand Duke. After entering the room, Veronica saw the boy staring out the window. He had an icy expression on his androgynous face as he shifted his gaze towards the young girl. Tell me, miss, what is your name? Veronica did not know why the strange-looking boy had requested her presence. Perhaps he knew she was the Princess of Bohemia. She glanced back at the entrance, which was being guarded by Igor, and noticed that her escape route was cut off. She had no choice but to tell the boy her identity. My name is Veronica, your highness. May I ask why you have brought me here? The cold boy slowly approached the girl. The slightest hint of a smile etched itself upon his lips as he closely examined the Bohemian princess. She was truly the type of girl he desired, and he did not hide his feelings. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Are you a servant of the Kaiser, perhaps? Veronica was taken aback when she heard the Grand Duke did not know of her position. She was not the slightest bit interested in the boy's flatter, nor did she hide her disdain as she responded in a haughty tone. I am a ward of His Majesty Berenger von Kufstein. I am the last princess of the Kingdom of Bohemia and the fiancée of Prince Hans von Kufstein. If your reason for bringing me here is indecent, I will tell my father-in-law and he will have your hands removed. The sudden shift from meek to bold shocked the Grand Duke of Moscow. He could hardly believe that this young girl was the Princess of Bohemia, a kingdom that was now a part of the German Empire. Currently, Berenger held its crown, along with Austria's, and nobody had heard about what happened to the previous monarch's family after the kingdom fell to the Hussites. To think that Berenger was keeping such a young beauty to himself made Casimir's blood boil. Casimir was a man who foolishly did not fear Berenger, perhaps because his realm was so far away from the German Empire that he believed himself to be safe. It was because of this that he grasped hold of Veronica's wrist and pressed her against the wall. He was just about to force a kiss on her when the girl slapped him across the face, leaving a bright red handprint. Bastard! What do you think you were doing? When the Kaiser finds out what you have tried to do to me, he will not be merciful. However, Casimir was far from pleased. His eyes had a murderous glow to them as he punched the girl in the gut, sending her to her knees. You fucking bitch! How dare you treat me this way? Do you have any idea who I am? Coincidentally, as this was ongoing, the Prince Hans had rounded the corner and walked down the halls. He noticed Igor standing guard at the door and immediately became suspicious. After hearing screaming come from inside the room, he rushed over to see what was happening. Though Igor tried to prevent him from interfering, Hans made a bold threat to the man. If you do not get out of my way right now, I will have your manhood fed to the pigs. Normally such a threat would be laughable coming from such a young boy. However, Hans had pulled out a boot knife and held it firmly against the man's junk. The prince had just come back from the cadet corps and was heading towards his room that was in the same hall as Veronica's to wash up and get changed. When the man saw the blade pressed against his family jewels, he immediately broke out into a cold sweat. However, he did not move. Instead, he called out to the Grand Duke, informing him that he had a visitor. Your Highness, the prince is here to see you. Casimir had a grim look on his face as he gazed over towards the boy Hans, who held a blade to Igor's groin. With a wicked smile, Hans inserted the blade into the man's loins, causing him to scream in pain and fall to his knees. He ruthlessly ripped the blade from out of the larger man's body and wiped the blood on Igor's shirt before approaching the Grand Duke of Moscow. Upon seeing the murderous glint in Hans' sapphire eyes, the young Grand Duke released his grip over Veronica's hair and stumbled backwards. You little monster! What have you done? Hans was in no mood to spar with words and quickly approached the adolescent boy after gazing upon the state of his fiancée. Veronica had been beaten by Casimir, her hair was messed up and blood was spilling from her lips. Such a thing could not be forgiven. Because of this, Hans closed the distance between him and his target with the blade held in one hand. You dare to lay a hand on my woman? Bold, truly bold. Since you have committed such an unforgivable act, I will not be merciful. Casimir was shocked to see the young boy speak in such an educated manner. He tried to resist, but Hans kneed him in the groin, dropping the boy to his knees. He grabbed hold of the Grand Duke's medium-length hair with one hand and brought the blade close to the boy's lips. I'm going to give you a permanent reminder on your face as to why you should not fuck with Germany, you stupid Slavic dog. After saying this, Hans carved away at the edges of the boy's lips with his boot knife, creating severe lacerations that were eerily reminiscent of a certain comic book villain from Berengar's past life. The boy screamed in pain as his face was disfigured by the German prince. While this was happening, Veronica gazed in astonishment at the lengths Hans was willing to go to avenge her. Though she had prevented Casimir from stealing her first kiss, she had invoked his ire and had suffered his wrath. Had Hans not arrived when he did, it was likely that she would be severely beaten and perhaps even raped. All she could do was watch as the young boy who was her fiancé mutilated the Grand Duke of Moscow, who was a boy several years older than him and much larger. After Hans had finished with his little art project, Casimir was lying on the floor crying in a pool of his own blood, while Igor was struggling with the loss of his balls. Hans shifted from a cruel expression to a concerned one as he checked on Veronica's condition. Veronica, take my hand. Let us leave this place and go see Ewald. He will make you better. Upon seeing the kind and concerned look on Hans' face after his valiant act of defending her, Veronica felt as if she had suddenly developed feelings for the boy who had just previously lifted her skirt and made her cry. Hans did not wait for an answer and quickly led the girl away from her captors. When the Imperial Guard finally arrived on the scene, they would be dumbfounded by the events that had occurred. After maiming the Grand Duke of Moscow and his military advisor, Hans would garner a nickname among the servants of the royal palace, and that was the term Little Monster. Chapter 659, LTS about sending a message. Shortly after the incident with the Grand Duke of Moscow, Hans was summoned to his father's study. The boy had taken Veronica to the court physician of the royal family. Though he initially refused to leave the girl's side as Ewald looked after her, the Imperial Guard ultimately forced him to do so. Veronica was in good hands. After all, Ewald had learned the basics of modern medicine from Berenger and had even begun to use surgeries to cure certain conditions. The Princess of Bohemia was not beaten too badly, and because of that she just needed a small amount of treatment. As for Hans, he was sitting with a fiercely defiant glare in Berengar's office. His mother was standing next to his father as the two of them castigated him for his behavior. Berenger was furious. His own son had maimed a boyar of the Grand Duchy of Moscow as well as the Grand Duke. Berenger struggled to calm his wrath as he took a quick swig from his flask before getting the words right in his head. So let me get this straight. You castrated a boyar and maimed the Grand Duke of Moscow. Do you have any idea the damage this will cause in relations between Germany and the various Rus states? Give me one good reason why I should not kick your ass right now. Despite the outrageous actions Hans had taken, he was firm in the belief that his actions were righteous, and thus he did not back down from his father's fearsome threat as he outlined his exact reasoning for being so extreme. I only did what father would have done if some Slavic bastard had dared to lay his hands on mother. Berenger and Linda were taken aback by this statement. It had been a few minutes since the incident occurred and they had yet to conduct a proper investigation into the matter. It was because of this that Berenger continued to interrogate his eldest child for his horrific actions. How so? Hans' lips curved into an arrogant sneer as he outlined exactly why he had acted so ruthlessly towards the Muscovite delegation. That effeminate bastard laid his hands on my woman. I was returning to my room from the cadet corps when I heard Veronica scream. I quickly investigated the scene only to find that Slavic cunt hitting my girl. I tried to force my way into the room to stop him, but his bodyguard halted my advance. So I had no choice. I held him hostage with my blade and told him if he did not let me pass, then I would feed his manhood to the pigs. He refused to do so, so I stabbed him in the balls. Linda gazed in horror at Hans' words. He was just a little boy and yet he had acted so violently. More importantly, she was furious at the type of vulgar language he was using and was quick to condemn him. Hans, language. Upon seeing that his mother was furious, the boy put on a pitiful facade and apologized for his harsh words. I'm sorry, Mommy. Berenger sneered in disdain when he saw through the act of his errant child. However, he was more fascinated with the tale his son was spinning. He immediately inquired further about the topic. What happened next? Hans continued to meet his father's gaze as he outlined everything that had happened between him and Casimir. I was furious, so I decided to give that Slavic dog a personal reminder as to what happens when he dares to defy the Reich. After carving a smile on his face, I left with Veronica to seek medical treatment. Can you honestly say you would have done less if you were in my position? Berenger could not deny that he would have behaved any better if one of his women were targeted. As he reflected more on the incident, he realized it was highly likely that Casimir beat Veronica because she had refused his advances. It was because of this that he left out a heavy sigh before punishing his child for his violent behavior. Under these circumstances, I will confine you to your room until an investigation into the matter can be completed. If you are lying to me, you will be severely punished. If, however, you are telling the truth, I will be lenient. After all, a man must protect his woman from those who would harm her, and I will not fault you for acting in such a manner when I would have done worse. Hans smiled upon hearing his father's decision and bowed his head slightly before thanking him for his benevolence. You have my thanks, father. I promise that everything I have said is true, as you will find out soon enough. After saying this, the boy departed from the study and returned to his room. As for Berenger, he was left with a major headache while Linda was suffering from complex emotions. Upon learning the truth, she could not find fault with her son for his actions, but she still believed he went too far. Nevertheless, the boy had outsmarted both of them and used his father's nature against them. Berenger poured himself a proper drink into his skull chalice that he had not used in some time before commenting on the situation. That boy is too smart for his own good. Linda merely scoffed at her husband's remarks before inquiring about what their next move was. Obviously, we can't use the Grand Duchy of Moscow to deal with the Golden Horde now. What shall we do about this? Berenger took a large gulp from his whiskey before commenting on the situation. After everything that had happened, his plans for the future were now in ruin. He could only think of an alternative course of action. There have bound to be some loyalists to Casimir's late father in his court. We could use them to depose the boy and establish a new regime that is hellbent on the destruction of the Golden Horde. Either that, or we will have to focus our efforts on one of the other Rus states like Kiev or Novgorod. Linda remained silent as she reflected on everything that had occurred. She still could not believe her baby boy had reacted so viciously to the Grand Duke of Moscow and his military advisor. Perhaps Berengar's extreme nature was setting a poor example for her children. Despite this possibility, she still could not pin the blame on the man. In the end, she loved that aspect about Berenger and would not rebuke him for it. Berenger, on the other hand, had a goal in mind as he grasped hold of his wife's hand and comforted her. For now, we need to determine if what our son said is true or not. It should be a simple matter. Find Veronica and check on her condition. The boy said he had sought medical treatment for her. If she is in such poor condition, then she will be in Ewald's clinic. I want you to investigate this matter yourself. You're the only person I can trust to find the truth. Linda nodded her head before responding to Berengar's command. I will get right on it. After saying that, she kissed her man on the lips before departing from his study. It was only after she had left the room that he cursed Casimir for his foolish behavior. Stupid child, who do you think you are? Forcing yourself upon my ward. When I find out the truth of the matter, you will not be let off with a simple disfigurement. The boy was too lenient with you. He should have claimed your life. Thinking back on his past life, Berenger could not help but shake his head. At the end of the Second World War, the Red Army raped between 2 to 4 million German girls, an average of 60 times per girl. It was one of the greatest war crimes of the war, and nobody ever talked about it. Upon reflecting on this, he sighed and spoke his thoughts on the matter aloud. Some things never change. With this said, he formulated a plan for how to make an example of Casimir. As Berengar's ward, Veronica was under his protection, and not only did his guest from the east attempt to force himself on the girl, he had severely beaten her. Such a thing was a massive slap to the face of Berenger and the German Empire as a whole. This could not go unpunished. If Berenger let this matter go, the Reich would become a joke in the eyes of the East. He had decided that if the investigation revealed that Hans was speaking the truth, he would have the Grand Duke of Moscow castrated and sent to a labor camp for the rest of his miserable existence. A permanent disfigurement to the face was not the message Berenger wanted to send to the Russians. Instead, he wanted them to know the price of laying their hands on German girls, even if Veronica was technically Bohemian. Chapter 660, Rus Response. Weeks passed since the incident between Hans and Casimir. The matter was thoroughly investigated by Linda herself as well as Imperial intelligence. In the end, Hans' words were proven to be true. As a result, Berenger convicted the Grand Duke of Moscow with 1 count of attempted rape of a minor and 1 count of assault of a minor. In the end, Casimir was castrated and sentenced to life in prison, which meant he would spend the rest of his days in a labor camp. With this action, Berenger had proved to the people of Germany that even foreign monarchs were not above the law. Though he had proved in the past that the German nobility suffered the same penalties as the common people for the crimes they committed. This was the first major incident of a foreign monarch being condemned under German law. The Rus states were furious at such an action, and multiple kingdoms condemned Berenger because of it. In the end, he simply responded with a snarky remark about Germany being a sovereign nation that did not recognize diplomatic immunity. If you committed a crime in the Reich, no matter what your position in life, you would pay the price for your actions. As for Igor, he was being looked after until a time where he could be deported back to Moscow. He had suffered grievous wounds from the prince's blade and would never recover his reproductive abilities. Hans, on the other hand, was cleared of all wrongdoing. The reason was simple: he was a young boy who was protecting his fiancée from a would-be rapist. Such action was deemed by the German people as morally righteous, even if the Ministry of Propaganda had covered up the extent of what he had done. Berenger was now faced with a diplomatic crisis in the East. Despite being Orthodox and tied to the Byzantine Empire, the Rus states were now threatening diplomatic action against Berenger and the German Empire. The extent of what they planned to do was unknown. Regardless, it would appear his plans to utilize the Rus states to deal with the Golden Horde had been thoroughly crushed. Instead, there was talk among several of the larger Rus states into unification. If Germany could unite into a world power, then why couldn't they? This was easier said than done, and without German or Byzantine support, the Rus would have a hard time keeping up with the Western powers. Still, Berenger considered this a threat to national security and had tasked Imperial intelligence with the difficult job of hampering the process. Currently in the East, within the Novgorod Republic, a middle-aged man sneered in disdain as he read about what had happened between his nephew and Berenger. He could hardly believe that the child of his fearsome brother had behaved so recklessly. That German bastard Berenger the Accursed has mutilated my nephew and sentenced him to life imprisonment. This is not just a slap in the face to my house, but all the Russ. It is clear that a united Germany poses a threat to us all. In order to combat this eagle that rises in the west, we must unite together to fight against them. He placed the letter down on the table and gazed at the various men who were gathered. Many among them were leaders of the various Rus states. The man who said these words was Prince Vladimir, and he was the leader of the Novgorod Republic as well as the brother of the previous Grand Duke of Moscow. Despite acting furious, he was rather pleased with what Berenger had done to his nephew. Vladimir had only recently inherited the position of Prince of Novgorod after his brother's death, stealing it from his nephew Casimir. One of the reasons Casimir had gone to Germany was to procure arms, not just to defeat the Golden Horde but to take back the territory his uncle had stolen from him. As for Vladimir, despite approving of what Berenger had done to his nephew, he now used this incident as a means to unite the Rus states under his banner. The various leaders of the Rus states gazed at Vladimir with complicated expressions. Many of them were fearful of fighting against the German Empire. After all, they were previously in a coalition with the Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Golden Horde. They had seen what the Kingdom of Austria had done to those two powerhouses by themselves. Now that Germany had united under Austria's banner, it was not a simple matter to get on the bad side of the Reich. However, there were also those in support of Vladimir's ambitions. German propaganda had made the idea of uniting into a single empire popular, and it was because of this that many of the Rus states now desired a powerful empire of their own. As it stood, Novgorod was the most powerful Rus state, and due to its trading ties with northern Germany, they had become quite wealthy in recent years. Wealthy enough to fund a sizable army if they so desired. With the leaking of agricultural technology and early industrial tech such as the puddling furnace by the late Prince Decentius of the Byzantine Empire, the amount of food that could be grown in Novgorod had doubled in size. And because of this they were expecting a large population boom in the current generation. It was only a matter of time before they eclipsed their neighbors and established a Russian empire of their own. Thus, many of the men in the room were hesitant but not unwilling to form a Russian union. However, there was one man in particular who was completely against the idea, and that was the Grand Prince of Kiev, a young man by the name of Ivan. Due to the proximity of his realm to the German Empire, he had long since established ties with the Reich. Albeit he had never personally met with Berenger in person, however, his lover was a German spy, and though he did not realize this, she had been manipulating him recently to reject the idea of a unified Russia. With a frown on his face, he called out Vladimir for his ambitions. And who would lead this unified Russia? You? I object to the notion. First and foremost, you are a usurper who bribed the electors of your realm to place you into power instead of your nephew. Secondly, you say that a united Germany is a threat to all of us. Yet the reality of this situation is that Germany would only pose a threat to us if we first act against them. Casimir has been justly punished for his crimes, and since then the Kaiser has not made a single statement of hostility towards us. His only response to your condemnation of his actions was that his empire is a sovereign realm that does not recognize diplomatic immunity. Your nephew had broken German law during his stay in the empire and paid the price for it. I think you are inviting fear into this meeting because you simply wish to rule over us all. Vladimir was displeased with Ivan's response. The man had always been a thorn in his side, especially after he came to power as the Prince of Novgorod. He did not know why the Grand Prince of Kiev had decided to back the German Empire, but he was not going to let his ambitions fall into ruin because of this man. The only response he could come up with to counteract the man's claims was a personal insult. You know what I think, Ivan? I think you are afraid of Germany. You sit in your little principality and cower in fear of the Germans that exist close to your borders. You are not fit to rule over your people, let alone all the Rus. In response to this, Ivan snarled before calling the man out on his words. He knew from the beginning that Vladimir would slander him in this meeting and came prepared for it. If Germany was hellbent on invading our lands, as you suggest, then why has the Kaiser taken action to secure his borders? You live far away from the German Empire, so allow me to educate you on the reality of the situation. On their eastern borders, the Germans have long since begun construction of massive border fortifications with their strange technology. It is clear by these actions that they intend to be defensive and isolationist in nature. I have personally passed through the Grand Duchy of Vladimir and visited the German border on behalf of my neighbor. I have spoken with the soldiers there, and they have no ill intention of our land or people. You are stirring up trouble that none of us will be able to handle even if we united into a single empire. I know you grieve for your nephew, however I will not bear the cost of your warmongering, nor should the rest of you. Upon hearing this, many of the Rus leaders shifted their views towards Ivan's speech. If they united into a single empire, they would be giving up a lot, especially in regard to personal power and wealth, for little in terms of gains. The only real benefit was an increase in military power under a unified Russia. However, this paled in comparison to the armed forces of the German Empire, who were a dominant power in all of Europe. With this in mind, the discussion quickly broke down into petty squabbling. For now, the talks between the Rus states about unification had ended in disappointment to the ambitious Prince of Novgorod. Unknowingly, Berengar's influence had spread across Eastern Europe and was actively preventing a unification of the Russian Empire. For how long they could continue this subterfuge that was unknown. Chapter 661, The Gunther Merchant Company Part 2. A group of mercenaries sat on the deck of an Adela-class armored frigate while the banners of the German Empire swayed with the wind. Over a month had passed since Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein had given permission to the Gunther Merchant Company to form a private military corporation and the ability to establish a colony in the New World. The wealthy merchant had spared no time in securing the necessary people, ships, and equipment to begin colonization of an island in the region known as the Caribbean in Berengar's past life. The island in question was among the largest, if not the largest in the area, and in another world it was known by the name of Cuba. Here in this world it was ripe for conquest and settlement, and because of this, various men had gathered under the contract of the Gunther Merchant Company to claim the island for themselves. At the head of the vessel was the eldest son of Gunther, whose name was Henrik. Henrik was a tall and robust man who had lived his early years as a lowly peasant. Now he was the son of a business mogul and had all the wealth he could ever ask for. Despite this, he desired to step foot on the foreign soil that the German Empire had discovered in secret. The reasoning was simple: the spirit of adventure lived on in his heart. As with every young man in the Empire, Henrik had served his 4 years in one of the German military branches. It was because of this that his father had tasked him with leading this band of mercenaries to establish an agricultural settlement so that the Gunther Merchant Company could grow sugarcane and coffee, both of which were luxury items that the fatherland lacked the means to grow. The retired soldiers who stood aboard the deck were armed with G22 bolt-action rifles and 14-22 service revolvers. Rather than looking like some common rabble, these mercenaries wore distinctive uniforms that resembled those worn by the Austro-Hungarian army during the later portion of the Great War from Berengar's past life. Because they were entering the unknown, the company had purchased helmets and body armor previously only available to the Imperial Guard and issued them to the mercenaries. With 1916-style Stahlhelms on their heads and concealable plate carriers over their torso, there was no weapon in the enemy's arsenal that they needed to fear. Or so they thought. At the moment Henrik was gazing through his binoculars, searching for the first sight of land. He continued his search for some time before he noticed they were approaching the island that Anuria's crew had charted in recent months. With this in mind, he quickly gave orders to the soldiers on deck. "At the ready, men, we have almost arrived. I want the area secure the moment we touch the ground. Do not fire upon the natives unless they prove hostile. Though we come as conquerors, I would hope that we are able to take these lands with as little conflict as possible." The mercenaries nodded their heads in agreement. They did not want to risk their lives if it was necessary. They were here to do a job and get paid for it. If they did not have to fight, then they would not do so. Soon, the ships pulled into the bay and dropped their anchors where they let out the landing craft so that the German mercenaries could land on the soil of the unnamed island. It was quite a sight to behold as 5 armored frigates and several Dominion-class ocean liners sat in the bay, dropping their landing craft into the water, which contained dozens of soldiers on each boat. Naturally, such a large gathering of foreigners did not go unnoticed by the natives, who gazed upon the strange pale-skinned men with curiosity. It did not take long for the first rowboat to hit the shore, where Henrik stepped onto the sandy beach with his revolver in one hand and an infantry sword in the other. Though he wanted to avoid violence, he was well prepared to engage in it should such a thing be necessary. A group of locals gathered at the beach as they gazed upon the men dressed in strange uniforms who were holding strange weapons. They did not know what to say about this situation. Henrik immediately stepped forward, surrounded by his soldiers, as he tried to make contact with the natives. "We come from across the Atlantic Ocean. The German Empire now stakes its claim on this land." Naturally, the native Caribbeans did not have the slightest clue what the Germans were saying and were surprised when a soldier came up with a flagpole and stuck it in the soil. The meaning of flags were completely lost to such a primitive tribal society, and they could not fathom the idea of these strangers coming to their homes and declaring themselves in charge. Immediately, an elder of the nearest village came out and presented gifts to the foreign men. They were nothing more than primitive jewelry made of beads, but the gesture was enough to convince the Germans that these people weren't hostile. Upon seeing this, Henrik smiled and accepted the token of friendship before giving out a gift of his own. He reached into his rucksack and pulled out a ration of canned chicken and handed it to the elderly woman. The rations that these mercenaries were equipped with were some of the best products that the Gunther Merchant Company offered. Just earlier this afternoon, the crew of the vessel that Henrik dwelled on had dined upon a meal of buffalo chicken pasta, which was made by the chefs on board using mostly canned and bottled foods. The elder of the local tribe gazed upon the canned chicken with interest before opening its tab and revealing the pre-cooked poultry within. Upon smelling the substance, she dared to take a bite, and after tasting the juicy meat, a smile spread across her face before nodding her head in approval. She said some words in her native tongue to her people, and with that friendship had been established between the two foreign populations. Of course, if the natives of the island knew the Germans had come here for conquest and settlement, they likely would have resisted from the beginning. Unfortunately, they did not know this, and because of this lack of communication, they invited the German soldiers to stay with them. Henrik was pleased that the locals proved to be friendly, and thus he took them up on their offer, using the beachhead and the nearby village as a staging point for the development of their settlement. He quickly got to work giving out orders for the establishment of a proper fortress for the German mercenaries to live in. The German mercenaries did not hesitate to get to work. They were being paid to do a job, and many of the engineers and builders they had brought with them began establishing the first German settlement on the island. It was a primitive wooden fortress in the shape of a star fort. They did not have the stone nor mortar to build anything complex like Berenger had done in Berensstadt. It would take several days before the fortress was complete. In the meantime, Henrik would work on teaching the locals his language and learning theirs so that he could communicate effectively with them. It was a long and difficult process to learn a new language completely from scratch, especially if there was no direct translation of the new language you were learning. However, following Berengar's example in the New World, Henrik quickly found a way to communicate by pointing to objects and saying the word in German while learning the native word for it. He was more than happy to share the goods of his father's company with the locals. In doing so, he gave them a taste of the convenience the empire had to offer. The lead ship of the Gunther Merchant Company would use its radio telegraph on board to communicate with the fatherland, informing them that they had landed on the large island and made contact with the natives. This one ship would remain in the bay while the others returned to the fatherland to ferry more men and supplies over to the new colony. Gunther had spent a great expense to establish this colony, and he had no plans to give up on it now that it was finally being started. The man would frequently come into contact with Berenger and personally inform the Kaiser about the settlement's development. For the time being, the German Empire had peaceful ties with another native group. Something that could not be said about the settlement of New Swabia. As for Berenger, he had more important matters to attend to at the moment and left the development of the newest colony completely up to Gunther. The fate of the natives were entirely in the hands of the agricultural tycoon and his young son. Chapter 662, Killing a Traitor. Itami Ryo held the hilt of her blade in her hand with a fierce grip. The katana she wielded was made from Tamahagane steel using modern smithing techniques to ensure that all the impurities were removed. A famous swordsmith in the heartland of Japan, who was said to be a descendant of the legendary swordsmith Masamune, had manufactured the sword specifically for her. Though the albino beauty rarely engaged in combat due to the fact that she was a woman and was naturally weaker than the male warriors she fought against, she currently used all the skills she had as she slashed at the unarmored waist of an enemy soldier. The fine steel blade of her katana cut diagonally into the man's unarmored torso, revealing his rib cage as it effortlessly cut through his heart. The army, loyal to the newfound Itami shogunate, had bombarded the city of Naniwa for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the 4th day, the traitor known as Shimeza Takatami revealed himself. The moment he did so, a bloody battle ensued where Ryo was now caught in the middle of. Initially, the battle had begun with the exchange of matchlock fire, resulting in large casualties on the Shimeza clan's side. Though her enemies had matchlocks, they did not know the proper tactics to use them. Inspired by her time in West Point, Itami Ryo made use of line tactics to effectively gun down her enemy. Eventually, the woman ran out of patience and charged into the fray with her blade in hand as she led her warriors to the front, where she and her elite samurai now clashed with the rebels. An oncoming spear thrust itself towards the young woman. However, it merely glanced off of her Tozai Gasoku before she cut the man's neck with her blade. The man collapsed to the floor as he struggled to stop the bleeding, but it was no use. He was already a dead man. Upon seeing another one of his retainers fall to the blade of the albino woman, Shimeza Takatami called out to her in an attempt to enrage the young woman who now claimed to be shogun of Japan. "You bitch! If you had just agreed to my proposal, none of this would be happening. I will forgive you if you surrender and present yourself to me." Ryo's only response was to snarl like a beast as she cut away at a nearby Ishigaru who put up the best fight possible against the female warlord. However, in the end he was driven back and stabbed through the gut. There were only a few men between her and her target, and Ryo intended to claim the rebel's head. Working alongside her greatest warriors, the front line protecting the rebel general began to collapse as the samurai used their yari and katana to slaughter the enemy. A sense of overwhelming dread began to take hold of Takatame's heart as he gazed upon the woman he loved so mercilessly cut down his soldiers. He could not believe she had marched so swiftly just to claim his life. After all, there were plenty of other rebels she had to worry about. Why was he the target of her fury? This woman seriously never knew when to quit. Such tenacity was unladylike. He now questioned what he had ever seen in such a ferocious woman. However, Ryo did not care about his opinions. Instead, she howled like a banshee as she called out the traitor's name. "Takata-messen, I am coming for you." This response sent chills down the man's spine. However, what was more terrifying was after saying this, she cut down another man who was in between her and her target. In doing so, she had positioned herself in a perfect position to strike. The rebel general panicked and quickly withdrew his blade from its saya. He could not help but feel defeated as he gazed into the blood-red eyes of the beautiful woman who sought to kill him. It didn't have to be this way, Itamisima. However, the woman was not in the mood to talk and quickly slashed at the man who was once one of her closest advisors. As if she could see nothing but red, the woman charged at the man in a berserker frenzy, forcing him on the backstep. Though her skill in the blade was exceptional, her speed and strength were lacking relative to a man. It was because of this that the traitor could quickly regain his composure and drove Ryo back into her own lines. This only made Ryo more furious as she counterattacked by withdrawing her wakizashi and fighting with 2 blades against her opponent. Each strike was perfectly positioned as if it were going to tear the man's limbs off. Slowly but surely, cuts began to accumulate in the less armored areas of her opponent's body. With every drop of blood spilled, the man became more feeble. In an act of desperation, Takatomi slashed at the woman's hand, and though it did not get through her thick armor, it knocked her wakizashi away from her, forcing Ryo to fight with only her katana once more. Despite his best efforts, Takatomi could not rally forth his soldiers to defend him as they were too busy dealing with the samurai beneath Ryo's command. With a smug smirk on her face, the young shogun taunted her prey. "What's the matter, Takatomi-san? You can't handle a woman in single combat? You truly are pathetic. Maybe if you spent more time focusing on the sword instead of on your concubines, you might have stood a chance against me. You were half the man your father was and not even close to being worthy of me." Such an insult to the man's honor was unforgivable. Despite the massive wounds that had accumulated all over his body, he charged forth with all his strength in an attempt to end Ryo's life with one swift decapitating blow. However, the sly woman knew exactly what he was planning and evaded his strike while bringing her blade through the unarmored portion of the man's waist. For a second it appeared as if he was unharmed, that is, until he stumbled and fell to his knees, his guts spilling all over the floor. By now Ryo knew she had won, and she regained her composure as she stared coldly at the man who had started a rebellion because he was rejected. A single phrase escaped her pretty lips as she brought the sword down on the man's neck. "Not even worth your weight in piss." Those were the last words that Shimauza Takatomi heard as his head was severed from his neck. Having slain her enemy, Itami Ryo slashed her blade into the air, splashing the blood that slaked her blade onto the ground below. Having done this, she sheathed her sword and stood back as the soldiers beneath the fallen traitor's command crumbled without their leader. The woman grabbed hold of the severed head that belonged to the rebel general and held it high in the air as she made her declaration of victory. "The traitor is dead. Long live the Itami shogunate." Those who still resisted quickly dropped their weapons as they realized their leader had been slain. Without the support of a major daimyo, they were mere ronin at best, or simple peasants forced to wield the spear at the worst. Many of the samurai who belonged to Takatomi's faction wanted to commit seppuku at that moment. That is, until Ryo raised her voice once more. "Many of you have fought alongside me before, and though you betrayed me because of your master, he is now dead, and yet I am still here. Swear your loyalty to me, the new shogun, and I will spare your lives. In fact, I will reward you for your loyalty as you fight for me against my many enemies. Nobody here can say that I am a poor ruler. Your master raised his sword in rebellion because I rejected his marriage proposal. He was weak, and the fact that he lost to me in single combat proves this. Join me, and together we will create a new empire, one that is unrivaled in this world." Though her words were harsh, there was hope in them, and this hope inspired those who had previously lifted their swords in rebellion to kneel before the woman and swear their loyalty to her. After all, she had led her forces to squash the Ashikaga shogunate and now crush the Shimauza clan. It was only now they realized the height of their folly. With this victory, Itami Ryo would incorporate what remained of the Shimauza clan into her domain. She would use them as the shock troops in her war against the other rebels. Her plan was simple: crush the rebellion, establish absolute authority, and then invade Hokkaido. However, she had only made one small step towards this destiny, and for the time being she still had many enemies to face. Chapter 663. Time flies by. While Itami Ryo engaged in a campaign to destroy those who rebelled against her newfound power, Berenger was focused on the development of his empire. The first hydroelectric dam was being constructed, which would soon provide electricity to the city of Kufstein. As for the rest of the empire, it was rapidly modernizing in its industrial and agricultural capacities. By now, animal power had largely been replaced on farms with steam-powered tractors, and the cities were under reconstruction to allow for modern amenities like plumbing and other major conveniences. There were even magnificent statues made in the form of German heroes that had existed as cultural attractions. Soon, all the German cities would be as advanced as its capital. Before he knew it, months had passed, and Berenger received a report on his desk about the ongoing crusades. After achieving initial success in Acre, the Crusader armies had landed tens of thousands of more troops and targeted other major locations within the Holy Land. Surprised by the power that the Catholic kingdoms possessed, the Timurid and Byzantine empires launched a counterattack. At the moment, the war was in a stalemate, with a series of protracted sieges taking place across the Holy Land. Despite this, Emperor Vitranes did not officially request support from his allies. Instead, he maintained trade with the German Empire to ensure that his soldiers were equipped with the best weapons and armor that money could buy. Initially, he would have faced resistance from the opposing factions in his court, but the threat of the Crusades was too much to bear, and thus for the first time in a long time the Doves, Hawks, and neutral powers united to buy the weapons and training they needed to defeat their enemy. The idea was to hold their ground for as long as possible and then dispatch several advanced armies to wipe out the Crusader forces. The Timurid Empire, on the other hand, had also opened up trade with the German Empire, realizing that its forces were obsolete compared to the Crusaders and their Byzantine allies. They were desperate for as many firearms, cannons, and munitions that they could gain. The new year was approaching, and Berengar's wives and his mistress had all given birth to healthy children. Currently they were recuperating, and because of this, Hema had taken over temporarily as the acting head of Imperial Intelligence. This left Berenger in a state of reprieve from his wife's drama but also a sense of irritation as he no longer had anyone to play with in his spare time. During this time, the Gunther Merchant Company had established a colony named Backerhafen. Backer being Gunther's surname. The colony got along well with the natives, achieving another peaceful relationship with the local population and had incorporated them as a means of cheap labor. Because the natives of the island did not understand modern currency, they had been given food and superior living conditions in exchange for their labor. Much like the practice Arnulf had started in New Vienna. As for the colony of New Swabia, Emmerich continued to wage war with the locals in a brutal campaign to establish German domination over the region. Eventually, the locals had enough of their destruction and sued for peace. Under the direction of Berenger, a local refuge was established for the various tribes in the region currently known as the Adelheim Mountains and acted as a reservation for the surviving native populace. Meanwhile, Emmerich conquered the surrounding regions and incorporated them into his territory of New Swabia. In the settlement of Barenstadt, the colony had thrived and expanded into several smaller coastal settlements. As per the agreements with the Aztec Empire, Berenger could establish several colonies across the coastline of the region once known as Mesoamerica. The German Empire's colonies had expanded and influenced the local populations. Though the Aztecs had lost many of their more savage cultural practices, their German suzerains who commonly traded with the local empire and interacted with the locals had influenced them in many aspects. German soldiers stationed in the nearby colonies were especially popular among the Aztec women as they had a close physical resemblance to one of their most important deities. Berenger had to respond to this by reminding his soldiers that the natives of the New World may have STDs and that any man who contracted one would remain in the colony indefinitely, unable to return to the fatherland and spread the diseases they had gained during deployment. Despite his warning, several of his soldiers fell prey to syphilis, and because of Berengar's actions, he successfully prevented it from returning to Germany. Currently, Berenger was relaxing in his office after a hard day's work. In his hands was a report from his chemistry department. Aldo von Passo had discovered the means to create smokeless powder via experimentation with cellulose, which he got via the massive surplus of hemp that Berengar's farms grew. In this letter, the man went to great lengths to describe the chemical process to create smokeless powder and had experimented so much he was able to create a double-base powder formed by mixing nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose. Nitrocellulose was created via a mixture of nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and cellulose and was a key component in the formation of gunpowder. Berengar's interests weren't in chemistry but the practical aspects of smokeless powder. With this report, he now had the means to create more advanced firearms and artillery. Though it would be some time before he could produce such weapons in large numbers, this meant that he would soon have repeating firearms in his army and proper machine guns. However, he did not immediately get to work on designing the new weapons as there was no point until he had enough smokeless powder to supply them. Instead, he approved the spending of whatever resources Aldo von Passa and his team of chemists needed to mass-produce the material. Berenger estimated that by the time he finally defeated the Catholic Church, which he knew would occur directly after their crusade to the Holy Land was over, regardless as to whether or not they won, that he would have enough smokeless powder stockpile to begin producing more modern weapons. Thus, he took a swig of a drink to celebrate as a knock resounded on his door. His brow raised in curiosity as he heard the sound and answered it with an affectionate tone in his voice. "It's open." The door opened slightly to reveal the appearance of Yasmin, who had a troubled expression on her face. When Berenger saw this, he immediately sat up straight and took a more serious approach to the conversation that was about to take place. Yasmin handed a letter over to her husband which contained the details that were causing her so much distress. She sat down and sighed heavily as she grabbed hold of Berengar's chalice and took a sip from it without his permission. Berenger read the letter, and he too became sighed heavily in defeat before expressing his thoughts on the matter. "Is your brother an idiot?" The Princess of Alandalis wore a bitter smile as she nodded to her husband. "What do you think?" Berenger snatched his drink away from his wife and took a big gulp before quickly refilling the chalice. He could not believe the man was behaving so foolishly. He struggled to find the words to properly scold the absent man. Ultimately, it was Yasmin who spoke up on his behalf. What the hell is he thinking? He has finally unified Iberia under his rule and he thinks now is the perfect time to invade Morocco? He does realize that there are protests all across his newfound sultanate, right? If he mobilizes his forces into North Africa, the Christians beneath his rule will revolt and he will lose much of the ground he has gained thanks to your help. According to the letter, Hassan had gotten into a petty squabble with the ruler of Morocco and decided to declare war against him. Why? Because he knew he would win the conflict thanks to the superior army he had. Of course, he failed to consider the internal strife that would occur the moment he moved his troops out of the cities and into another continent. Berenger wore a bitter expression as he made a joke at Yasmin's expense. "I'm starting to regret marrying you." The woman giggled when she heard this, knowing that her husband wasn't serious. It was because of this she decided to play along and hear his reasoning. "Oh? Why is that?" Berenger sighed once more while he revealed the thoughts on his mind. "I realize now that I'm going to be cleaning up your brother's messes for the rest of my life." Yasmin could hardly contain herself and ended up breaking into a fit of laughter. Did Berenger not realize how foolish her brother was when he married her? It was amusing that he was only realizing this now. However, Berenger had more important concerns on his mind. Well, it's too late now to stop your brother. I must contact Adelbrand as soon as possible. The man has been in Iberia too long. It is time for him to return to the fatherland. I will allow him to choose a replacement who will be in charge of maintaining the peace in Iberia while your brother marches into Morocco like a fool. Yasmin was entertained by Berengar's response as she raised her brow in curiosity before asking the question on her mind. You're still going to help him? In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before replying to his wife's question. Of course, I can't let Iberia collapse after all the blood, sweat and tears I have poured into it over the years. It appears once more German troops will be involved in Iberia. A pretty smile formed on Yasmin's lips as she leaned over and kissed her husband before whispering in his ear. Thank you for helping my idiot of a little brother. I will properly repay you later when I am feeling better. Berenger smiled and spoke a simple phrase when he heard this remark. I look forward to it. With that said, Berenger had once more invested a large amount of German forces into Iberia. The measly peacekeeping forces he had sent were not enough to maintain the Al-Fadl dynasty's control over the region. Chapter 664, A New Generation of Army Equipment. With the invention of smokeless powder, Berenger now had the opportunity to create new weapons, and though these weapons could not be mass-produced for many months, the earlier he designed them and tested them, the better it was. These were no mere single-shot firearms. There were many components that went into a repeating firearm, and each part had to be thoroughly tested in order for the weapon to be deemed serviceable. It wasn't a simple matter of drawing up blueprints and putting them into action like he had done in the past. Weapons like these took time to reach perfection. The first thing Berenger needed to do was design new cartridges for use in service, and immediately two designs came to mind. The 7.92 by 57mm Mauser cartridge would be used for future rifles and machine guns. This cartridge was more commonly referred to as the 8mm Mauser in his past life. Since the Mauser brothers weren't around in this time to develop the cartridge, Berenger had simply referred to it as the 7.92 by 57mm Gür cartridge. The 7.92 by 57mm cartridge used a 7.92mm Spitzer-shaped bullet with a 57mm rimless bottleneck brass case that used a double-base smokeless powder. For his newest caliber, Berenger intended to use simple copper-jacketed lead projectiles. Among the myriad of new chemical advancements coming out of the Kufstein chemistry department every year was the invention of lead stiffenate, which is used to make superior, non-corrosive primers. Because of this, Berenger designed these new cartridges to use new and improved primers. As for the second ammunition, it was designed with pistols in mind, and later, when he finally got around to it, submachine guns. For now, such weapons would simply be overkill, and he wanted to ensure his soldiers were first equipped with the new rifles. This cartridge continued to see us well into the time of Julian's death, and because of this, he was extremely familiar with reloading it. The 9x19mm Parabellum was the most common pistol cartridge of Berengar's past life and had seen service since before the Great War. It was a simple 9mm copper-jacketed, lead projectile with a 19mm rimless tapered case. Such a round was powerful enough to put down humans, and with +P hollow-point ammunition could easily stop someone who was hopped up on drugs. It was also lightweight and had minimal recoil. The first weapon Berenger designed was the replacement for the current issue single-shot, black powder, bolt-action rifle referred to as the G22 in this timeline. It was once known as the Mauser 1871 in Berengar's past life and was the primary weapon of the Imperial German Army until it was replaced by the Gür 1888. This rifle would continue to serve in Berengar's army for another year, at least. Though eventually it would be replaced by the rifle Berenger had in mind. The basis for the new Gür 25, or G25 for short, was the Gür 1898 from Berengar's past life. More specifically, the G98M, which was a variant that was retrofitted during the Spanish Civil War by German factories and provided to the nationalists as a form of military aid. It also saw limited service in the ranks of the Waffen-SS and the Volkssturm during World War II. The biggest difference between the G98 and the G98M was the improved iron sights, which resemble those used on the K98K. There were also some other minor changes, but they were hardly noticeable at first glance. The G98M was fed by 5-round stripper clips into an internal magazine. It used a robust 3-lug bolt design that could easily handle the pressures of the 8mm cartridge and was considered by many in Berengar's past life as the pinnacle of bolt-action design. The major difference between Berengar's G25 and the G98M was the inclusion of an Arasaka-style dust cover, which prevented dirt, mud, and debris from entering the action. This would be especially useful in trench warfare, which Berenger planned to widely use until a time where he could mechanize his army. The bayonet design for the rifle was based on the Seitengewehr 9805, which was used by German troops in the Great War of Berengar's past life. It was a long, hefty blade-style bayonet which was commonly referred to as the butcher blade because of its size and appearance. Aside from the G25 infantry rifle, Berenger decided to replace the old 1422 service revolver with a new semi-automatic pistol. Semi-automatic fire could only be reliably used with smokeless powder, which was the reason he had not implemented such weapons until this point. The pistol Berenger had in mind was none other than the Luger P08. Why the Luger when there were other, better, later designs he could pick from? The reason for this was the simple fact that there was no pistol more iconically German than the Luger. It was true that the Luger used an outdated and absurdly expensive to manufacture toggle lock design to function. However, it was reliable and in Berengar's honest opinion, it looked cool. The Luger was one of his favorite guns, and though he knew how they functioned, he had never been able to obtain one in his past life. The Luger fed from an 8-round detachable magazine and was iconic as the primary German sidearm in World War II movies, despite the Walther P38 being more prominent in actual history. Aside from these weapons, Berenger designed another weapon to be used by his infantry. The MG-25, as it would become known in this life, was based upon the Vickers machine gun used by British forces in both World Wars. The Vickers was nothing more than an improved Maxim machine gun, which was used by practically every major army in the Great War, including that of the German Empire. It was a water-cooled, belt-fed machine gun of substantial reliability and durability. The only problem this weapon had was its weight. It could not be easily moved and had to be operated by a crew of men. This was not a concern to Berenger, as he intended for these machine guns to be used in static positions. The reason the Vickers were an improvement over the Maxim was because the action of the gun was flipped upside down, allowing it to be smaller and lighter weight. Aside from this, it functioned almost exactly the same as a standard Maxim that the Germans and Russians used. In history, this weapon was serviced with a cloth belt that held the ammunition. This was the biggest weakness of the Vickers, as when it got wet or coated with filth, it caused reliability issues. The Russians would later develop a metallic belt for their Maxim M1910S, and Berenger intended to use a similar feeding system. The last major weapon system that Berenger designed to replace his current weaponry was a set of new artillery pieces modeled after the 7.5 cm FK-16 Na, which was used by the Germans in World War II. This artillery piece was essentially an improvement on the World War I era 7.7 cm FK-16. It utilized a 75 mm high explosive shell which Berengar's forces currently used and was equipped with a superior hydropneumatic recoil system. Berengar's current field guns had no recoil mechanism. Because of this, every time they were fired, the artillery crew would have to reset the guns. With the hydropneumatic recoil system, the gun would maintain its position much better after being fired, allowing for quicker follow-up shots. Aside from this, it still operated with a horizontal sliding block mechanism. Berenger also designed a scaled-up version of this gun in 10 cm, which utilized a 105 by 504 mmR separate loading case charge. He would refer to both of these artillery pieces as the 7.5 cm FK-25 and the 10 cm K-25 field guns. Aside from these weapons, Berenger also designed new uniforms for his soldiers based on those used by the Germans during the latter portion of the Great War of his past life. With all of these innovations, his army would be on a technological level of Germany during World War I, and he would not need to innovate with new weapons for the foreseeable future. Or so he thought. After all, Berenger had no idea that a new rival was appearing in the Far East, and if he did not stay ahead of the game, he might soon fall behind. Because of this, Berenger sat back with a nice cold beer and finalized his blueprints before sending them to the Kufstein Royal Armory to begin testing. It would be a long time before these weapons would enter service. After finishing his work for the day, a knock resounded on his door, and before he could even respond, it opened to reveal Anuria. She had recently given birth to a second child, a younger sister to the boy Alexandros. Berenger had named the girl Helena, and Anuria was unusually spry despite being in recovery. She had a smile on her face as she shoved a map onto Berengar's desk, which revealed a new discovery her crew had made during her absence. Having received full funding from the German Empire, the crew of explorers and privateers went around the world looking for the fatherland to colonize. They had been the first Westerners to sail to the bottom of Africa, where they discovered a land rich in resources that was ripe for the taking. With an emphatic smile on her face, Anuria posed a question to her husband. "What do you think about colonizing southern Africa?" Chapter 665, Family Drama Part 1. Berenger stared at the map on the table that his third wife Anuria had presented to him. It was a rough chart of the coastline that belonged to the region known as South Africa during his previous life. While he had given Anuria and her crew permission to sail across the world and explore unknown regions, he had no idea that they had made their way to the southernmost end of Africa. Having already established a series of colonies across the Americas, the time was ripe to begin the colonization of a new continent. After all, Africa was a land of vast resources, and during this time, the southernmost tip was sparsely populated. A wicked smile curved itself upon Berengar's lips as he gazed towards yet another region rich in gold. He was extremely excited at the prospect of conquering the land and making its riches his own. "Very well, I will organize an expedition so that we may explore the region and claim it for ourselves. After all, things are certainly progressing smoothly in the New World. It is time to stake our claim elsewhere." Anuria nodded with a pretty smile on her face. She was happy to see that her husband had the same mindset as she did. After a few moments, she inquired further about the expedition that Berenger had in mind. How many troops shall we bring? How many vessels? How long will we stay there? Do you think we will see anything interesting? Berenger waited for the woman to calm down before he explained his plans for this major expedition. I think a single brigade should be enough to compel any locals to kneel before our might. As for vessels, a small fleet of 5 warships and 10 cargo vessels will suffice. I hear our shipyards in the Mediterranean are producing a fine number of the new Dominion-class vessels. However, for a venture of this size, we will still have to rely on some of the old clippers. Honoria nodded her head upon hearing the massive size of the expedition. As for Berenger, he did not plan to set out for at least another 2 months. To him, there were important things that needed to be done in the fatherland. Another venture so soon after his newest batch of children was born was not the best idea. Thus he conveyed these thoughts as Honoria was getting way too excited for her own good. We will not depart for another 2 months or so. After all, you still need to recuperate from childbirth, and I have many matters I must attend to. So be patient. The time will come for us to set sail soon enough. Such a lackluster response caused the young woman to pout like a child, but ultimately she accepted it. Though her crew of privateers was enough to explore unknown regions, it was not enough to conquer or settle them. Because of this, she could not act rashly without the support of the German crown. Fine. Berenger immediately noticed that this result had displeased his wife. In response, he scolded the woman for the lack of care she had shown to her offspring. You should spend some time with Alexandros and Helena. You are a mother, and yet you have left the raising of your son up to Linda until now. Perhaps you should spend some quality time with the boy and your newborn daughter. Such a response shocked Honoria, as she had never really thought about her lack of presence in her son's life. She had always been on one adventure or another since she first gave birth to the boy, much like her husband. It was true that she left the majority of her son's care up to Linda. Upon thinking about this, she nodded her head and took Berengar's suggestion to heart. I will do that then. After saying this, Honoria left Berenger to continue his work and traveled around the palace looking for her young son. When she finally found him, she noticed Alexandros was playing with his half-brother Christopher, who was roughly the same age as him. She quietly observed the 2 boys who were spending their free time playing as soldiers around the house. She thought it was extremely cute that her son was dressed in a little German army uniform while wielding toy guns that mimicked their real steel counterparts. Alexandros pointed his toy revolver towards his brother and called out to the boy after pretending to fire a shot. Bang! I got you, Chris. The blonde-haired child immediately fell to the floor while playing dead. Meanwhile, Alexandros blew the imaginary smoke out of his toy revolver while cursing the imaginary enemy. Filthy barbarian. Despite being the son of Princess Honoria and a member of the Paleologos dynasty, the boy played the part of a German soldier fighting against a barbarian which took the form of a Catholic knight. After playing dead for a while and allowing Alexandros to have his victory scene, Christopher rose from his position with a look of envy in his eyes. No fair, Alex. You have been playing as Germany all day, it is my turn. Despite Christopher's protests, Alexandros did not change his mind. Instead, he argued with his half-brother about who should play as the Germans. These are the rules. I get to be the German and you get to be the barbarian. Such an outlandish remark deeply upset Christopher, whose cheeks were now red with fury. While curling his fists, the boy called out to his brother and insulted his heritage to his face. That's not fair. Both of my parents are German, but you're a half-breed. If anyone should be the barbarian, it is you. Clearly Christopher knew how to get on Alexandros' nerves because the boy immediately dropped the toy gun and charged at his brother with his fists raised. Neither of the 2 boys had properly learned how to fight, yet aside from wrestling with their older brother. Because of this, it turned into a comical fight as both sides basically grabbed onto each other and rolled around on the ground. Alexandros was screaming the entire time. Take it back. Take it back. I am not a half-breed. Honoria's heart nearly broke when she saw her son being picked on for being half-Roman. She immediately broke the 2 apart and tried to settle their differences. While lecturing Christopher for his errant words. Alexandros, Christopher, you are brothers. You shouldn't be fighting like this. Christopher, it is not polite to refer to your brother as a half-breed. Apologize immediately. However, Christopher refused to relent on this issue and immediately fired back at Honoria. Shut up. You're not my mom. So what if I call him a half-breed? It's true, isn't it? This statement took Honoria by surprise. She clutched her wounded heart as she heard the boy insist she was not his mother. Though Christopher was not her biological child, she had always treated Berengar's other children as her own, so why was the boy being so vicious to her? Meanwhile, Alexandros was still trying to claw his way towards his brother with a fierce glare in his eyes. Screw you. I'm not half-breed. I'm a proud German. The fact that her own son would reject his Roman heritage added further insult to injury as Honoria fell into a state of depression. Had she really neglected her son so much that he wanted nothing to do with her family line? Ultimately, the commotion between the 2 boys caught the interest of Berengar's other wives, with Adela and Linda arriving at the scene with shocked expressions. Adela glared at the scuffed appearance of the 2 boys and immediately inquired about what had transpired. What's going on here? Why are they like this? Anuria struggled to hold back the tears in her eyes as she attempted to explain the situation to her husband's other wives. They got into a fight because Christopher called Alexandros a half-breed. This caused a state of confusion in Adela's mind as she did not understand why that would cause Anuria's son to behave so violently. It was the truth after all. However, Linda had a rough idea of what was going on in Alexandros' head. The truth was that Linda had always been the maternal figure for Alexandros, going so far as to call him her precious baby boy like she did all of Berengar's sons. In fact, Anuria had seldom been a part of her son's life and had left every part of his raising up to Linda. Anuria only really showed up in the boy's life occasionally when she was returning from an adventure. When she did, she usually came bearing presents, but then would immediately spend as much time as possible with her husband. Because of this, the moment Linda entered the scene, Alexandros ran towards her and hugged her tightly while sobbing. "Mommy, Christopher is being mean to me. He called me a half-breed." Upon seeing such a thing, Anuria's heart nearly shattered. Even though she had been the one to separate the boys, her own son did not make a single attempt to confide in her and instead called another woman mommy while crying in her bosom. Linda had a perplexed expression on her face as she tried to comfort the boy and hand him off to his biological mother. "Alexandros, you know I love you as if you were one of my own sons, but you should be with your actual mother right now. You know Anuria is the one who brought you into this world, right?" Alexandros stared at Linda in disbelief before setting his gaze on Anuria, who looked like she was about to cry. It was true that he and that woman shared the same hair and eye color, but he had never thought of her as a mother, more like an aunt who visited on occasion. To find out that Anuria was his actual mother shattered the boy's entire perspective. At his age, Alexandros was too immature to accept the truth and instead further dug his head into Lindy's bosom and denied reality. "No. Linda is my mommy." Upon hearing this, Anuria could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and cried profusely. She could not stand the sight of her own son calling another woman mommy and fled from the scene in haste. Linda tried to call out to the woman, but it was no use. She was already gone. "Anuria, wait." Ultimately, Linda was left to look after Alexandros and patch things up between him and his brother. Anuria, on the other hand, ran off to the palace gardens where she wept like a child. The only one to keep her company was her oldest friend, Heraclius, who had flown by her side when he realized something was wrong. Chapter 666, Family Drama Part 2. Berenger was hard at work signing away documents when a knock resounded on his door. He was slightly perturbed when he heard this and immediately rejected the idea of entertaining someone. "Not now. I'm busy." However, the voice that called out to him belonged to his wife Linda, and because of this, he immediately shifted his attitude, especially when he heard the concern in the woman's voice. "Berenger, I'd hate to bother you when you're busy, but this is pretty important. Do you mind opening up?" In response to this, Berenger sighed before getting up from his seat and walking towards the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to see that his wife was holding a crying child in her arms. Perplexed by such a strange scene, Berenger grabbed hold of the boy and tried to calm him, all while inquiring with Linda as to what had transpired. "What happened? Why is he like this?" The boy did not stop crying and instead filled Berengar's tunic with his tears. Linda sighed heavily as she explained what had just happened moments ago between his two sons. "Apparently, he got into a fight with your son, Christopher, who called him a half-breed. Alexandros appears to be under the delusion that I am his biological mother." In between his sobs, Alexandros muttered some words which Berenger could barely hear. "It's not true. I'm not a half-breed." Just when he was about to scold his son for his actions, Linda revealed another interesting piece of information. "Berenger, he made his mother cry. I'm going to go search for Anuria and try to comfort her. You should tell your son the truth." Such news caused Berenger to be slightly infuriated as he nodded his head in silence, signaling the red-headed beauty that she could leave. Once he was alone with his son, Berenger glared at the boy and spoke to him in a stern tone. "Just what did you do to make your mother cry?" Such overwhelming authority immediately caused the boy to stop his crying and gaze at his father with a defiant expression. "She's not my mother. Linda is my mommy." Upon hearing this response, Berenger had the urge to slap the boy. Instead, he took a moment to calm down with a deep breath before revealing the truth to the boy. "Of course, Linda is your mommy, just like Adela, Yasmin, and Henrietta are as well. However, you know Anuria is your actual mother, right? You are blessed with 5 mommies, each of them cares for you as their own child. However, Anuria is the one who brought you into this world. You need to apologize to your mother and make this right." Alexandros gazed up at his father with a perplexed expression. He could barely comprehend what his father was telling him. "If Anuria is my mother, then why has Linda raised me?" Berenger sighed in response to this before reaching into his ice chest and grabbing out a pitcher of milk, which he poured a glass for the two of them. After doing so, he handed 1 cup to his son while drinking from his own. It was only after he and Alexandros had become more comfortable did Berenger tell his story. "You can't blame your mother for being absent in your life. It's actually my fault. You see, when your mother was a young girl, she was held captive by her family, never being allowed to leave the palace. She escaped from that life at a young age and made a perilous journey here to Kufstein. I looked after your mother for some time, and eventually the two of us fell in love. She made me promise I would grant her freedom so that she could explore the world that her parents kept her hidden from. Since that day I have done my best to keep that promise, however it has been at your expense. The moment she had you I should have put my foot down and forced her to raise you as a responsible mother. However, Linda was more than happy to take over that role for Anuria, and because of that I felt at ease, ignoring the consequences such a thing would have on you. After all, I wasn't there for you or your siblings like I should have been. However, that's going to change now. As you know, I have been taking weekends off to spend time with you and your siblings. I am trying my best to be a part of your lives. It just appears that your mother has yet to realize how important family is. She's still acting like that little girl who wanted to escape from the cage her parents forced her into. Alexandros was too young to properly understand everything Berenger was telling him, but he understood the gist of it. Thus, with tears forming in his eyes, asked the father the question most important to him. So, am I half-breed? Berenger chuckled as he wiped the tears from his son's eyes before filling the boy's head with the vision he had for him. That's right, you're the best of both worlds, half German and half Roman. You know, a long time ago it was my people who were the barbarians, while the Romans gazed upon us from their grand civilization with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Alexandros, you are very important, more than you realize. I will not lie to you, you will have many brothers, Alexandros. Currently you have Hans and the newborn Brandt, whose mother is Linda. While I have 2 sons with Adela as well, Christopher and the infant Franz. My sons who come from Linda and Adela's bloodlines will one day fight to succeed me. Only one will be crowned the German emperor. However, you are destined to be the Emperor of Byzantium, a civilization with its roots in the ancient Roman Empire. You will have a very important role to play, and that is to work alongside your brothers and maintain the balance of power in this world. You are my son Alexandros, and because of that I will make you an emperor. Your mother is a princess of Rome, and don't you forget it. So hold your head high and embrace your heritage. While you're at it, try to get along with your mother. Though she may not show it often, she cares for you deeply, and your words hurt her. The tears in Alexandros' eyes had long since vanished and instead were replaced with fascination over the idea of being a Roman emperor. In truth, the current Byzantine Empire was a far cry from their ancestors and was more Greek than Roman. Despite this, they still claimed to be the successors of Rome, and that was good enough for Berenger. While Berenger was comforting his son, Linda was searching for Anuria, who was crying in the palace gardens. With a smug smile on her face, the red-headed beauty announced her presence. I thought I would find you here. Anuria, talk to me. The Byzantine princess had tears flowing from her mint-green eyes as she gazed upon the intruder with a hint of envy on her pretty face. He called you mommy. Do you have any idea how it feels to have your own son reject you? Linda sighed heavily as she sat down next to Anuria and hugged the young woman fiercely. Though Anuria didn't want to hear it, Linda felt she needed a good kick in the pants to change her carefree attitude. Well, Anuria, I don't mean to stick my nose in your business, but who do you think raised the boy until now? You have been gallivanting across the high seas in search of adventure. All this time I have been here raising your son. Is it really a surprise that he sees me as his primary maternal figure? Anuria bit down on her lip in displeasure upon hearing this word. She was so confused about what she should do to repair the strained relationship she had with her son. Linda, what do I do? How do I win back my son's love? A wry smile appeared on Lindy's face as she gave the woman next to her some much-needed advice. Why don't you sit out on this upcoming expedition to Africa and stay here with your children? You have such a lovely son. It is truly a shame you don't spend any time with the boy. Anuria was shocked to hear that Linda had learned about her plans so soon and immediately questioned just where the woman got such information. How? Before she could finish her sentence, Linda looked at her with a condescending expression before mocking the woman. Hello, Director of Imperial Intelligence, there's nothing I don't know that goes on around here. Anuria did not know how to counter such words. After all, it had only been an hour at most since she had informed Berenger of her intentions. Naturally, Linda was aware of the journey Anuria's crew had taken and where they went. Not only that, but she saw the map on Berengar's desk when she delivered Alexandros to him. She decided to reveal this last bit of information in an attempt to cheer up the crying beauty by her side. Actually, I just found out about it when I went to deliver your son to his father. I saw the map on his desk and could quickly conclude about what your plans were. Such a simple admission made Anuria giggle. She did not know why. When Linda saw this, she stroked the girl's hair before complimenting her. You look much more beautiful when you smile. Anuria did not know why, but she soon found her face dragging closer to Lindy's lips like a tractor beam had set on her. Eventually, the two women kissed passionately in the middle of the palace gardens. Heraclius was the only witness to this and immediately rolled his eyes before taking off, returning to his quarters where his own family awaited him. It would appear he was worried about nothing. After the intimate moment between the two women was over, Linda grabbed hold of Anuria's hand and led her back to the palace. Come, it is time you act like a proper mother to your son. Linda did not wait for a response and instead dragged Anuria alongside with her. She was determined to repair the bond between mother and son. Chapter 667, Next Generation Naval Vessels. Berenger sighed heavily as he brought his young son Alexandros towards his mother. The woman's eyes were red and puffy. Evidently, she had been crying for some time because of the boy's actions. However, after a thorough scolding, Alexandros was ready and willing to build a relationship with his biological mother. He awkwardly hugged the woman and apologized for making her cry, the sight of which brought a smile to both Berenger and Lindy's faces. I'm sorry, Mommy. Please don't cry. Despite his kind words, Anuria could not hold back the tears in her mint green eyes and instead embraced her baby boy and apologized to him for her own selfishness. I'm sorry, Alexandros, I should have been in your life more. That changes now. I promise to be a proper mother to you. Berenger nodded his head in approval before joining in. He took both his third wife and their son into his arms and made a solemn vow to the two of them. From now on, I promise to spend more time with the two of you as a family. Such a remark caused Anuria's tears to dry, and instead a pretty smile formed on her face as she nodded her head in silence. The emotional scene was cut short as Yasmin appeared with her newest child in her arms. She had given birth to a baby girl who, much like her older brother Ghazi, had a blend of Berengar's features and her own. The child's name was Zara, and though she was born only recently, she had a curious glint in her amber eyes as she gazed upon the strange scene that was unfolding in front of her. Berenger had seen that glance before in the eyes of his oldest son when he was still an infant. In his mind, it was a sign of hyperintelligence. Still, he would not know for sure until the girl grew up. He hurried to his fourth wife and their baby girl, kissing Zara on the forehead before hugging onto Yasmin's waist. Yasmin knew Berenger was acting so shamelessly because he was trying to divert her attention from the scene that had just occurred. She was not so easily deterred and immediately asked the people present about what had transpired. Is everything okay? I heard some crying, so I came to check on you guys. Anuria nodded her head in response with a wide smile on her face while petting the hair of her son. Everything is fine now. Yasmin was curious about what had happened, but she had other things on her mind. Ultimately, she left things be. If everything had already been resolved, then it was not her place to interfere. A seductive smile formed on the woman's lips as she teased her husband before departing. Oh, Berenger, I was just about to feed Zara. If I have some left over, you're more than welcome to claim it for yourself. Berenger was immediately interested in following the woman but decided not to when he realized he had just patched things up between Anuria and her son. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head before rejecting the offer. I'm afraid that I have other matters to attend to. A disappointed expression appeared on the Moorish Bowtie's face as she nodded her head in defeat. I see. After saying this, she departed from the area where she fed her newborn daughter. As for Berenger, he spent the rest of the afternoon taking a break from his work and spending time with Anuria and Alexandros. The boy had never experienced such a carefree setting with his parents before and was excited beyond belief. After all was said and done, Berenger retired to his office where he drafted designs for 2 new vessels. If his army would soon enter the era of the Great War from his past life, then he needed to improve his navy as well. Berenger knew it would take at least a year of consulting with his best naval engineers to perfect the designs he had in mind. An armored frigate was one thing, after all, it was just an ironclad sailing vessel. However, the creation of massive warships was something entirely different. Berenger was not a naval engineer. Instead, he came from a civil engineering background with a minor in mechanical engineering. He had studied some ships from the library of the U.S. Naval Academy when he was visiting an old acquaintance, but he could not design a perfectly functional battleship simply from memory. However, he had the basis of designs in mind and with the capabilities of his naval engineers such as the old shipwright Evio who had learned the principles of mechanical engineering from Berengar's tutelage and those beneath his command. It was possible in the next 5 years to have a small fleet of battleships supported by battlecruisers and light cruisers. The quintessential design that would allow these major ships to function was the invention of the steam turbine. Until now, Berenger had used traditional multi-expansion steam engines to power his fleet. However, that would change. The steam turbine was exactly what it sounded like. It was a steam-powered turbine engine. Berenger wanted a battleship that would rule the waves long after his death. For this, a single ship came to mind. The Bayern-class superdreadnought was a battleship created by the German Empire in Berengar's past life during the Great War. Since Berenger would not have to worry about things like submarines or aircraft during his lifetime, he did not bother going with a more advanced battleship like the Bismarck. In this life, the Bayern-class dreadnought would be referred to as the Linde-class battleship. It was a behemoth of a vessel with a length of 180 meters. It had a beam of 30 meters and a draft of 9.39 meters. 3 steam turbine engines, 3 propellers, and 14 water tube boilers powered this dreadnought. The ship had a speed of 21 knots and a range of 5,000 nautical miles. The armament consisted of 8 by 38 centimeters 15 in SKL/45 4 by 2 naval guns, 16 by 15 centimeters 5.9 in SKL/45 guns, 16 by 1 2 by 8.8 centimeters 3.5 in SKL/45 2 by 1 and 5 times single 60 centimeters 24 in torpedo tubes. It had 350 millimeters of armor at the belt, 400 millimeters of armor at the conning tower, 100 millimeters of armor at the deck, and 350 millimeters of armor at the turrets. One of these vessels required 1,271 men to operate. Such a behemoth would rule the waves for decades. In support of these massive battleships, Berenger planned a class of battlecruisers which he referred to as the Henrietta-class battlecruisers. These would be based upon the uncompleted Erzatz York-class battlecruiser from Berengar's past life. These vessels were designed in 1916 but were never actually finished. The Henrietta-class battlecruisers would have a length of 227.8 m, a beam of 30.4 m, and a draft of 9.3 m. They would be powered by 4 steam turbines and 4 propellers while being supported by 32 boilers. They had a speed of 27.3 knots and a range of 5,500 nautical miles. The armament of the vessel consisted of 8 by 38 centimeters 15 in SKL/45 naval guns, 12 by 15 centimeters 5.9 in SKL/45 naval guns, 8 by 8.8 centimeters 3.5 in SKL/45 naval guns, and 3 by 60 centimeters 24 in torpedo tubes. The armor of the vessel was 300 millimeters on the main belt, 80 millimeters on the deck, 270 millimeters on the turrets, and 150 millimeters on the secondary battery. The third and final class of vessels Beringer had planned for his new era of naval dominance was a new light cruiser known as the Adela-class cruiser. This vessel was based upon the Königsberg-class cruisers that were in use by the Imperial German Navy during the Great War of Berengar's past life. The length of the vessel was 151.40 m. It had a beam of 14.20 m and a depth of 5.96 m. The vessel was powered by 2 steam turbines, 2 screw propellers, and 12 water tube boilers. It had a speed of 27.5 knots and a range of 4,850 nautical miles. The proposed vessel was armed with 8 by 15 centimeters 5.9 in SKL/45 guns, 3 by 8.8 centimeters 3.5 in SKL/45 guns, 4 by 50 centimeters 19.7 in torpedo tubes, and 200 mines. The armor of the ship has 60 millimeters at the deck and 60 millimeters at the belt. Beringer intended for these 3 ships to enter production in a couple of years at the most. He did not expect them to fully replace his current fleet of ironclads until another 5 years. After all, he currently had many shipyards across his empire, and his ability to produce vessels was expanding yearly. Of course, Beringer did not expect to be fighting submarines or aircraft in his lifetime. Because of this, he had not chosen more advanced designs like the Bismarck-class battleship, which was filled with anti-aircraft guns. Instead, he expected these vessels to carry on German naval dominance throughout the rest of his life. The young Kaiser had no way of knowing that another person had reincarnated into this world on the other side of the planet and was forming the Japanese Empire while he dwelled on these thoughts. He could never expect that he would run into a fleet equal to his own in the next few years. When that moment occurred, it would undoubtedly spark a naval arms race between the 2 mighty empires. Chapter 668, Rise of an Empress. Having crushed the enemy forces at Naniwa and decapitated the rebel general Shimazu Takatami in battle, Itami Ryo returned to her capital in Hyankyo. Though there was a rebellion underway across her realm, the brutal deaths of the Shimazu clan had forced those who dared to revolt against her rule to rethink their actions. For now, Itami had bought herself enough time to begin the introduction of new weapons to her forces. Itami knew she could not produce massive quantities of Murata rifles without modern machinery, and because of this, she had worked hard to create the first steam engines in the history of this world. Or so she thought. She had no way of knowing that an old acquaintance of hers from her past life had reincarnated into this world before her and had already produced such technology years prior. Itami needed better weapons, and quickly. It was because of this that she put the first steam engines along with the advanced machinery she had envisioned to use in the Hyankyo armory, prioritizing the mass production of modern weapons above all else. She did not have the luxury to focus on the cultural development unlike her German counterpart. Finally, after substantial effort, the first of the Murata rifles were manufactured. This single-shot, bolt-action rifle was chambered in the black powder 11x60 mmR Murata cartridge. Itami had, of course, changed the name of the weapon and caliber to the Itami rifle and the 11x60 mmR Itami cartridge. She grinned wickedly as she pulled the bolt back on the weapon and inspected its chamber. Her laborers had done their best to produce a functional rifle, and after months of effort it had finally been completed. This was a prototype weapon and had yet to be actually tested, but Itami was convinced that it would not take much more tweaking before her troops could be equipped with these weapons en masse. There was a murderous glint in her blood-red eyes as she voiced her ambitions aloud. With this rifle, I shall rule the world. She did not literally mean she would conquer the entire world, but that Japan would become the dominant global power, something it failed to achieve in her past life. It took her a few moments to break away from her enlightened state, and after doing so, she did not hesitate to issue her orders to the man standing next to her. I want this rifle tested immediately. Let me see how well it functions with my own eyes. The man immediately snapped to attention as he ordered a few nearby Ashigaru to test the weapon in the testing grounds that were prepared outside the armory. A few soldiers dragged out a prisoner of war who was taken from a recent skirmish with a rival daimyo clan. The man was a full-fledged samurai and would normally be given certain rights. However, to Itami, who sought to usher in a new age of imperial power under her reign, it was only fitting that her rifle would be tested on the warrior nobles of the old order. The man was clad in his full armor for this demonstration and was bound, gagged, and blindfolded while Itami's soldiers tied him to a post in the yard. After the prisoner was affixed to his position, a single Ishiguro used the weapon as the shogun had instructed him and loaded a single cartridge into the chamber before slamming the bolt home. A thunderous crack resounded in the air as the 11mm bullet flew down range and into the chest of the target, blasting through his Tozai Gasoku and penetrating his heart. Upon witnessing the rifle in action, a cruel smile etched itself upon Itami's pretty pink lips as she declared her victory at that moment. Haha, success. Victory will be mine. However, her celebration was cut short as a man approached her with several guards of his own in tow. This man was the Emperor of Japan. For the time being, he was technically the head of state, even if Itami was the true power in the country. The Emperor had a frown on his face as he scolded Itami for something she had done a few hours prior. Itamikin, I hear that you have slapped my son. Explain your actions to me this instant. Itami hated it when the Emperor referred to her with the honorific-kun as if she were his subordinate. Did he not realize that she was the one who was in control? The fact that the man had gone out of his way to find her and insult her in front of her soldiers greatly infuriated the young woman. Because of this, she immediately rebuked the Emperor in the rudest manner. Yamato-san, your son was being a nuisance. I merely disciplined him in your place. You should know better than to question my authority. Had you been doing your job and kept the foolish boy in line, I would not need to raise my hands against him. The next time that twerp raises his voice against me, I will have his tongue removed. Such a vicious response caused only further outrage the Emperor. In his eyes, Itami was nothing more than a little girl playing as a shogun. One day he would overthrow her tyranny and reclaim the glory of the imperial family. Itami was roughly 19 years of age at the moment, and despite this, she wielded unimaginable power. It had been 5 years since she reincarnated into this world and 4 since she took up the sword as the war goddess. She had just recently gained the title of shogun, and despite this, many of her former retainers were now in open rebellion. This in itself was troublesome. However, she also had to keep a close eye on the imperial family, which was emotionally taxing, to say the least. The woman immediately rubbed her temples as she dealt with her growing migraine. Of course, the shrill voice of the Emperor when he realized what Itami had done in this testing ground further exasperated her condition. Itamikin, what have you done? Is there a reason this man was executed? Explain yourself this instant. Itami was generally a logical and rational person. She knew that if she were to eliminate the imperial family while the rest of the country was in open rebellion against her rule, the only thing she would accomplish would be uniting the daimyo against her. However, for whatever reason, the Emperor's shrill screams had caused the young woman to snap. In a moment of animalistic instinct, Itami responded by kicking the Emperor in the gut, which forced the man to his knees. In response to Itami's actions, the Emperor's bodyguards drew their blades and attacked her. However, Itami was a second too quick for them and unsheathed her sword with such precision that she decapitated one guard before he could even react. The Emperor gazed in horror as one of the few men who was loyal to him was beheaded on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Itami was already engaging with her next target. She quickly forced the man on the backstep where her blade bound with her enemies. While the two combatants were locked in an armed struggle, Itami kicked the man against the wall, where she immediately closed the distance and unleashed her tanto with her spare hand and stuck it into the man's neck. The life faded from the bodyguard's eyes as he stared in disbelief at the vicious woman who had so easily claimed his life. After slaying the two samurai with ease, Itami approached the shivering Emperor and made a public declaration. Your family has ruled as the emperors of Japan for long enough. Today, your dynasty comes to an end, and in its place, a new imperial dynasty will rise. After saying this, Itami slashed her blade downwards and decapitated the Emperor on the spot. Those who witnessed the event gazed in disbelief with their jaws practically reaching the floor. Having killed the Emperor of Japan, Itami issued orders to her troops to storm the imperial palace. The Yamato dynasty ends today. Kill the imperial family and anyone who is remotely associated with it. I, Itami Ryo, hereby declare myself Empress of Japan. All who reject my rule shall die by my blade. The soldiers who were loyal to Itami immediately unleashed their blades and did as they were ordered. Within a matter of hours, the Yamato family was uprooted and annihilated. Word would spread across the country of Itami's actions and her declaration. By destroying the imperial family and declaring herself the Empress of Japan, Itami had made many enemies. Those who were on the fence about her rule before were quick to turn against her. Despite this, Itami was not the least bit worried. In 3 months, her armies would be armed with single-shot bolt-action rifles, and by then no force in this world could contend with her military might. The era of samurai and shoguns was over. In the land of the rising sun, a new empress had risen to power. From this day forward, the new empress would be the supreme authority of the fledgling Japanese empire. Chapter 669, Imperial Ambitions. Itami sat naked in her personal hot spring. Her large breasts that were usually under wraps were now hanging freely as she washed the sweat and grime from her body. It had been a month since she slayed the imperial family, and things went as exactly as she had predicted. Those daimyos who were on the fence of whom to support had joined the rebels. Out of all the major daimyo clans in Japan, only a handful embraced Itami as the empress. Those who did were fiercely loyal to the war goddess and believed that she simply could not be defeated. Itami gazed upon her beautiful reflection in the pool of steamy water as she thought about everything had occurred since she first was reborn in this world. In her past life, she had served in the United States Army as an engineering officer for several years. In fact, she was even deployed to the land of her ancestors where she lived a peaceful and enjoyable life. However, before she could even reach her 30th birthday, a stalker murdered her. The man in question was jealous that she had developed a relationship with a high-ranking officer. After passing away, she had awoken in this world in the body of a 14-year-old girl who was the sole successor of a declining samurai clan. For her first year in this world, Itami had used her knowledge of basic agricultural practices and industrial techniques to increase the wealth and power of her clan. Unlike Berenger, Itami per reincarnation was not a sickly fool but was trained from birth to become the master of the Itami clan. It was not until she was 15 when the shogun's forces came to claim the wealth of the Itami clan for themselves. In the ensuing battle, her father was slain and she was forced to take up the sword in the defense of her family's lands. By introducing simple matchlocks, Itami repelled the shogun's forces and declared open rebellion against the Ashikaga shogunate. Like Berenger, much of her life since reincarnating into this world was filled with conflict. However, that did not mean she did not take the time to develop her territory. Every region she conquered, she ensured it was brought to the peak of a pre-industrial society, and several of the major cities that were beneath her rule had already reached an early industrialized state with steam engines and small-scale factories underway. Still, she was lagging behind Germany. Without her knowledge, an old friend from her past life had reincarnated into this world a few years in advance of herself and went through a similar situation on the other side of the planet. While Itami was just now producing the weapons of the early Meiji era, Berenger would soon be advancing into the age of the Great War. Of course, Itami had no way of knowing what was happening in Germany. However, as she soaked in the heated water of the hot spring, she thought about a certain someone from her past life. In her previous incarnation, the girl had to deal with an emotionally distant Julian. She had later learned about the young man's circumstances after he got himself fragged in Afghanistan and pitted herself for not reaching out to him while he was still alive. Because of Julian's childhood trauma, he had a difficult time forming emotional bonds with people. This was the reason that he considered no one to be an actual friend. In his mind, he only had acquaintances. However, Itami thought differently. The two of them spent so much time together that they had to have been friends. She remembered crying her eyes out when she learned the fool had gotten himself killed in the last days of the war. If he had survived another month, he would have been able to pull out of Afghanistan and live a peaceful life. With his talents, he would have made something of himself. Even now, thinking about such a thing brought tears to Itami's blood-red eyes, which shocked her. She did not know why she was suddenly thinking about that dimwit, but these days she was thinking about that foolish bastard more and more. If, by any chance, Julian had reincarnated into this world, she would never leave him alone. After everything he put her through in her past life, Itami would make sure his life was a living hell. After thinking about that, Itami giggled like a schoolgirl. Was that any way to treat an old friend? Absolutely, he deserved to be harassed for breaking her heart. What was the old saying? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. She highly doubted that Julian would be reincarnated into this world, but if he was, she would hound him to the ends of the earth. If Itami had known that the object of her quarrel had not only reincarnated prior to her, but made himself the Emperor of Germany with a harem of 5 beautiful women, she would probably cut her own heart out. She was having such a difficult time finding a competent man to take as her husband, and that bastard had 4 wives and a mistress. Where was the justice in the world? Of course, Itami wouldn't even dream of this being a possibility. For the entire time that she knew him, Julian was as dense as a rock, and she suspected he had died a virgin. There was no way she would ever believe that he had become a real ladies' man in this new life. If someone were to tell her such a thing, she would laugh it off as the biggest joke on the planet. After thinking about this for some time, Itami got out of the hot spring. She had much to do and little time to do it in. Itami quickly dressed herself in a kimono before walking through the confines of the palace with a confident stride. The servants in the palace did not dare to lay their gaze upon the empress' seductive appearance in fear that she might claim their heads in retaliation. Itami eventually reached her personal quarters where she sat down at her desk and sprawled out a map with a bottle of sake in her hands. She took a giant swig from the alcoholic beverage before shifting her gaze towards the contents on the map. It was a map of Asia which proudly displayed her imperial ambitions. Much like the Empire of Japan in her past life, Itami's imperial ambitions were not small in the slightest. The first target on her list of regions was Hokkaido. After she had dealt with the rebellion against her rule in the Japanese mainland, she planned on seizing the northernmost island of Japan. From there, she would make her way to the Ryukyu kingdom and conquer it. After she had established a staging point in Okinawa, she would set sail for Korea and display the dominance of her army on the peninsula. However, this is where Itami's imperial ambitions in Northeast Asia ended. Despite what one might think, she had no desire to invade China. The bad blood that had existed between her people and the Chinese would not repeat itself in this world. This was not from the goodness of the young woman's heart, but rather a solemn recognition that she could not take China even if she tried. If she were truly dedicated to invading the Ming dynasty, it would become her Afghanistan. The territory was too vast and the people were too many for her to properly contend with. Because of this, the regions once claimed by China in her past life were left out of her imperial ambitions. Instead, she would spread from Korea to Southeast Asia, conquering the lands that were known in her previous life as Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Burma, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and finally Australasia. If her teenage years were spent uniting Japan under her banner, then her 20s would be a time of global expansion. Of course, she did not know that Berenger also had planned to one day take the region of Australasia for himself. If fate were cruel, the two of them would meet in the region and battle for supremacy. Itami knew that if her future conquests went as planned, then the Japanese Empire would become the supreme overlord of the Pacific. Perhaps she might even stretch into the west coast of North America and colonize the lands for the Japanese. With such a vast empire under her control, she believed nobody would ever be able to contend with her power. Thus, she had a devilish smirk on her face as she gazed upon the map of her future empire and spoke in a soft tone. Soon it will all be mine. The young empress did not know that her German counterpart had already united the German-speaking regions into a single empire and had begun colonial expansion into the Americas. Berenger was one step ahead of Itami on the game of global hegemony. By the time the two monarchs became aware of each other's existence, their empires would stretch far and wide. Chapter 670, A Difficult Life Outside the Empire. While Berenger focused on expanding the industry of his empire and securing his borders, Itami had begun her plans for modernization of her newly formed Imperial Japanese Army. Soon enough, the woman would launch an attack on the rebels and cut the heads off the multi-headed Hydra that were her enemies. However, this was not the only major events occurring in the world. The Sultanate of Al-Andalus had invaded Morocco, and while Hassan was off playing the role of a conqueror, German forces exerted control over Iberia, ensuring that the Spanish and Portuguese people did not raise their swords in rebellion. However, war was not the only major events going on in the Western world. As a result of the Catholic League's sanctions against the German Empire, poverty, famine, and pestilence had begun to spread across the Catholic world. This did not only affect the peasants but the nobility as well. Millions of young French women flooded the German border, seeking asylum and marriage with German men. They no longer cared if they were a second, third, fourth, or fifth wife, so long as they could escape the cruel fate that awaited them in their homeland. It was not only France that was having this problem. In the neighboring kingdom of Hungary, things were not going well for the average person. Even the nobility have suffered under the catastrophic effects of the trade embargo that the Catholic kingdoms had presented against the mighty German Empire. Many of the products that Europe relied upon for survival were no longer entering the Catholic kingdoms. One of these commodities was medicine. Over the past 8 years since Berenger had first entered this world, the medical industry of the German Empire had grown substantially, supported by the chemical manufacturing plants. Many modern forms of medicine such as antibiotic cream and penicillin were products that people all over Europe now relied upon for their survival. The German Empire had a simple policy of trade. Anything that they had manufactured in excess of, they would sell to the neighboring kingdoms at a reasonable price. However, with the Catholic League placing many sanctions against the Reich, these products no longer entered the neighboring kingdoms, and because of it, the people suffered. A young Hungarian nobleman by the name of Vasily Victor stood over the grave of his younger sister. The funeral for the girl had just ended, and yet he remained behind. Tears streamed down his eyes as he repeated the words, "I'm sorry." This young man came from a wealthy family, and despite all the fortune they had earned throughout the centuries, it was not enough to save his sister's life. If Hungary had remained in trade with the neighboring German Empire, he could have purchased the medicine he needed to treat his sister's illness. Unfortunately, the king had embargoed all goods from the Reich. A black market had developed, supported by German smugglers who carried contraband across their borders into the neighboring realms. However, even then, medicine was in high demand and was almost impossible to get one's hands on without having ties to the German pharmaceutical corporations. It wasn't just illness that had spread across the land, famine came with it. In previous years, the nobles of the Kingdom of Hungary had imported artificial fertilizers from the Reich. This product helped in the growing of his crops. Without it, the harvests had suffered in terms of quantity and quality. If not for the Catholic Church and its obsession with bringing down the German Empire, the Kingdom of Hungary would thrive right now. Victor and his family were just one of many noble houses that had suffered immensely under the sanctions, and he knew that the other Catholic kingdoms were also enduring similar hardships. If only he could convince his father to send his little sister to the Reich in pursuit of a political marriage, she would still be alive. Unfortunately, the hatred for the German Reformation ran deep in the veins of the Catholics, and their most devout members would rather die than send their daughters as brides to the German men. He would not make the same mistake with his youngest sister, who was still alive. Now that his father was off on crusade, Victor was the acting head of his house, and he intended to ship his little sister to the borders of the Reich to ensure that she could live a happy and peaceful life in the German Empire. Having wiped the tears from his eyes, Victor made a solemn vow to his now-deceased sister. "I promise you, I won't let Noemi follow you into an early grave." After saying this, Victor departed and returned to his family's estate, where he found his little sister Noemi was sitting by her lonesome. The rest of the family were busy weeping over her elder sister's death, and only a stuffed toy that her brother had bought from Germany years prior kept the girl company. Despite being 13 years old, Noemi loved the stuffed rabbit more than anything and dragged it around with her everywhere she went. Victor approached his little sister and patted her auburn hair before commenting on the situation at hand. Noemi, what happened to your sister was a tragedy. However, you don't have to worry. I will use my contacts to help you immigrate to the Reich, where I will find a proper husband for you. You will live in peace and luxury like your sister should have. The girl had a blank expression on her face as she gazed out into the distance, not looking at anything in particular. She had heard what her brother said, but had no reaction other than questioning his words. What about father? The two of them both knew that their father despised the German Empire and everyone in it. He would never agree to sell his daughter off to some German nobleman so that she could live a luxurious life. However, after witnessing the death of his other sister, Victor refused to allow the girl to follow the same path. There was nothing left for her in Hungary. So long as the kingdom stood opposite of the Reich, it would never prosper. That was the genuine belief of the young nobleman. With a bitter smile on his face, Victor petted his sister's hair before assuring her that everything was all right. You let me worry about, father. I am sure that a happy life awaits you in the Reich. Did you know that your brother has visited the city of Graz? Compared to Budapest, it is like a city forged from the heavens. Such wealth and opulence, I have seen nothing like it before. The average person there lives better than much of our nobility. Food is in abundance, medicine is widely available, and they have this magnificent device of travel called a train, which can rapidly bring you between the major cities of Austria. I have heard since my last visit, the railway which these trains travel upon have expanded into Bavaria, Saxony, and Prussia as well. Despite his story of visiting Austria, the young girl remained emotionless. She simply nodded her head in silence. Losing her elder sister was a tremendous blow to her fragile mind, and she was struggling with her grief. After a few moments of reflection, the girl finally looked up at her brother and asked the question on her mind. What about you, Victor? Will you be coming with me to Germany? The young man choked back his tears as heard this question. He wanted more than anything to accompany the girl, however he could only shake his head in response. Unfortunately, I am needed here. Besides, German immigration laws are strict. I don't believe I would be able to permanently reside in the empire. However, you will have a proper escort and caretakers who will look after you and, more importantly, make an appropriate match for you on my behalf. In response to this, the young girl hugged her brother tightly. She remained silent, but her eyes did her speaking for her. She was thankful that he was taking such a risk so that she could live a better life. Things were only going to get worse in Hungary if these trade embargoes continued. Before long, it may even reduce their wealthy family to destitution. It was not uncommon for Catholic noble families to lose everything in these troubling times. Unfortunately, Victor couldn't follow his sister to the German Empire. He had to remain in his family's lands and do his best to keep them afloat. While his father was off crusading in the Holy Land, he was preparing himself for the upcoming war with the German Empire. Fully aware that he would be forced into battle. Win or lose in the Holy Land, the Crusader armies would immediately after turn their attention to Germany, and having witnessed the technological marvels that existed in the Reich, Victor was certain that the Catholic League would be defeated. He could only sigh and lament his lot in life as he kept his sister company during these troubling times. Chapter 671, The Triumphant General Returns Home. Adelbrand stepped foot onto the fatherland for the first time in a long time. After years of being deployed to Iberia, the Kaiser had commanded him to return to the Reich. The official reasoning for this visit was to personally inform the man of recent developments in Iberia. Of course, Adelbrand suspected that Berenger simply wanted to show off all that he had accomplished over the past few years. Though Adelbrand had heard about the National Railway project and the use of trains, he was amazed to see them in person. He could hardly fathom how different Trieste was now from the moment he departed for Iberia years ago. Unlike the rest of the German citizens, Adelbrand had a tanned complexion from the years of being under the Andalusian sun. If it weren't for his golden hair, it would be likely that the people of Germany would view him as a foreigner. Luckily for him, Berenger had dispatched a military train for his transit to the capital of Kufstein. As the train passed by at high speeds, Adelbrand witnessed the complex mechanized agriculture that persisted throughout the Austrian landscape. The train stopped in several stations along the way, and Adelbrand was able to witness the previously feudal Austrian cities turned into industrial powerhouses. Each city was carefully laid out with dedicated sectors to industry. The blend of architectural styles displayed the overwhelming prosperity that the German Empire was currently facing. He had only been gone for a few years, acting as the supreme commander of the Iberian theater, and yet the fatherland had changed so much during this time. Eventually, the train pulled into Kufstein, where Adelbrand gazed in awe at the capital of the empire. What was once a small agricultural town was now a thriving metropolis. The cobblestone streets were clean, and people walked throughout the city in semi-modern fashion, sitting on benches and partaking of coffee and cookies. There were dedicated sectors in the city to entertainment, with a large arena being constructed to display prominent sporting events, such as mixed martial arts, boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, submission grappling, etc. However, these were not the only sports that had become popular in Germany, but also weightlifting, swimming, track and field, and other competitions that focused on strength and agility. Aside from the sporting arena, there were other entertainment areas, such as bars, art galleries, concert halls, theaters, and plenty of other activities to engage in. Outside of the entertainment district was the trade district, where small shops and large shopping malls existed to sell their products to everyone within the city. Farmers hauled in their fresh produce on wagons and sold them to large grocery outlets, which not only contained fresh food but also canned and pickled goods. Anything that anyone could possibly desire was sold in the trade district, with trade from regions as far east as India making its way to Kufstein. The area that Adelbrand would have to meet the Kaiser was actually in a public setting. Rather than visiting the palace district, where Berenger and the heads of the German government lived, a group of soldiers escorted Adelbrand to a large bar in the center of the entertainment district. After approaching the area, these men informed the field marshal that he would be on his own from here on out. This bar served beer, wine, and distilled spirits, but also had its own dedicated team of chefs where they served food to its customers. It was a popular destination for people in the city where commoners and nobility alike could get together and speak about recent events. When Adelbrand stepped foot into the bar, he saw Berenger seated alone, dressed in rather simple attire. Berenger was not garbed in his usual imperial regalia, but rather in a white silk dress shirt whose sleeves were rolled up and whose collar was loosened. As for everything else, Berenger was dressed in a pair of gray dress slacks with black leather Oxford-style shoes. He wore an elegant wristwatch that was obviously made of white gold and for the first time in a long time did not wear his eye patch which normally concealed his wound. Rather than wear his signature slicked-back hair, Berenger had styled his golden locks in a side-parted style. At first glance, he did not appear to be the German emperor. Thus, the crowds of people left him be. Instead, he sat alone and drank from a pitcher of beer. When the Kaiser noticed his field marshal approach, he waved towards him, signaling for Adelbrand to sit down. The veteran commander was a bit shocked to see the Kaiser in such an informal appearance and immediately commented on it. "My Kaiser, I did not notice you at first, you look so different." Berenger merely raised one finger to his lips, signaling for the man to be quiet before whispering in response to Adelbrand's statement. "Adelbrand, when I am among the public like this, simply refer to me by my name. You could say that I am incognito right now." Such a response surprised Adelbrand. He did not know why Berenger would do such a thing and quickly inquired about it. "Can you tell me the reason?" Berenger simply chuckled in response before taking another swig of his beer. After wiping his lips with his forearm, he explained why he was not in his formal attire. "I like to mingle with the people and see what they really think about the empire. They would never dare reveal the truth to me if they knew I was the emperor. Here they just think I'm an old veteran who has made a decent living. You would be surprised how disbelief prevents people from connecting two and two together. In their eyes, it is more reasonable for me to be someone who looks like the Kaiser than the Kaiser himself. After all, why would the Kaiser trouble himself with going out into public and enjoying his time in a bar?" Adelbrand looked around for a few moments and sighed before asking Berenger the question most pertinent to his mind. "So, this is what you do in your spare time?" A slight chuckle erupted from Berenger as he revealed how little spare time he had to do things like this. "Very rarely. Once every few months, I'm able to escape from the palace long enough to share a few drinks with my people. Since you were coming back today, I thought I'd show you a good time. After all, it has been a while since you last stepped foot in your homeland. So tell me, what do you think of the empire that I have forged in your absence?" Adelbrand looked around and saw a bunch of young women casually mingling with men. These were not noble ladies, but they were dressed in what appeared to be silk cocktail dresses. They were speaking to men that were obviously older than them who were dressed in suits. Those more casual were dressed similar to Berenger. He could hardly believe what he was seeing and quickly spoke his mind. "I'm a little shocked to see all the changes that have occurred since I was last here. It is overwhelming, to say the least." While Adelbrand was saying this, a waitress walked by the table where the two men were sitting. Berenger immediately flagged her down and made a request with a charming smile on his face. "Ma'am, can you please get a few pitchers of beer for a couple of old combat veterans?" The young woman was at most 16 years old and simply smiled at the two men. Though Berenger was handsome, she was more interested in the man sitting next to him who was wearing a field marshal's uniform. She never would have guessed that Berenger was actually the Kaiser, thus she paid extra attention to Adelbrand as she responded to him instead. "Certainly. What would you boys like to drink?" Adelbrand was slightly perplexed by the attention the waitress was giving him and did not immediately respond. Because of this, Berenger answered on his behalf. "How about 2 more of these to get us started?" The girl smiled and nodded before walking off to the tap, where she poured 2 liters of Doppelbock beer for Berenger and Adelbrand. She returned and handed off the drinks, deliberately exposing her cleavage to the young field marshal before asking about their order. "Can I get you 2 anything else?" Berenger was smirking as the waitress flirted with Adelbrand. Until today, the young field marshal never would have believed that women in Germany had become more aggressive in pursuit of a man to marry. With men now being able to have 5 wives, women had to compete among each other fiercely to obtain the favor of a man in an influential position like Adelbrand. He did not know it, but since he was an unmarried man of substantial rank in society, he was now seen as a rare commodity within the empire. Women from all walks of life would kill to become one of his wives, especially with so many foreign beauties flooding into the empire in pursuit of marriage. Ultimately, in his confusion, Adelbrand remained silent and Berenger ordered a meal for each of them. After receiving the order, the women went back to the kitchen to deliver it to the chefs. Adelbrand was in disbelief for several seconds before asking Berenger what had happened. What the hell was that? In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before making a joke to his field marshal. Welcome to the new age. It's your own damn fault. You're not even wearing a wedding ring and yet you are dressed in a field marshal uniform with several orders of chivalry on your breast. You are basically asking for every single woman within 500 meters to pursue you. Why do you think I wear this damn thing? After saying this, Berenger revealed the wedding ring on his finger, which was made of white gold and had 5 diamonds that wrapped around the ring. Such a thing symbolized he had 5 wives and could not legally marry another one. Though Berenger had 4 wives at the moment, he wore the ring encrusted with 5 diamonds to deter women from flirting with him. Knowing the petty jealousy of his women, it would not surprise Berenger if a poor common girl went missing after trying to seduce him. After seeing the astonished expression on Adelbrand's face, Berenger shifted the topic to one the man was more comfortable discussing. So tell me about Hassan. I want to hear in person what madness has compelled that idiot to invade Morocco. Chapter 672, A Night Out. After hearing the Kaiser ask him about the situation in Iberia, Adelbrand sighed heavily before taking a large swig from his drink. It was only after several seconds of non-stop drinking did he place his cup down before complaining about Hassan. I tried. Lord knows I tried to convince him otherwise. However, the fool is dead set on expansion. He does not think about consolidating his gains and instead wants to conquer more land. I warned him if he invades Morocco, the people in Spain and Portugal will rebel. At first Hassan agreed, but when the Emir of Morocco insulted him by insinuating that he was your bitch, the esteemed Sultan decided it would be a brilliant idea to march his army into Morocco and prove to its ruler that he could conquer North Africa on his own. I have little doubts that he will win, but in the meantime, the only thing keeping the Iberian Catholics at bay is the threat of another German invasion. However, our small amount of troops in the region will not be able to deter them for long. It is only a matter of time before the Catholics rebel against Hassan's rule. Berenger had a stern expression on his face as he heard this. He had invested a substantial sum of money and blood into reuniting Al-Andalus in exchange for control over the Strait of Gibraltar. He did not want this investment to go to waste. Thus, he had decided to consult with the man most familiar with the Iberian theater about his opinion. So, how do you suggest we proceed? Adelbrand took another giant swig from his beer before responding to Berengar's question. At this point, there is little of the Granadan royal army that remains in Iberia. If we do not send support now, rebellion will occur. The only thing preventing full-scale revolution is the 5,000 or so support personnel we still have in the region maintaining peacekeeping operations. Berenger did not immediately respond to this opinion, instead he contemplated his options carefully. If Hassan responded to such a petty provocation with war, then it demonstrated that he was not fit to rule over Al-Andalus. The man had yet to have a son, and if he were to die in Morocco then it would leave Ghazi as the heir to the throne. Berenger could use his authority over his son with Yasmin and declare himself regent of Al-Andalus, where he would micromanage the nation with the support of some local advisors until a point where his son was old enough to claim ownership of the Sultanate. The problem with this plan was that Berenger would never risk Yasmin's love by assassinating her brother. Though she planned to put her own son on the Iberian throne, she would not kill her foolish younger brother to do so. She merely expected him dying young because of his stupidity. Upon thinking about it for some time, Berenger nodded his head and gave Adelbrand his response. Very well. I will deploy a division to Iberia. Their job will be to maintain the peace of the region by any means necessary. Which leaves me with one question for you. Do you wish to continue to oversee operations in the Iberian theater and act as my personal advisor to the Sultan? Or do you wish to return home to the fatherland and oversee the defensive operations of the war that will soon take place in our lands? Adelbrand understood the hidden meaning behind this question. Berenger wanted him to replace Eckhard. After all, the previous field marshal who acted as the second in command of Berengar's land-based forces had retired and now ruled over Prussia as its king. Until now, Berenger had not replaced Eckhard's position. Out of all of Berengar's greatest generals who had been with him since before he established himself as a monarch, Adelbrand was the only one left who had not retired from the military in favor of politics. This meant that Adelbrand was the most trustworthy general Berenger had left and wanted the man by his side in Kufstein. Though Adelbrand would not be officially promoted, as the only rank above that of field marshal was the Reichsmarschall, which Berenger maintained as the Kaiser. He would unofficially be second only to the Kaiser in terms of land-based operations. The prospect was daunting as the man did not feel he could adequately replace Eckhard. However, Berengar's next words thoroughly convinced him. Adelbrand, you have served me for many years and have been the most important factor in our victory in Iberia. You have earned the right to return to the fatherland, take a few wives, sire a few heirs, and command my armies from the safety and comfort of the capital. I understand you wish to see things through in Iberia, but Reconquista is over and someone else can be assigned to the region to maintain peacekeeping operations. You belong here in the fatherland. Before the man could respond, the waitress returned with the food they had ordered and a pretty smile on her face. She quietly handed the two men their meals before asking a question to Adelbrand. I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but my brother is in the army and I just had to ask, what theater are you in command of? Berenger smirked as he dug into his food, waiting for Adelbrand to finally say some words to the girl who was aggressively pursuing him. Adelbrand gawked in silence for a few moments before he cleared his throat and answered the woman's question. The Iberian Theater. The woman gazed in shock at the man and covered her mouth before making a comment. Then you must be Field Marshal Adelbrand. I am your biggest fan. Can I have your autograph? The woman took out a fountain pen and her notepad and handed it to the man, where he awkwardly signed his name. After receiving his signature, the girl held her notepad to her chest before speaking more with the man. My brother is in Iberia. He has told me how bravely you have led your troops to victory in the region. He says without you there was no way that the Granadans could have won the war. Adelbrand was slightly flustered as he heard this, and Berenger merely goaded him on. Oh yeah, that's right. I heard it was Adelbrand who led the defense of Granada when the peasant crusaders marched onto its borders. I also heard it was he who sacked the city of Toledo and killed the king of Castile. After all, it's not like the Kaiser did much other than sit back in the city of Granada and enjoy the company of its princess. The moment the girl heard this, her expression sank before chastising Berenger for his words. What do you know? I heard the Kaiser was brilliant when he was in Iberia, personally leading the cavalry charge like a conquering hero. However, after he left, the war fell to Adelbrand's hands, and it was he that played a pivotal role in ending Reconquista. Shame on you for insulting our Kaiser. I have half a mind to report you to the local authorities for suspicion of treason. Berenger struggled to contain his laughter. It appeared the girl was also a fan of his. Thus, he played a prank on her as he called the girl's bluff with a cunning smile on his face. Go on then, call for the authorities. I'd like to see what they have to say. The girl was so flustered by Berengar's errant behavior that she was about to run away and call the city guards when Adelbrand stopped her by grabbing her wrist. He's just kidding. My Kaiser, you're torturing the poor girl, you should be mindful of your position. Berenger wore a shy-teating grin when he saw the woman react to his title. She was astonished. Though she knew the man looked like the Kaiser and was hanging out with Field Marshal as an equal, she simply believed there was no reason for the Kaiser to visit her family's humble beer house. She trembled over her words before bowing respectfully to Berenger. Kaiser, please forgive me for my rudeness. I did not know. The moment she said these words, the entire atmosphere turned silent as everyone gazed towards Berenger. Realizing that his cover had been blown, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out a can of pomade, which he used to slick back his hair. After doing so, he placed his eye patch over his head, which was concealed within his nearby coat, and attempted to calm the girl down. Relax, I was merely joking. Besides, you have nothing to worry about. It makes me proud that my people will defend me against slander. I'm sorry if I caused you any mental anguish. Well, it looks like things have gotten awkward, so I'll just head out. After saying this, he reached into a coin pouch and placed an Austrian gulden on the table. The girl's eyes grew wide as she saw the money the Kaiser was leaving as payment. It was far more than such a humble beer house could ask for. Berenger patted Adelbrand on the shoulder before leaving behind his parting words. Adelbrand, do think about my offer. I will be returning to the palace for now, feel free to drop by whenever you have an answer. After saying this, Berenger left the bar where everyone was stunned at the scene they had just witnessed. The Kaiser had been sitting in such a humble establishment and drinking among them the entire time, and nobody had noticed. Some of the older people in the crowd simply smiled and reflected on the days when Berenger personally taught them how to read, write, and do basic arithmetic. It brought a smile to their faces, knowing that despite the vast increase in power that he had obtained over the years, Berengar's good nature had not changed. Chapter 673, Death of an Emperor. While Berenger was managing the affairs of his realm and preparing for an expedition to South Africa, Itami was modernizing her army and preparing for a major battle with the rebels. However, in Morocco, Hassan had already invaded North Africa and had made some significant gains in the little time since his troops had landed. In every battle he had waged since he arrived on the continent, Hassan and the army of Al-Andalus had prevailed. Why wouldn't they? They were battle-hardened from years of fighting against the Catholics' attempt to reclaim Iberia and were now equipped with the best weapons money could buy. In the entire Western world, only the arms used by the Imperial German army were superior to Hassan's. The soldiers of Al-Andalus were primarily equipped with rifled flintlocks, many of which were refurbished weapons previously used by Germany's forces, and 12-pound cannons modeled after the infamous M1857 12-pounder Napoleon from Berengar's past life. They had even copied the tactics used by their German counterparts, which while fighting offensively followed the principle of fire and maneuver employed by the Prussians in the Franco-Prussian War of Berengar's past life. Until now, the soldiers of Al-Andalus had been completely undefeated in their campaign. With superior range and destructive capability, the first few engagements between Hassan and his rivals were total massacres. The war had only begun recently, and yet significant ground had been made after a few clashes with the enemy. In the previous battle, the enemy forces had broken ranks and fled further inland towards their capital. It was because of this that Hassan was hasty in his pursuit, not even realizing that such a tactic was a basic feigned retreat. The thought did not even cross the young sultan's mind. After all, his army was vastly superior to the enemy's and he genuinely believed the war was practically over despite the conflict beginning only recently. In the first few battles, he had smashed his enemy's forces and broken their will to fight. They had even fled towards the capital in fear of their lives. Hassan was brimming with confidence as he thought about such things. Berenger? Who is Berenger? Has Berenger ever won a war as swiftly as I have now? These were the thoughts dwelled in the mind of the young sultan as he smiled smugly while riding atop his steed. Currently, Hassan and his forces were marching through a ravine with their objective being on the other side. Normally, Hassan would think twice about entering such difficult terrain. The ravine was narrow, so much so that it was impossible to form ranks in such a position, but oddly enough, the enemy had not taken advantage of this terrain and simply ran through the valley. Hassan truly believed it was a simple matter of charging through the choke point and fighting the enemy on the other side. Unfortunately, things were not so simple. After all, there was a dangerous presence in the hills above. The current monarch of Morocco, Sultan Said Al-Haq, was lying in wait alongside the majority of his forces who were preparing to strike against the Al-Andalusian host. He gazed in disbelief at the Al-Andalusian forces who had walked into an obvious trap. Truthfully, he felt as if this feigned retreat was his last chance to achieve victory in this war. It was a desperate gamble that he did not believe would actually work. Yet, Hassan had marched his forces into a ravine where he had no means to fight effectively. Was this ignorance on Hassan's part? Or was he the one being led by the nose? Said was hesitant to give the orders to attack and quickly conversed with his advisors about the current situation. Do you think this is a trap? Hassan can't be the stupid, can he? Said's most trusted vassals gazed at him with mixed expressions. The truth of the matter was they didn't think their plan would work out either. Yet Hassan and his army were clearly in the ravine, unknowingly surrounded by enemies on all sides. At this point, they had to consider the possibility that they might be the ones who had walked into a trap. However, one man in particular raised his voice after witnessing the hesitation in his sovereign's eyes. He could not believe they were being so timid at such an opportune moment. Does it matter? Either our plan works and we are victorious, or it fails and we are all dead. Exactly what are we waiting for? A signal from Allah to begin the attack? Initiate the assault already. Said and his advisors shrugged their shoulders before giving the orders to attack. Light them up. After saying this, the men in his army lit their torches and used them to ignite several large fuses that led to a series of explosive casks lined on the ridge. The resulting explosion caused a massive rockslide to tumble down the hill and towards the Al-Andalusian army. Initially, Hassan had thought that one of his soldiers had fired his weapon without the order to do so. However, upon seeing the explosion on the cliffs above and massive boulders tumbling towards him and his army, Hassan's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out in agony. It's a trap. However, it was too late. Gravity forced the thousands of rocks down from the hills above and into his army, crushing men alive beneath their heavy weight. The boulders did not stop with one or two men, but continued to trample across the Al-Andalusian army until they reached the other side of the ravine. Hassan had marched an entire division into North Africa and they had few casualties until this point. However, in a single moment, tens of thousands lay dead. Miraculously, the foolish sultan survived only to gaze in horror as his enemies descended the cliffs, firing bows, matchlocks, and cannons upon his position. The surviving soldiers of Al-Andalus barely had enough time to collect their thoughts as enemy projectiles pelted them. Solid 6-pound cannonballs tore apart those who were unlucky. Panic had long since filled Hassan's mind and he tried his best to command his horse to rush through his own ranks and back on the path he had came, but it was no use, the enemy truly had him surrounded on all sides. With no choice left but to fight, the young sultan gave the orders to attack. Open fire. For the love of Allah, open fire. Those who could get a hold of their weapons were quick to pull the triggers, however these were muzzle loaders and before they could even think of reloading their weapons, the swords and spears of the Moroccan infantry had found their way into the flesh of their enemies. As if copying the German army in its entirety, the Royal Andalusian army had worn protective gear only over their heads and their torso. Because of this, there were plenty of gaps in their armor to make use of, some of which were fatal, such as the neck and the femur. Hassan had no choice but to unleash his blade and fight against the enemy, all while trying to avoid the enemy's missile fire. He slashed his scimitar across a hostile warrior's unarmored neck, severing his head in the process. A few members of the royal guard surrounded Hassan with their muskets and their bayonets, doing their best to protect their sovereign. The men fought desperately, trying to break out of the grand melee that was taking place. While shots fired towards them from above and his men fell around him, Hassan had made his way to the edge of the battlefield. However, what he witnessed was a firing line of Moroccan arquebusiers who aimed their guns towards him and his royal guard. The Moroccan sultan sneered in disdain as he gave his Andalusian counterpart a final speech. You know, Hassan, I thought you were smart enough to see a trap when it was laid out for you. However, the rumors are true. Until now, you have relied on the talents of greater men to achieve the position you have today. Your most critical mistake was believing that you had won the war before a treaty was signed. Your arrogance blinded you as you charged after my feigned retreat and into a position where you could not effectively use your soldiers. Even if I had not triggered the rock slide, you still would have died here today. Do you have any last words before I take your life? In his last moments, Hassan's life's memories flashed in his mind. His biggest regret was not leaving a son and heir to carry on his work. He had been so busy enjoying his life that he had not even considered the possibility of death. He truly should have listened to Adelbrand and never marched his armies into these lands. With a bitter smile on his face, Hassan expressed his last words. Tell Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein that I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I have failed him and in doing so have forced him to clean up my messes once more. He was right. I am not fit for the battlefield. Having said this, Seth smiled sinisterly before lowering his hand abruptly, causing the arquebusiers to pull their triggers, resulting in a volley that shredded Hassan from head to toe. What remained of his body would be devoured by the desert's beasts. With the death of the Sultan of Al-Andalus, the throne would pass to his 5-year-old nephew. Seeing as he was so young, Ghazi would be forced to name a regent to rule over his lands. Naturally, the boy would name his father. This meant that for the next 11 years, Berenger would be the de facto ruler over the Sultanate of Al-Andalus and the German Empire. Chapter 674, All Hell Breaks Loose. Yasmin stood in disbelief as she read the contents of a transcript that had arrived from her homeland. The telegraph was short, but its contents were enough to overwhelm the Moorish princess. The Sultan is dead. His army was ambushed in Morocco. There are no survivors. Tears streamed from the woman's amber eyes and affected the ink that stained the page. She always knew her brother would get himself killed in some vain pursuit of glory, but she did not expect it to happen so soon. Berenger was in the room, latching his arms around the woman's waist as he tried to comfort her. I'm sorry, Yas, I don't know what to say, even I didn't think he would die so soon. What the hell was he thinking? The woman in mourning did not have an answer to Berengar's question. What was he thinking, indeed? While Yasmin was grieving for losing her brother, Berenger had more important things to worry about. Initially, he planned to bring Adelbrand to his side in Kufstein and have the man command his forces as the second highest-ranking official in the German Empire. However, that was no longer an option. The Sultan of Al-Andalus had gotten himself killed in a foreign country while his realm was already facing an unprecedented state of instability. Iberia had only recently been unified under his rule, and because of this, there were many in the region who wished to return the days of Catholic kingdoms. Hassan had left no male heir, and since women could not rule in the country, the crown would naturally fall to his nephew, a 5-year-old boy living in a foreign country thousands of miles away. Of course, Ghazi was incapable of ruling the realm, and because of this, it would soon fall into anarchy unless Berenger acted immediately. Ultimately, he was forced into a difficult dilemma: comfort his wife during her grief or take immediate action and salvage the situation to his favor. Though Berenger loved Yasmin and wanted to support her in her time of need like she had done for him so many times before, he was an emperor first and the lives of millions of people were at stake. He held the woman firmly in his hands before kissing her on the forehead. Yes, I am so sorry. I know this is not fair to you, but I have to go. If I do not act now, Iberia will descend into anarchy and millions of lives will be affected. Your brother and I have worked too hard and shed too much blood to allow something like that to happen. I only hope that after this is all over, you can forgive me for not being by your side when you needed me. After saying this, Berenger left without saying another word, for if he waited for Yasmin's response, he would be stuck in this room comforting her while a nation collapsed. The woman could only cry as her man walked past her and abandoned her when she needed him most. Linda was already waiting for Berenger with a report in her hand as she saw him exit the room. With the deaths of Granada's 1st Division, we have little in terms of assets that are in the area who can defend the region. I have already given orders on your behalf to scramble the army and deploy the 3rd and 5th Divisions to Iberia. However, it will take at the very least a week to deploy the men to the region. In the meantime, the 5,000 peacekeepers we have stationed in the region are the only thing standing in the way of absolute anarchy. For the record, Adelbrand has already been informed and is on his way to the war room as we speak. Berenger took all the information into his mind and immediately assembled his game plan. He needed to act quickly or all of his efforts in the Iberian theater, since he had reincarnated into this world, would collapse. He quickly gave Linda a few orders as they walked through the halls of the royal palace at a brisk pace. Get the other girls to look after Yasmin. She is hysterical right now and I don't know how she will react to the news of her brother's death. Inform the colonial governors about what has happened and tell them to be on alert. As for the 5,000 peacekeepers in Iberia, tell them to maintain a strong military presence in the capital of Granada. Order them to rally whatever is left of Hassan's forces in the region and protect the capital until our forces can arrive. Make sure Imperial intelligence prevents word of Hassan's death from spreading across the world until my forces can arrive. Linda nodded her head in agreement before asking the question most important to her. You're going back there, aren't you? Berenger did not hesitate to nod his head in response. Yes, Ghazi is the heir to Al-Andalus and I will take him with me so that I can officially crown him as the Sultan. I will also declare my regency and leave control of the region to Adelbrand until a time where I can effectively rule it. The people of Al-Andalus need a man they both fear and respect in charge right now, and aside from me, the only other option is Adelbrand. Linda handed a dossier to Berenger about the ongoing situation. She had a stern expression on her face as she discussed the difficulties that lie ahead. We can keep this information from reaching the papacy and the other Muslim states for at most a month, but the Moroccans are bound to take advantage of this situation and cross the Strait of Gibraltar. We have a single battalion of men stationed in Gibraltar to protect our claim and a few naval vessels. It won't be enough to hold the enemy back should they cross en masse. Berenger knew exactly what Linda was referring to, but he refused to back down. I will not surrender an inch of German clay so long as I remain Kaiser, even if it is only temporary. Tell those boys that they are to defend Gibraltar until the last man. Should they do so, their families will be looked after for the rest of their days. Tell them that reinforcements are on the way and they just need to hold out for a few days. If that doesn't inspire the men, then inform them that any man caught abandoning his post will be considered a deserter and thus executed on the spot. After saying this, Linda departed to do as instructed, and Berenger arrived at the war room of his palace, where he opened the doors to witness a variety of generals and high-ranking officers present. They immediately saluted Berenger and cried out the words, "Hail victory!" Berenger immediately raised his hand to silence the men as he approached the table, which displayed a giant map and miniature forces in it. "Aides, inform me of the current situation. I have been briefed in summary, but I want to know in detail." Adelbrand immediately jumped forward and pointed towards the ravine where Hassan was killed in days prior. About 4 days ago, Hassan and his army crushed the Moroccan forces here. They quickly broke ranks after an initial exchange of fire and fled into this ravine. Hassan pursued them, thinking he would end the war by defeating the routing army, and was in turn trapped and encircled by the enemy. The Moroccan army used explosives to trigger a rock slide which wiped out over half of Andalusia's 1st Division. In the battle, Hassan, as with the rest of his men, was killed. We learned of this detail because Hassan and his army did not check in with the fleet that ferried them when they were supposed to. Because of this, the German Navy sent out a Marine scout company to investigate where they found the scene of the battle. Hassan's body has been recovered, but it is in rough shape. At the moment, it is believed that the Sultan of Morocco said Al-Haq is eyeing the Strait of Gibraltar. Should he and his army cross, only 1,000 men are in place to prevent his advance further into Granada. They are requesting orders. How should we respond? Berenger did not hesitate to inform the men of his decision. I already have Linda on comms relaying my orders to Iberia. Our troops are being mobilized as we speak. Adelbrand, you and I will sail to the Strait of Gibraltar and stabilize the situation in Iberia. Assuming we have to engage the Moroccan army, we will annihilate them in Gibraltar before marching our forces into the capital of Granada. Once we arrive in the city, I will seat my son Ghazi on the throne, who will then declare me regent. After that has occurred, he and I will stay in the region for some time until things settle down, where we will then return to the fatherland, leaving you as governor in my stead. If that is all, then preparations need to be made. We have little time before all hell breaks loose. With that said, the German war machine rapidly assembled on a scale that they had not seen in years. The motto "Iberia must not fall" became the slogan of the 3rd and 5th Divisions as they deployed to the region. Chapter 675, Defense of the Gibraltar Strait. In the days following Hassan's death, the Sultan of Morocco had moved his forces to the coastline of his territory. He had done this before Berenger and his forces discovered the truth about Hassan's demise. Because of Al-Andalus' defeat in Morocco, the Iberian Peninsula was now defended by a paltry sum of German forces. Most of these men were spread across the entire region and needed time to regroup. Ced planned to take advantage of this lackluster defense by mounting an invasion of Granada. Ced's plan was simple: land his forces into Granada before the German reinforcements could arrive and seize the southernmost portion of Iberia, connecting it to his sultanate. As for the Catholics in the north, he figured they would be happy to be free from the control of their current Muslim masters, and he had no desire to rule over them. Naturally, Ced stayed behind in Morocco as he had an entire kingdom's affairs to manage. Because of this, he trusted his eldest son Barak with leading the invasion. Of course, neither of the two men were aware of the near-instant communication between the German outposts in Iberia and the fatherland. Because of this, they were quite shocked to see a small fleet of 3 armored frigates lined up in the Strait of Gibraltar. Until now, the armored frigates of the Imperial German Navy had not seen naval combat. Their responsibilities since their development had been to act as support to infantry by engaging in coastal bombardments, as well as ferrying troops between the fatherland and the colonies. However, Morocco was unknowingly about to demonstrate the full combat capabilities of the armored frigates. The Sultan had gathered 150 Moroccan ships for the purpose of invading Granada. The Moroccan armada was a mixture of old galleys, carracks, caravels, and a new class of warship they had developed to house cannons on their broadsides, much like the Catholic kingdoms were in the process of developing. To Barak, who stood at the helm of the largest vessel, this was supposed to be an easy victory. After all, he had a total of 150 vessels at his command, while the enemy only had 3. It was his belief that no matter how advanced the German fleet was, they simply could not contend with his numerical advantage. Unfortunately, reality was different from what Barak had expected. These German armored frigates had steel-plated hulls that were immune to the weapons of the Moroccan Navy and boasted a grand total of 40 21 cm rifled breech-loading cannons on each vessel. The high explosive shells that these guns fired were twice the size of what Berenger had recently developed for use in his army. An echo of gunfire resounded in the air, and the Sultan's son gazed in horror as 60 shells barreled through the sky and towards his fleet. Roughly one-third of the 21 centimeters high explosive shells hit their targets, reducing them to nothing but smoldering driftwood. With such a mighty piece of artillery, the German sailors need only a single shell to sink a vessel. When the shells collided with their targets, the wooden ships of the Moroccan navy were blasted into smithereens. What remained was quickly engulfed in flames as the wood was treated with flammable substances. There were no survivors. In a single volley, Barak had lost 20 ships and all the men on them. However, in the next few seconds, another volley was fired from the 3 ironclad frigates, and with it another 20 vessels exploded upon impact, leaving nothing behind, especially not the lives of the crews or the soldiers being ferried across. The massive losses he had suffered in the beginning stages of the battle astonished Barak. However, he was adaptable and quickly shifted to a tactic filled with desperation. He ordered his vessels to sail to the coast as quickly as possible so that they could land their forces on the beach, no longer daring to contend with the overwhelming firepower of the German navy. With no other options available to them, the Moroccan armada sailed as fast as possible towards the beach, desperate to land their troops on the shore. The German frigates did not cease their firing and obliterated over half of the enemy vessels before they could get past their line of defense. Barak felt his heart bleed as he realized how many men were on board those ships, which had been now reduced to burning rubble. The first ship to sail past the armored frigates immediately opened fire with its broadside cannons, hoping to avenge the monumental losses that Morocco had already suffered. However, the eyes of the Moroccan sailors nearly jumped out of their sockets as they witnessed the height of their folly. The sailors on board the Moroccan ships gazed in astonishment as their cannonballs bounced off the hulls of the German vessels. Just what were these ships made of? Steel? When the Moroccan sailors came to the realization that Germany had made a fleet of steel-clad vessels, they immediately fell into despair. If this were true, then there was nobody in this world who could contend with the Reich on the seas. Absolute naval dominance was a frightening prospect, and yet their own eyes acted as witness to it. These men counted their lucky stars that there were only 3 German ships, or else they all would have been obliterated before reaching the shore. Still, they were happy to see when the German fleet did not pursue them. For the briefest of moments, the Moroccan sailors sighed in relief, foolishly believing that the most difficult moment of the battle had passed. That is, until they gazed upon the coastline of Gibraltar. Berenger was a man of refined culture. As a result, there were 2 specific battles from his past life that came to mind when considering how to protect the coasts of German territory. The Normandy beach landings and the Battle of Okinawa, which occurred in 2 different theaters of the Second World War of his past life. Naturally, as a fan of the German and Japanese defenses in these battles, Berenger had established a large coastal defense filled with steel-reinforced concrete bunkers, tunnels, trenches, and lots of barbed wire. The relief the Moroccan sailors had when they sailed past the German frigates was immediately replaced with dread as the men realized that the concrete bunkers held the same terrifying 21 centimeters naval guns that had shredded their ships on the sea. Once the Moroccan ships were in sight, the coastal defenses bombarded them with powerful barrages. Unwilling to die with his ship, Barak immediately gave the order to all of his men on board his vessel when faced with such a terrifying barrage. Abandon ship. With these orders, thousands of men jumped off of their vessels and into the coastal waters, desperately trying not to drown as they swam ashore. Barak in particular was in a foul mood as all the black powder weapons they had prepared for their invasion were useless now that the bores of their weapons were filled with seawater. However, he did not have time to lament this loss as the moment the Moroccan appeared on the shore, a mixture of 40mm revolving cannons and Mk2 Schmidt guns opened fire on them, their operators hidden behind the safety of reinforced concrete bunkers. Aside from the machine gun nests fortified in the bunkers, there was a trench line on the hills above where hundreds of German soldiers fired their G22 bolt-action rifles towards the enemy. Barak gazed in horror as the German defenders ruthlessly gunned down his men. A combination of bullets, 40mm shells, and mortar fire instantly shredded apart the bodies of those who were fortunate enough to make it to the beaches alive. Within minutes, his army had been reduced to a fraction of its size, and as a result, Barak realized the hopelessness of the situation. His response was to pull out a large wooden plank that lay on the beach, most likely the remains of one of his sailing vessel. He quickly tied a torn white sail to it and lifted this piece of driftwood into the air, using it as a makeshift white flag while ordering his men to drop their weapons. Drop your weapons and surrender. The invasion has failed. Upon seeing the enemy surrender, the German soldiers ceased their fire and dispatched their forces to take the survivors as prisoner. Of the tens of thousands of men who had sailed across the Strait of Gibraltar, less than 3,000 remained alive. As for the Moroccan navy, it was completely obliterated in the battle. The performance of the German fleet and the coastal defenses that the Germans had erected in Gibraltar would act as a deterrence for any hostile power for years to come. It became immediately clear to the Western world that the Imperial German Navy was on another level and could not be challenged on the seas. When Said learned of how swiftly his fleet was defeated, he would realize his folly and he would be incredibly thankful to the German soldiers that they showed mercy to his son. This lesson in humility would cause the Moroccan sovereign to never again step on the tail feathers of the eagle. As a result, Said had surrendered any and all claims to Iberia. Chapter 676, Long Live the Sultan. In the days that followed the disastrous Moroccan invasion of Granada, German imperial intelligence was working overtime trying to conceal the extent of how chaotic Iberia had become. If the papacy were to realize that Hassan was dead, they would immediately start trouble in the region. After all, though Hassan and Berenger had declared the end of Reconquista, the church itself had not given up on their political ambitions in the region. They were merely buying their time and fostering dissent among the Christians who lived there. In the following days, Berenger, Adelbrand, and the young boy, Ghazi, set sail for Iberia. They were quick to deploy with a small amount of the Imperial Guard beside them. Though the 3rd and 5th Divisions of the Imperial German Army would deploy to Iberia in the coming weeks, Berenger needed to establish control as quickly as possible. For the young boy Ghazi, who was not even 5 years old, this was the first time he had spent any significant time with his father. He was roughly 3 years old and did not have the cognitive faculties to understand what was going on. Still, his father was taking him on a trip and he was excited. The young boy gazed up at Berenger, who was dressed in a military uniform, and noticed that the two of them did not look very much alike. Berenger had pale skin and blue eyes, while Ghazi had tan skin and amber eyes. The only similarity between the two of them was their blonde hair. He was much too young to understand the complexities of being a mixed-race child. Still, he felt a bit of pride in his heart. After all, his father had him dressed up in princely attire that bore the colors of Al-Andalus. Berenger had a stern expression on his face. He knew the dangers that he was walking into with his young son by his side. Luckily, he had prepared a certain device for this particular occasion. Since Berenger had not yet made combustion engines, he relied on animal power for his vehicles. As a result, he had designed and manufactured an armored stagecoach to act as protection for his son as they strolled into the capital. This armored stagecoach was equipped with a Schmidt Mk2 machine gun in case it came under fire. The German emperor would also be relying on his forces present in the region to clear the streets beforehand and ensure that everything was safe before he and his son marched to the palace. Eventually, the ship landed at the Gibraltar dockyard, where the royal guard escorted Berenger, Adelbrand, and the boy Ghazi to the fortress where the Al-Andalusian host lay in wait for them. The region had been secured since the Moroccan invasion a few days prior. Despite this, Berenger kept a watchful eye in case there was any trouble. The German emperor led his son by the hand as the two of them entered the nearby fortress, which contained the highest-ranking officer. The moment Berenger and Adelbrand arrived, they noticed a familiar face giving orders to his soldiers. Berenger was shocked to see that the man was alive and quickly called out to him with a wide smile on his face. "General Ziad ibn Yaiz, it has been some time. It is good to see that you are still alive after everything that has happened." The Al-Andalusian general gazed over at Berenger with a bitter smile on his face. Things had been rough lately and it showed on the lines of his skin. He was happy to see that his greatest ally had come to aid him in his time of need. "Indeed it has. I just wish our reunion was on better terms. The Sultan is dead and he has no living heir. Though we have tried to keep quiet about this news, it is only a matter of time before the Sultanate His Majesty had worked so hard to build comes crashing down around us." It was at this moment that Ziad noticed the little boy holding onto the emperor's hand. Though he had blonde hair and German features, the tan skin and amber eyes were a signature trait of the Al-Fadl family, and this immediately piqued the general's interest. "Who is this boy?" A proud smile appeared on Berengar's face as he informed the man of the boy's identity. "This is Prince Ghazi Al-Fadl. He is my son with the Princess Yasmin. This boy is Hassan's nephew and, by the right of succession, is the new Sultan of Al-Andalus." Truthfully, Berenger was happy that the general was still alive. He had a good impression of the man. Though he wasn't as capable as the men by Berengar's side, he was loyal to the Al-Fadl dynasty and was open to the ideas of reformation. He was also a decent enough general and was part of the reason that Granada did not fall to the Iberian Union during the early days of the war that Berenger had started. Of course, his impression of the man increased when the general lowered onto one knee and bowed his head to Ghazi. "I, Ziad ibn Yaiz, swear my loyalty to you, young Sultan. So long as you have me by your side, I swear I shall allow no harm to come to you and will help you with everything that you wish to accomplish in this life." Ghazi was confused about what was happening and looked up to his father for support. Berenger merely smiled, nodded his head, and petted the boy's hair before informing him how to proceed. "Accept it, Ziad here is a good man and a capable general. You will need his support in the future." In an immature voice, Ghazi nodded his head and smiled as he struggled to pronounce the words. "I accept your loyalty." After introducing his son to the general, Berenger questioned the man about the ongoing situation. "With the 1st Division defeated in Morocco, how many men do you have at your disposal, General?" Ziad sighed heavily in disappointment as he heard these words before raising 3 fingers. "I have at most 3,000 men beneath my command. As per the orders we received from the Reich, they have been dispatched to Granada to secure the capital. Truth be told, I tried my best to get Hassan to focus on military expansion, but he was certain that his alliance with you was strong enough to drag the Reich into any defensive operation we required. Thus, he spent a large portion of the military budget on frivolities." Berenger understood the man's pain. There were few things worse in this world than having incompetent and corrupt leadership, something he was all too familiar with from his past life. Hell, such a thing is ultimately what got him killed. However, the era of Hassan's reign was over. From this day forward, Berenger would act as regent and help build Granada into a secondary power that he could rely on to aid him against his enemies. After taking some time to think, Berenger gave his orders to the nearest German comms officer. Inform the troops in the capital to clear the streets and maintain a military presence for our arrival. There must be no signs of hostility in Granada before I am willing to march my son into the palace. Once the path is cleared, we will enter the palace and declare my son as the new sultan. In doing so, I will be named regent until he comes of age, and we will get to work stabilizing the region. There is much work to be done if we wish to save what we have all built here in Iberia. The comms were sent to the radio telegraph that Berenger had established in the Granadan royal palace. From there, the orders were distributed to both the German peacekeeping forces and the surviving Granadan troops. After giving these orders to the men in the capital, Berenger issued further orders to the men on the Strait of Gibraltar. Maintain control over this area. I will lead my royal guard towards Granada, where we will seize control of the capital and inform the Sultanate of what has transpired. Soon, 2 divisions will arrive in the Iberia, and they will work with Al-Andalusian forces to hunt down and eliminate any threat to the new sultan. Once we have eliminated the dissidents and secured the region, these men will stay in Iberia until a time when you can raise a sufficient army to protect yourselves. From then on, we will withdraw our forces to a similar degree that existed before this tragedy occurred. Are there any questions? Ziad had none and quickly saluted the Kaiser before shouting a war cry. Long live the Sultan! With this, the plan was now in place to begin a takeover of the Iberian Peninsula. Under Berengar's regency, the realm would see new heights and would be established as power that was only lesser to the likes of Germany and Itami's new Japanese Empire. Of course, it would be some time before Germany and Al-Andalus came across the rising power in the Eastern world. Chapter 677, Long May He Reign. In the following days, Berenger and his son Ghazi traveled from the coast of Gibraltar to the capital of Al-Andalus. They rode in an armored stagecoach which was protected by members of the Imperial Guard. The caravan rode for some time before arriving in the city of Granada, where both the remnants of the Granada Royal Army and the Imperial German peacekeepers greeted them. The city's streets had been cleared and everyone who dwelled within its walls were forced to return to their homes for the time being. However, that did not stop men, women, and children from gazing out through their windows to see what important guest had arrived. After the armored stagecoach arrived at the royal palace of Al-Andalus, Berenger stepped out of the vehicle before helping his young son down so that he was by his side. Ghazi gazed with wide eyes as he witnessed the splendor of the capital. Though it was far from the glory of Kufstein, it was significant in its own right. Truthfully, the boy had never left the palace since his birth, and now he was witnessing a foreign empire on the other side of the continent. His young mind was flooded with excitement as he tried to run towards the massive palace. However, he was quickly pulled back by his father, who lectured the boy with a stern expression on his face. Ghazi, one day you will rule this land. However, at the moment it is not safe for you to go running off by yourself. Stay by my side at all times and do not speak out of turn. Upon witnessing the intimidating appearance on his father's face, the boy lowered his head in submission and muttered in a voice so low Berenger almost missed it. Yes, father. After seeing the boy had become obedient, Berenger grabbed his son's hand and led him into the royal palace of Al-Andalus, where the widows of the late Sultan lie in wait for him. Hassan had been busy and had remarried after the loss of 2 of his wives who had previously conspired against him. Despite this, they did not give birth to a son, and instead, Hassan's lineage was left with a bunch of young daughters. Women had no rights to inheritance in Al-Andalus, and because of this, the crown naturally fell to Ghazi, who was the previous sultan's nephew. These young girls gazed at Ghazi with curiosity as he strolled through the palace's entrance while holding his father's hand. He was so young, and yet they knew he would be the next sultan. At least one of the girls lamented the fact that she had been born a female. Unlike Ghazi and his newborn sister, these were full-blooded Moorish girls, and because of this, their hair was as dark as their eyes. They did not share the mixed features that displayed the noble German heritage that Ghazi had. The servants of the palace were quick to meet their new young master, who gazed upon the opulent and exotic surroundings of what would one day be his new home. For now, the boy would spend some time in Granada and get to know the history of the region and its culture. However, he would return to Germany before long to live with his family and one day soon start his education. Berenger led Ghazi to a room where he had the servants of the palace dress the boy in a ceremonial regalia. When he looked in the mirror, he was astonished to see the foreign clothing that adorned itself over his small body. He quickly called out to his father, questioning what was going on. Father, why am I wearing this? By now, Berenger had raided Hassan's liquor cabinet and poured himself a drink. He had a tired expression on his face as he sipped from the fortified wine imported from the Reich. Your uncle Hassan has recently passed away. He died without leaving behind a proper heir. As the closest male relative, you are now the new Sultan of Al-Andalus. Ghazi struggled to comprehend everything his father was saying. He had heard the man call him the Sultan in previous conversations, but he had no idea what that meant, thus he quickly asked for clarification. What's a Sultan? Berenger merely smiled before giving the boy an answer. The word Sultan is Arabic in origin. It essentially means monarch. King or emperor would be the closest translation in my native tongue. You are now a king, boy, though you are still too young to govern your realm. Because of this, you will have to choose a regent to manage the kingdom's affairs for you until you are old enough to take your rightful position. The boy pondered about this for several moments. He was still too young to properly comprehend everything his father was saying. He was about to ask what a regent was when his father wore a reassuring smile before placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. Ghazi, you don't have to worry about the details. Just leave everything to your old man. All I want for you is to grow up and live your life to the fullest. By the time you reach adulthood, you will understand your responsibilities. For now, just relax and treat this as a vacation. The kid nodded his head with an excited expression on his face before responding. Okay, father. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and patted the boy's hair. In the next moment, a knock resounded on the door and General Ziad's voice disrupted the wholesome moment. Kaiser, everything is prepared. We are waiting on you and the young sultan. Berenger quickly finished the rest of his drink in a single gulp before grabbing his son's hand and leading him to the door. He left him a simple reminder as he informed the boy about what was going to happen. You don't need to say anything, Ghazi, just sit still and wait for the ceremony to be over. The young boy nodded his head and wore a kind smile as the duo exited the door and were led through the corridors by the Moorish general who presented them to the great hall where Hassan's gilded throne lay in wait for its new master. Berenger led his son up to the throne and sat him upon it where Ghazi gazed around at the spectacular grand hall in wonder. There were many people gathered, nobles from all over. The German Imperial Guard and the Al-Andalusian Royal Guard united to protect the young child from any threat. Berenger stood proudly by the boy's side, while Adelbrand and Ziad took flanking positions. As for the boy's cousins and aunts, they were forefront at the gathered crowd and gazed upon the young boy with complex expressions on their faces. It was ultimately General Ziad who led the proceedings. Sultan Hassan al-Fadl is dead. During his campaign in Morocco, he was ambushed along with his forces and killed in action. Since he has left no male heirs of his own, by the right of succession the crown of Al-Andalus falls to his closest male relative, which is his nephew Ghazi al-Fadl, son of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein and Princess Yasmin al-Fadl. Today we crown this boy as our king and name his father Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein as regent until a time where the new sultan comes of age. After saying this, a servant brought forth a beautiful crown and offered it to Ziad, who placed it upon Ghazi's head. I present to you Sultan Ghazi al-Fadl, first of his name, long may he reign. Kneel before your new sovereign. The gathered noblemen were in shock to hear that the previous sultan had died in Morocco. It took them several seconds to realize that this information had been kept hidden from them, and the true successor was already placed on the throne before they could conspire to control it. It had all happened so fast, and the only reason Berenger could place his son on the throne so easily was because of the near-instant communication that was a result of his radio telegraphs. However, there was nothing they could do now short of assassinating a small child, and that was highly unlikely. The German Empire backed the new sultan, whose Kaiser acted as the new regent. This meant the full might of imperial intelligence would be protecting the boy from anyone who conspired against him. Ultimately, even the most bitter of noblemen fell to one knee and bowed their heads to the new sultan before repeating the words, "Long may he reign." Under the regency of Berenger von Kufstein, Al-Andalus would see its political turmoil crushed and the authority of the crown strengthened. Berenger planned to do everything in his power to create a stable and prosperous empire for his son to inherit. After all, Hassan had left Al-Andalus in a terrible state and many things needed to be fixed, if not overhauled entirely. With this, the political situation in Iberia had entered a new phase of stability. In the coming days, German troops would land on Iberian soil once more, where they, alongside imperial intelligence, would conduct a thorough sweep of rebellious entities, beginning an era of political purges not so different from the Spanish Inquisition of Berengar's past life. Chapter 678. Yes, ma'am. Itami sighed heavily as she gazed upon the document in her hands. Her intelligence agents had reported that the rebels were amassing their forces. They planned to launch a strike against her homeland in an attempt to break the morale of her forces. It was an act of desperation on the rebels' part. Having lost the Shamaza clan as their supporters, the rebel leader now intended to seize what remained of Itami's family and hold them hostage in order to force her to surrender. How did Itami come by this information? One of her first acts when she initially came to power in this world was to establish a corps of spies recruited from all walks of life to engage in espionage and sabotage against her enemies. Using many of the same 4R tactics that the shinobi utilized in her past life, Itami gave these men and women the same title. No, they were not men and women who came from the ranks of peasants, clad themselves in black tights, and waged a secret war against the samurai. That was a fictitious representation of the shinobi, who in actuality were nothing more than simple spies, albeit extremely effective at their craft. In fact, anyone could be a shinobi, even a samurai. Ninjutsu was not some fabled martial art, but rather the name given to spycraft. For whatever reason, in her past life, the media in both America and Japan had greatly warped the perception of what a shinobi actually was. It went so far that schools of fake martial arts calling themselves ninjutsu appeared across America, though they had nothing to do with the actual historical practice. However, with the rise of an imperial state that Itami was in the process of reforming, she would need to create a modern intelligence agency. It was because of this that she had recently given the order to reform her so-called Shinobi Corps into a dedicated and modern intelligence agency whose headquarters were located in her capital. Modeled after the Kenpitai from her past life, her new form of intelligence took the same name and would coordinate as an entity of the military, serving as both military police and intelligence for both the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy. Obviously in this life, Itami did not wish to repeat the many crimes that the Kenpitai were responsible for in her past life. Unlike Berenger, Itami did not see the rules of war as mere suggestions. She was truly dedicated to conducting war in the most civil way possible. As she recognized what her people had done across Asia and did not want to repeat it, she was determined to build an empire that did not oppress its colonies but incorporated them into society as productive members. Or so was her dream. The recent reports from her Kenpitai showed she could not wait any longer to dispatch her forces. The fact of the matter was she could not let her ancestral homelands fall. Luckily, enough time had passed that her newest weapons were not only approved for production, but 5,000 of her soldiers were now equipped with them. This brigade, which she named the 1st Brigade, would be more than enough to defend her homeland from the rebel army while the rest of her troops were spread across her domain, protecting it from a secondary invasion. While Itami was considering how best to deploy her troops into the field, a young man approached her. This man wore a modern military uniform modeled after those worn by Imperial Japanese soldiers during the Taisho era of Itami's past life. He was a handsome young man, only a few years older than Itami. He had long black hair that was tied back into a ponytail and had a scar across his face that showed he was a battle-hardened veteran. The man spoke abruptly as he read from a letter that he had received. Your Highness, the leader of the rebels, Morinabuhiza, has issued a decree. He is willing to stand down and recognize your rule on one condition. Itami averted her gaze from her map and glared at her subordinate. There was a murderous aura in her eyes as she heard the name Morinabuhiza. He was a man who was a supporter of the Ashikaga shogunate and was loosely related to the now-defunct imperial family. He was quick to turn against Itami when she initially seized the position of shogun and was responsible for the rebellion that followed her victory. If he was suing for peace now after everything he had done, then there were only two possibilities that came to mind. Either he had realized she was building terrifying new weapons that would completely negate the numerical advantage that his forces possessed, or he was confident that he would succeed in capturing Itami's family and was giving his demands in advance, unaware that Itami was already aware of his plans. Obviously, if he had the means to achieve an overwhelming victory against Itami, then he would not come to the negotiating table. Thus, Itami forced herself to remain calm as she heard the condition. If she could end the rebellion peacefully, then she would take it. You may speak Shibakan. The man named Shiba Kayahiko cleared his throat before giving the Empress the demands of her most hated rival. He requests you marry his eldest son, Morinoburi. If you choose to do so, he will end his rebellion and allow you to reign as Empress until a time where the son between you and Noburi comes of age. Itami trembled with rage as she heard this demand. Was the man insane? She would never marry a man that was not of her choosing, especially not a young boy like Noburi. She would feel dirty doing such a thing. Her hands shook as they rested on the hilt of her sword, causing it to rattle within the saida. As the blade rattled in its scabbard, Itami broke out into mad laughter, like that of a woman who was about to go on a rampage. After she finally calmed down, a terrifying smile spread across her pink lips as she muttered a single phrase under her breath. Two can play that game. By now Itami had redesigned the hilt and scabbard of her katana to match those of a Type 94 Shingunto, which was the sword infamously wielded by Imperial Japanese officers during the Second World War. The blade of the Shingunto was actually modeled after the earlier tachi rather than the katana, but Itami's was different. Only the fittings of her blade resembled the Type 94 Shingunto. The blade itself was hand-forged katana using Tamahegane steel. It had a defined hamon and a double bohei, making it have a very striking appearance. In a response to the daimyo's demands, Itami unsheathed her blade and chopped the letter in half. She then glared fiercely at her advisor and gave him a decree. I had initially planned to defend my homeland with the new 1st Brigade. However, it appears that such a thing is no longer advisable. If that bastard wants to capture my family and use them as a bargaining chip, then I suppose I shall do the same. I wonder who will first succeed in the end? Shibakan, your orders are to lead the remainder of my army to my family's territory and defend it until the last man. As for the 1st Brigade, I will lead them into the Mori clan's territory and capture Morinabuhiza's family myself. I would love to see the face of that old bastard when he realizes I used his own shameless tactic against him. Shiba Kayahiko was terrified when he gazed upon the wrath in Itami's blood-red eyes. So much so that he even stuttered a little as he tried to respond in affirmation of his orders. Why, yes, ma'am. With that said, Itami dismissed her general and gazed at the map she had sprawled out on top of a large table. She quickly adjusted the pieces which represented her army, sending 10,000 men to the territory of the Itami clan while sending another 5,000 straight towards the home of the Mori clan. While the rebels attacked her home, she would attack that which belonged to the rebel leader. She doubted the man would still dare to fight against her when she held his family captive. This was how Itami intended to end the rebellion and solidify herself as the reigning Empress of Japan. If she was victorious in these endeavors, then she could focus on the modernization of her army and the future invasion of Hokkaido. The Ainu people would not stand a chance against her army once she marched into their lands. It was a race against time to see who would succeed in capturing the other's family first. The rebel leader Mori Nobuhisa or the self-proclaimed Empress Itami Ryo. Only time would tell who would win in this battle of hostages. Chapter 679, Overcoming Grief. Yasmin sat alone in one of the many bedrooms of the Imperial Palace of Germany. The shades were drawn over the windows which completely blocked out the sunlight from entering the room. Tears streamed down from her amber eyes and onto her cheeks like small rivers. She wanted nothing more than to hug her husband and 2 children at this moment. However, the man had left her when she needed him most and took their young son with him. A week had passed since the Princess of Alandalis heard that her brother had passed away. Though she wasn't given the exact details, it was clear that he had gotten himself killed in Morocco. For her entire life, Yasmin had looked after her brother, ensuring that he did not get into any trouble. She felt guilty over his death, believing that had she been by his side, advising him on matters of the state, then she could have convinced him not to act so recklessly. For the past week, Yasmin had done little more than cry and sleep. The care of her infant daughter was left up to her husband's other wives as she grieved the loss of her little brother. Though the other women attempted to comfort her in Berengar's absence, she had rejected their courtesy and secluded herself in a bedroom. However, her personal solitude could not last forever. At this moment, the door to her room opened despite it being locked from the inside, and Linda forced her way inside. She had a tray of food on her hands, which included a variety of dishes that Yasmin commonly enjoyed. There was also a pitcher of fresh milk and a couple of crystal glasses. When Yasmin saw the intruder, she frowned before lashing out at the red-headed beauty. "What are you doing here? I thought I requested to be alone." Linda was not the slightest bit insulted by the Moorish princess' rudeness and instead set down the tray of food on the bed while pouring a glass of milk for the woman. She handed the glass cup over with a gentle expression on her face. "You need to eat. I can only imagine how you feel right now, but that is no reason to throw away your health." Despite Lindy's kindness, Yasmin was skeptical of her behavior. The Moorish beauty had always kept a close eye on the veteran spymaster. She was well aware of the relationship that Linda had with both Berenger and the other wives. Yasmin knew that whatever grace Linda was showing her would surely have ulterior motives behind it. Thus, she did not hold back her thoughts and quickly voiced her cynicism. "What reason do you have to care so much about my well-being? Surely you're not just looking after me of your own goodwill." The moment Linda heard this remark, her caring facade came crumbling down. Seeing that Yasmin was not accepting her treat, she decided to drink the milk with the grace befitting of an empress. Her demeanor had shifted from that of a caring mother to a brilliant monarch. "You always were a sharp one. Very well, if you insist, I will cease my false pretense. After all, you have thoroughly displayed your indifference towards me and my girls." It was at this moment Yasmin interrupted Lindy's speech by chuckling briefly before firing back at the woman. "Your girls? I thought they were Berengar's?" Linda responded to this with a slight giggle. She had an arrogant expression on her pretty face as she lectured Yasmin for her choice of words. "Of course, we are all Berengar's girls, are we not? However, that doesn't change the fact that he has put me in charge of his little harem. With the exception of you, since you don't want to be a team player. But I digress. You ask why I am helping you? Well, you are correct to assume that it is not just for your sake. Unlike the other women in Berengar's life, who I deeply care for as my sisters, you are much more of an acquaintance whom my husband married as a side piece for the sake of political convenience. Though he has some feelings towards you, probably more than the others, I don't recognize you as one of my sisters. Hell, if I'm being honest, I care for Henrietta more than I do you. However, it is because of these feelings that Berenger has for you that I must ensure you deal with your grief in a healthy and natural manner. Staying cooped up in this darkness all day is no way to grieve the loss of your brother. If Berenger saw you in this state, he would be heartbroken. So, I have decided to help you so that I may spare my husband some pain. So, you are going to eat everything on this plate, you are going to drink all of this milk, then you are going to take a bath with me and come out of this darkness and integrate into our family the way you should have done years ago. The harem doesn't just exist for Berengar's pleasure, it is a sisterhood where we support each other in our difficulties even though we may bicker at times." Yasmin scoffed at this suggestion as she shifted her head so that she no longer met Lindy's fierce gaze. She responded with a coy attitude. "And if I refuse?" In response to this, Linda merely licked her lips as she gazed at Yasmin's substantial bosom and made a threatening gesture with her hands. "Then I am going to grope you until you admit defeat. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Yasmin." Yasmin gazed at the lust-filled expression on Lindy's lips and sighed heavily before agreeing to the woman's request. "You are a weird one. Fine, I will do as you say." After saying this, the Moorish beauty dined on the food that had been prepared for her while washing it down with milk. Linda smiled when she saw Yasmin had done as she had commanded. After the woman had finished all the food on her plate, Linda approached her with a seductive smile and whispered in her ears. "Don't you feel better now that you have had a delightful meal?" Yasmin brushed Lindy's advances off and stubbornly shook her head in silence. Though in truth she had to admit that Lindy's cooking had gotten better, the fact that the woman went to the lengths to prepare the meal herself rather than order the kitchen staff to do it was somewhat heartwarming. Upon seeing the woman play hard to get, Linda grabbed hold of her dainty yet tanned hand and dragged her off to the bath. Yasmin cried out in shock as she realized what was happening. We're not really going to bathe together, are we? Linda remained silent as she dragged the Moorish princess to the royal bathhouse that existed in the Imperial German palace. The two women stripped off of their clothing before opening the door to the large pool that existed as the personal bath of the imperial family. Inside, Yasmin was shocked to see through the steam that Berengar's other women were already present and in the water where they washed each other's bodies. Henrietta was groping Adela's chest while rubbing it with soap, something that caused the young woman to be shy. What are you doing, Henrietta? Stop this instant. However, Henrietta did not stop and instead mocked Adela for her petite size and considerably smaller bust. Oh Adela, how is it that despite the women in our family all having substantial bosoms, you somehow have such small breasts? Adela immediately felt uncomfortable as Henrietta tweaked her nipples. She quickly threw the girl aside and rushed into the deep end of the pool to avoid her. I said that's enough. Besides, I don't have small breasts. I have C cups. That's bigger than most women. When Linda heard this, she called out to her oldest rival in an equally mocking tone. Sure, you're bigger than most women, but you still have the smallest bust of all of us. Adela gazed around and noticed that Berengar's harem were all extremely busted with the smallest size besides her own being D cups. She became dreadfully embarrassed and hid her face halfway under the water. Such a cute reaction caused the other girls to laugh at her. Honoria quickly called out to her, causing her to become even more flustered. Adela, you are too cute. You are the same little girl I met all those years ago. Adela immediately erupted in anger as she splashed the girls with the steaming bathwater. Shut up, all of you. Despite the outburst, all the women continued to laugh at Adela's expense. When Yasmin gazed at the scene, she was astonished. Since when did these women get along so well? Had she really been neglecting the bonds between herself and Berengar's other women all this time? Linda noticed the expression on Yasmin's face and grabbed hold of her hand before leading her into the bath. Come on, Yasmin, it is time to clean you up. I've been trying my best not to say this, but you really stink. Yasmin blushed when she heard this before being led into the bath. For whatever reason, becoming a part of such a friendly scene caused the grief in her heart to lessen. A slight smile curved itself upon her pretty lips as she bathed with Berengar's harem. For the first time since she married Berenger, Yasmin finally understood what it meant to be part of the team. Chapter 680, Resorting to Underhanded Tactics. While Yasmin was overcoming her grief with the company of Berengar's other women, the man himself was busy managing the Sultanate of Al-Andalus. The first thing that Berenger did upon seizing the position of regent was establish the National Conscription Act, forcing all men between the ages of 18 to 24 to serve a minimum of 2 years in the newly reformed Andalusian armed forces. With the unification of Iberia under the reign of a single monarch, Berenger had to work hard to create a military system that integrated the various different cultures, languages, and religions into the same army. One that could efficiently work together as brothers in arms against hostile forces. It would not be easy. He had to take into account the Portuguese language, the various dialects of what would one day be the Spanish language, as well as the Arabic tongue. The integration of so many languages into one army was already giving Berenger a headache, and he was just glad that his own empire was ethnically, culturally, and linguistically homogeneous. There were some slight dialectal differences in Germany, such as the Bavarian tongue, but such minor barriers could easily be overcome. This was not the case for Iberia. On top of the military conscription, Berenger had forced the refurbishment and sale of the remaining unconverted Berenger-class sailing frigates to the Sultanate of Al-Andalus. A total of 50 vessels were to be sold to Al-Andalus in the coming years. In honor of the previous sultan, these ships would be repainted and renamed as Hassan-class frigates. This would make the Sultanate of Al-Andalus the second greatest naval power in the Mediterranean. Unlike the fatherland, whose economy was robust and booming, allowing the crown to have a constant influx of funds to fuel their endeavors, Al-Andalus was devastated from years of warfare. It had never been given the time to fully introduce the agricultural and pre-industrial reforms that Berenger had given Hassan. When Berenger first gazed upon the ledgers of the royal palace, he was shocked to see just how many funds were embezzled by Hassan so he could continue to afford the luxurious products of the Reich. He was actually embarrassed by this stunning revelation, believing that Hassan's death may have been the greatest thing to happen to the people of Iberia. He could not help but curse the man for his corruption. Hassan, what the hell were you thinking? Those funds could have been used for agricultural and educational reforms, instead you wasted it on personal frivolities. Standing by Berengar's side as he enacted new laws on behalf of the new sultan was General Ziad, who gazed at the ledgers in the same state of disbelief as Berenger. He had not been privy to this massive scandal. If he had been, he surely would have advised Hassan to use the money he spent more wisely. Though this technically wasn't a crime, as Hassan had never advanced his realm beyond that of a feudal state, and because of this the sultan could do whatever he wished with his nation's treasury. It was still a monumental waste of resources in Berengar's view. Though Berenger may live in a state of excess that few men in history have or ever will achieve. He had not spent a single thaler of taxpayers' money on himself and his family, at least not since he advanced beyond a feudal realm. It was true that Berenger had used his feudal power to invest in the many major corporations that now dominated German trade, but that was the end of it. The personal wealth of the von Kufstein dynasty came from having massive shares in major corporations such as the Gunther Merchant Company, as well as personally owning a few corporations themselves, such as the Kufstein Armory, which was the largest and most prosperous arms corporation in the world. There was also the fact that Berenger owned the intellectual rights to all his inventions, which every company in his empire relied upon for business. Berenger sighed heavily as he looked at the meager funds he had to work with in order to rebuild Allendales from the state it had suffered from under its previous ruler. He quickly concluded the best way to do that was step by step. He would use what funds he had now to invest in the agricultural innovations he had given to Hassan years prior. After fully implementing such a thing across the realm, the profits would be meager but enough to sustain development in other areas. It was with this in mind that Berenger signed a new law that would overhaul the agriculture of Iberia so that it resembled Austria prior to the invention of the steam engine. Berenger still had a stockpile of the old agricultural devices lying around that he could sell to Al-Andalusian farmers at a reduced price. When Ziad saw this, he could not help but question if such a vast expense was really acceptable. Are we really going to spend such a large sum of money on agricultural improvements? When Berenger heard this, he simply scoffed before responding to the man's question. Of course, agriculture is the basis of any functional civilization. The more food you produce, the more your people can eat. The more they can eat, the more healthy they will be. The more healthy they are, the longer they can work, the longer they can work, the more they can produce. Without a surplus of food, this kingdom will never truly prosper. So we will invest in agricultural production, then when we have gained the profits from that, we will invest in the industry. Ziad merely nodded his head in response. What Berenger said had made sense, and if he was just going to follow the route he had used to make Germany so successful, then the man did not have any complaints. He had no grand vision that Al-Andalus would ever rival the Reich, but under the regency of Berenger von Kufstein, the old general felt that Al-Andalus would most certainly be superior to its neighbors. Berenger gazed at the next document in his hand and sighed heavily before grabbing hold of his flask and taking a stiff drink. The report was from Imperial Intelligence, who had infiltrated a resistance movement in northern Spain. With the announcement of Ghazi's ascension to the role of Sultan and Berengar's appointment as regent, the Catholic Church was whipped up into a frenzy. For the papacy, this was the worst situation imaginable. Iberia, which they had long since sought to unite and would have normally been a major backer of the Holy See, was now completely under control of their greatest enemy. As a result, the papacy immediately diverted attention from the crusade in the Holy Land, which had reached a stalemate, and funneled supplies into the hand of Iberian rebels. The fact of the matter was that there was simply no conceivable way to drive the German army from the region, and because of this, the papacy had come up with a sinister alternative. They had one target, the new Sultan Ghazi al-Fadl. The Catholic Church believed if they could assassinate the boy, then they could remove Berengar's regency over Iberia. Upon uncovering this plot, Berenger was trembling with rage. If there was one thing in this world that Berenger would never tolerate, it was threats to his family. As a result, he had decided to send a message to the Pope and all of his followers across the world. With a sinister smile etched upon his lips, Berenger posed a question to the nearby general. Ziad, tell me, are there any men in your army who are fanatical haters of the Catholic Church? The man scoffed in response to this. Was there really a need to ask such a question? However, when realizing that Berenger was serious, he recovered his demeanor and nodded politely. Of course. Why? What did you have in mind? Berenger did not explain in detail the malevolent plot he had conducted. Instead, he wore a terrifying smile as he gave the man an order. I need you to assemble a list of candidates. I need one man to undertake a dangerous operation that will ultimately result in his death. If he succeeds, he will be able to wipe out the College of Cardinals in its entirety. Ziad raised his brow in confusion and horror as he heard what Berenger had in mind. His first thoughts unknowingly escaped his lips. You have the means to achieve such a thing? Berenger nodded his head slightly before revealing what he was thinking. I do. It is a detestable method, but an effective one. Normally, I would never ask a man to perform such a suicidal act, but the papacy has gone too far. They are now targeting a member of my family, and I will not allow them to get away with even thinking about such action. The College of Cardinals must die, and it must be an Andalusian who sends them to hell. Your orders are simple: compile a list of men who are ready and willing to give their life in martyrdom, and leave the rest to me. Ziad bowed his head respectfully before responding in affirmation of his orders. Yes, sir. After saying this, he immediately got to work on finding the list of candidates for Berengar's secret mission. Berenger, on the other hand, took another drink as he gazed off into the setting sun of the Granadon sky. A single phrase escaped his lips as he dwelled on what he was about to do. I'm going to go to hell for this. Chapter 681, An Unexpected Attack. While Berenger was managing affairs in Granada, Pope Julius was in the midst of a heated conversation. Today was an important day. The College of Cardinals had gathered in Rome for a single purpose: to discuss the rise of a certain heretic and his regency in the disputed territory of Iberia. Invited to this meeting were members of the Iberian Church who had come under pressure from the Sultanate of Al-Andalus now that Berenger was at its helm. Unlike in Germany, Berenger had not stripped the Iberian Church of its land, wealth, and resources. Instead, he simply passed laws requiring the Catholic Church to pay heavy taxes under the new Muslim-dominated regime. Under the reign of the previous sultan, the Muslims had not bothered picking a fight with the Catholics whom they had conquered and opted for a route of peaceful compromise. This did not work out well for the Hassan, whose lax attitude towards his Catholic subjects had caused fierce resistance both in peaceful protests and in violent uprising. These uprisings were now in full effect with Hassan's death and the ascension of the boy Ghazi to the throne of a united Iberia. Unsurprisingly, the Catholic Church was the culprit behind this rebellious movement. However, there was one major point of contention among the men gathered in this room, and a man representing the Anglo-Saxon Church was quick to voice his objection. Our forces in the Holy Land require gunpowder if they are to defeat the heretics and their Saracen allies. We cannot afford to be shipping what little black powder we have to Iberia in the hope that the locals can successfully resist a German occupation. We never expected Berenger the Accursed to detonate the saltpeter mine, and because of this action we have to rely on trade routes from the east. Our current trade routes cross through the Golden Horde, and we are forced to pay a heavy price for the saltpeter. If we wish to supply the Iberian rebels, then we need to search for new trade routes to India. We simply cannot import enough saltpeter through our current methods to make the black powder required for 2 wars. Julius nodded his head in agreement with the statement. They were paying a heavy price to import their current saltpeter supplies. The Golden Horde had charged a king's ransom when they realized that the Catholic kingdoms were becoming increasingly reliant on the saltpeter trade. Of course, since the papacy had no other alternative sources, now that Berenger had destroyed one of the few natural saltpeter deposits in Europe, they had no choice but to pay whatever price the Golden Horde requested. The Pope merely rested his head in the palm of his hand. He could not believe how quickly Berenger had risen to power. He knew in his heart that his eventual crusade for Germany would be a slaughter, but if the Church sat back and did nothing, then they would lose all influence over the Catholic kingdoms. What he needed was a victory in the Holy Land to fill the Crusaders with the morale necessary to march them into German borders. Julius had heard rumors of the border defenses that Berenger had established around Germany and was terrified at the prospect of challenging them. Only by convincing his men that God was truly on their side would these men be willing to so suicidally charge against such extensive fortifications. However, if he wanted the slightest chance at victory, his men needed to be equipped with muskets, and for that they needed a bigger saltpeter supply. Thus, he quickly announced his approval of this plan. With the way to India blocked by the Byzantine and Timurid empires, it is imperative that we discover new trade routes to the east. Especially if this next generation of warfare is reliant on black powder. Since all of our efforts to investigate Germany's methods of procurement have been met with failure, we have no choice but to seek out alternatives. Send out word to all explorers. The papacy will fund their expeditions in search of new trade routes to the east. I will grant anyone who discovers an alternative route to India a substantial fortune. The cardinals all agreed with this course of action and did not speak up in objection. Seeing that this new motion had carried, the Pope sighed heavily before discussing the other major point of contention that needed to be said. How goes the plan to assassinate the new sultan? Are the rebels in a position to strike? It was at this moment that a representative from the Iberian Church spoke up on the matter. We have supplied them with weapons and training. The plan is to start a riot among the people and use that as a means to sneak into the royal palace. After all, the forces of Granada and Germany are severely depleted right now. Berenger will be forced to send what little soldiers he has to stop the chaos in the capital. Then our assassin will shoot the child dead. A despicable deed, but a necessary one. Pope Julius had a mad look in his eyes as he smiled upon hearing this news. For too long, he had suffered at the hands of Berenger. The heretic was always one step ahead of him and had always played him like a fiddle. No longer would that be the case. In his temporary insanity, Julius voiced his true thoughts aloud in front of all the cardinals. Finally, you will pay the price for your affront to God. Berenger the Accursed, for your defiance you shall lose your son. It was only after Julius had said this that a member of the Iberian delegation stood up from his spot. It appeared as if he had something to say. The man was a curious one. He had the light skin of a Spaniard but the swarthy features of a Moor. Until now he had gone totally unnoticed. Everyone looked at him with confusion in their eyes. That is until he tore off his robe to reveal a chest rig and a bandolier which contained a substantial amount of dynamite wired to a handheld detonator. The man in question spoke in the Arabic tongue as he screamed the words, "Long live the Sultan." Before anyone could stop him, he pressed the detonator, which ignited the 24 pounds of TNT he had strapped to his chest. The result was a total massacre. The entire College of Cardinals was shredded to pieces in the explosive blast. Despite this sudden attack, a single man survived the explosion. This man was Pope Julius himself. If one were to see Julius right now, it would convince them the grace of God spared him. Julius could only gaze in disbelief as the bedrock that formed papal power in this world was blasted into mincemeat before his very eyes. He then shifted his gaze and noticed that his white robes were not the slightest bit stained in gore as he witnessed a golden light fade away from his personage. In that moment, the Pope lost control of his legs and fell to his knees as he spoke his words of prayer to the Lord God Almighty. Frightened to the core of his being over what had just transpired. The explosion had rocked the seat of papal power, and the guards of the Pope quickly rushed to the scene, where they witnessed a gory sight. Despite the many bodies that had been blown to pieces, the Pope was perfectly unscathed as he stared towards the heavens above while speaking in tongues. Everyone besides him had perished in the attack, an attack which they were not expecting. It was truly a miracle that anyone survived this mess. The words the suicide bomber had spoken resounded in the Pope's mind over and over again while his guards gazed at him in awe. Long live the Sultan! Long live the Sultan! As if reaching sudden divine inspiration, Julius cursed out the name of the culprit he knew in his heart to be responsible for this atrocity. Berenger. News of this attack would make its way to the fatherland almost immediately after being carried out. The German Reformation would use this incident in propaganda against the Catholic Church. The exact words they would use would describe the scene as a divine intervention against a demonic plan to assassinate the young boy Ghazi who had rightfully succeeded his uncle in the throne of Al-Andalus. God smites the wicked would be the major headline in all the Reich's newspapers in the days following this attack. As for the Catholic Church itself, they would paint this event in a very different light. God saves the Pope from the wicked would be the propaganda that would make its way across the Catholic world. Every true believer would see Al-Andalus and the German Empire as their most heinous of enemies. Naturally, Berenger would deflect the blame, stating he had nothing to do with the attack and to insinuate it was slander. Ultimately, this conflict would only be resolved with bloodshed. However, one thing was certain: those who knew about the plan to assassinate Ghazi would think twice before entertaining the idea of harming a member of Berengar's family, lest they suffer a similar tragedy. As for the Pope himself, he was now more determined than ever to kill Berengar's son. Chapter 682 Political Purges in Liberia. Berenger gazed at a report which had been set upon the desk he was using while he was acting as the regent of Al-Andalus. The attack on the College of Cardinals had been a success, still he did not anticipate his suicide bomber to strike while the Pope was in the room. Nor did he believe anyone would survive the explosion. While the German newspapers reported it as an act of divine vengeance upon the wicked souls of the papacy, it made no mention of a Moorish suicide bomber who had heroically given his life to send a message to the Catholic world. Instead, the paper made it abundantly clear that the papacy was planning to assassinate the 3-year-old child Ghazi al-Fadl. All forms of evidence gathered by imperial intelligence supported these claims. Berenger read through the papers that were being issued from in the fatherland with a wide smile on his face. He could practically hear the song "What a Wonderful World" in his mind as he carefully studied each line of text within the paper. He knew full well what was occurring across Iberia as he sat back and relaxed while humming the tune. In Toledo, a young girl, no older than 17, was rushing through the streets, no longer caring about what anyone thought about her frantic state. She forced her way through the crowds at the dismay of the many of the men who were walking through the streets. If she wasn't such a pretty young woman, then perhaps they would scold her for her reckless actions. This girl was a die-hard Catholic and worked as a page for the local mayor who acted on behalf of the new regime. However, she had abandoned her duties and headed to the slums of the city after hearing the latest report from the soldiers of the garrison. She quickly rushed to the headquarters of the rebel group she was secretly a part of to warn them about the upcoming raid. However, the closer she got to her destination, the more she witnessed smoke rising from the building where her allies hid. The sounds of gunshots rippled through the air, causing her to run faster than she had ever done before. A single thought entered her mind as she lamented her poor speed and athleticism. Am I too late? When she turned finally around the corner, her worst fears were realized. Several men and women were being led out of the complex while bound in chains. They were being closely guarded by the heavily armed German troops who poked and prodded the captives with their bayonets while jeering at them. Catholic scum! You dare conspire against the Kaiser's son? You're nothing but filthy savages. Now you will learn the wrath of the Reich. How evil must you be to target a 3-year-old child? You will be shown no mercy for your crimes. The German soldiers were ruthless in their taunts as they led the prisoners into the middle of the street. Plenty of onlookers had gathered to witness the scene, completely unaware of what the Germans had planned for these rebels. After leaving a series of cuts on the prisoners, the captain in charge of the company that was used to ambush the rebels in their own homes raised his hand in the air and gave the order. Quit fucking with the prisoners. You know your orders. There's no reason to waste any more time. The German soldiers were quick to fall in line as they raised their G22 bolt-action rifles and pointed them at the captives. With the commands issued by the captain, the German soldiers squeezed their triggers and sent their .4570 projectiles downrange and into the torsos of the rebels, executing them on the spot. The girl gazed in horror as she witnessed her friends and family so ruthlessly gunned down in the street. It was as if the world had slowed down when she saw the bodies collapse to the wayside with lifeless expressions on their faces. Words could not express the guilt she felt in her heart at that moment. If she had just been a few minutes quicker, then perhaps she could have saved her comrades. Unfortunately, reality was cruel and there was nothing she could do now. She just wanted to find a quiet place to die alone. As such horrendous thoughts flooded her mind, a firm hand gripped her shoulder. The girl quickly turned around to see a German officer in a trench coat smile fiercely at her. He spoke in the local dialect, albeit very poorly, as he stared the young girl in the eyes. Maria Rosa, I presume? Curious, isn't it? As far as our records show, you should be at the mayor's office right now. Do you mind explaining to me why you have come to this rebel safe house? After all, these men and women were planning to assassinate the young sultan, and it would be a pity if you were involved with them. The young woman was defiant as she refused to answer. She knew the German officer was lying. Though she was part of a rebel cell, they were not planning to assassinate the sultan. Perhaps there were some other groups out there with such bold ideals, but she and her comrades weren't associated with them. This group that had been so mercilessly gunned down in the streets of Toledo were not violent revolutionaries, but the peaceful resistance against German occupation and the unification of Spanish territories under the banner of the Moors. They were rebellious in spirit, but not armed insurgents. To lump them in with more extreme groups was just a tactic the overlords were using to get rid of them all. Upon seeing that her friends were dead, the young woman, whose pretty face was filled with tears, found her resolve and spat on the German officer's cheek before expressing her ideals. "Go to hell, you German bastard." The officer sighed heavily before wiping the spit off his face with a handkerchief. After doing so, he pulled out his revolver, pointed it at the girl's forehead and pulled the trigger, ending her life on the spot. After killing the girl, the officer sighed once more before he shook his head. Such a pity. She was really quite beautiful. It is such a waste that she chose to die with her friends. After saying this, the officer called out to the company of soldiers who had eliminated the rebels in this region. "What are you bastards dawdling for? There are more cells in the city and we have our orders. Get to work." After saying this, the infantry company reloaded their weapons before running off to the next area that intelligence had marked for them. On the other side of the continent in Portugal, a young German Jaeger held his rifle in his hands. He had come under fire after kicking down the door to a suspected rebel-safe house. Over the past few years, Portugal had been reduced to a state of nationwide insurgency. After the warlords' domains were crushed and brought into the fold by Hassan's forces, the people broke out in rebellion. This man had spent his entire military career operating beside the Andalusian Royal Guard, previously known as the Granadan Royal Guard, in gendarmerie operations. By now he was used to kicking down doors and getting shot at. As per usual, the Portuguese resistance was stiff, supplied by papacy with matchlock weaponry. It had become quite common to face gunfire the moment one entered a building. Luckily, these insurgents lacked repeating fire, or his job would be a lot more dangerous. The moment he had entered the building, a lead ball struck his body armor. The ceramic plate easily absorbed the projectile, though it still hurt like hell. Despite this pain he was suffering, the Jaeger raised his rifle and fired a shot directly into the man's chest, before rapidly reloading his weapon and firing another in the dying man's head. A nearby Jaeger quickly checked on the man's condition while the other members of his squad cleared the rest of the building. "Fritz, are you all right?" The man named Fritz nodded his head in response, albeit with a painful expression on his face. "I'm fine. He got me on the plate. Keep going, he'll be right behind you." The man quickly nodded his head and rushed into the building, clearing the area alongside the other Jaegers with perfect synergy. These men had been through enough urban warfare to know how to properly clear a building by now. Quickly, the men entered a room where another gunshot echoed in the air. This time, the projectile missed the three men entirely. In retaliation, the Jaegers fired a volley of projectiles into the room and towards the plume of smoke responsible for the previous shot. The bullets of the soldiers mercilessly shredded whoever was wielding the matchlock. The soldiers quickly reloaded their weapons before checking the room for other hostiles. There was nobody else in the room, however. The wielder of the firearm was a young boy, no older than 8. Despite this, the German Jaegers did not care in the slightest. They had killed many children over the past few years. For whatever reason, the Portuguese parents would arm boys and girls with weapons and instruct them to fire on German and Andalusian fire teams. It had caused quite a few casualties among the German and Andalusian forces, as few men were cold-hearted enough to pull the trigger on young children. Over time, though, the soldiers who dealt with this brutal urban warfare had become callous. By now, killing children was as common as killing men, and they considered anyone armed to be an enemy combatant. They did not worry about how old their victims were. An enemy deserved no mercy. By taking up arms, these child insurgents had become a threat and needed to be neutralized. Shortly after this exchange of gunfire, the building was cleared and the German Jaegers did not waste any more time. They regrouped with the rest of their unit and continued to kick down doors throughout the small village. If the Pope were to have his way, all of Iberia would turn into a hotbed for urban warfare, something the German soldiers dreaded. Thus, while Berenger was busy enacting reforms across Iberia that would help aid in prosperity, his soldiers were purging political dissidents in the tens of thousands. Chapter 683, Fleeing the Empire. Night fell over the clear Indian sky. A full moon accompanied by a sea of stars illuminated the capital of the Anangpur Empire as two siblings met in secret. The princess of the empire, Priya Tamara, lies sickly in her bed. Over the past year, her condition had grown substantially worse, to the point that she was now bedridden. Her brother Daria, the emperor, was nothing more than a puppet to his uncle's whims, and try as he might to build a loyal faction that could help him overthrow his regent, he had utterly failed in doing so. Now, with his sister on the brink of the death, the boy was filled with despair. "I'm sorry, Priya. I don't know what is wrong with you. Not even the court physician understands why your health is failing. There is nothing I can do but sit here by your side." The girl had a weak voice as she tried to rise from her lying position. Despite her best attempts, she was too feeble to properly sit up without support. Ultimately, she coughed before speaking the words on her mind. It is I who am sorry, dear brother. It appears my time has come and I can no longer keep you company. I only ask one thing of you before I pass from this world. Can you please take me to the kingdom in the west that you spoke of? I know it is a lot to ask, but I wish to see the grand city of Kufstein with my own eyes before I enter the cycle of reincarnation once more. Daria bit his lower lip in distress as he heard this request from his beloved little sister. With the girl's current condition, he did not believe she would survive the trip. Still, it was her dying wish and he wanted nothing more than to make the girl's dream come true. With a heavy sigh, he nodded his head before agreeing to the girl's request. All right. I will take you to Austria. If it is the last thing I do, I will fulfill your wish. As if the heavens were answering his prayers, a knock resounded on the door with the voice of his cousin appearing from behind the door. Daria, open the door right now. I have something urgent to talk to you about. It concerns the princess. Shocked by this news, Daria quickly opened the door to reveal his older cousin Ishvar. The man carefully searched his surroundings before forcing his way inside and bolting the door behind him. He had a panicked expression on his face as he held a scroll in his hands. Daria was curious why the man was acting so strange and quickly prodded him for an answer. Daria, why do you look like you have just run a mile? The man was panting heavily as he scolded the little brat for making fun of him. Do you have any idea what I have been through this past hour? After saying this, the man shook his head before calming his nerves and informing the emperor of what he had found out. Daria, my father plots against you. I overheard him speaking with one of his ministers. The reason your sister's health is failing is because he is poisoning her. He has been doing it for quite some time. This news shocked the boy emperor. However, his fists quickly trembled as he felt like killing his uncle on the spot. He lunged for the door but was quickly stopped by his cousin, who thrust the scroll into the boy's hands. Daria, calm down. Take a deep breath and listen to me. My father is convinced that your sister is part of an ancient prophecy that foretells the end of our civilization. It is utter madness, but he desires to kill her before she can summon a warlord from the west who will invade our lands and subject us all to 1,000 years of darkness. The madman has actually convinced your entire court to act against your sister. I'm here to get the two of you to safety. If he's willing to kill Priya, then what will he do to you? Daria, read the scroll. It was cryptic and ancient. He did not know how the man could believe that Priya was the princess foretold to bring the Anangpur Empire's destruction. However, the thing that concerned him most was Ishvar's behavior. Was the man leading him into a trap? He had to investigate this matter further. Why are you helping me? Shouldn't you be siding with your father? Ishvar appeared to be offended by the question, however he did not get upset or even defensive. Instead, he wore a bitter smile as he revealed his reasons for betraying his father's ambitions. Daria, we are family. I have grown up looking after the two of you as if you were my own siblings. My father is driven by greed. I have known it for a long time, but I ignored it because he was not doing any harm to you or Priya, and you are still a child who is not capable of ruling our lands. However, what I have just learned changes everything. The fact that my father is willing to resort to poisoning his niece in order to maintain the power he has gained proves to me that he has long since abandoned his humanity. I will not sit idly by while the two of you are killed off as sacrificial pawns. None of that is important now. What matters is that we get you to safety. Come, I will help carry your sister. I have already arranged for you to travel to the German Empire in secret. It is the only place I can think of that is powerful enough to protect you from my father's wrath and is far enough out of his sight that his agents can't get to you. When you arrive in the Reich, tell the Kaiser that I have sent you and inform him of your circumstances. I am certain he will help you. Daria was unaware that Austria had formed into an empire and had many questions about this topic. He quickly protested, speaking to his cousin about his sister's dream to visit Kufstein. What? No. Priya wants to visit Kufstein. What even is this German Empire? This question stunned Ishvar, who was just now learning of the ignorance that the emperor lived in all this time. He sighed heavily before educating his cousin on matters of international politics. Kufstein is the capital of the German Empire. Over a year ago, the Kingdom of Austria united the German people into a large empire. The fact that my father has not made you aware of this major event shows his true schemes. I must get you to safety quickly. After saying this, the young man grabbed hold of the sickly girl and wrapped her in a blanket. He wore a pitiful smile on his face as he informed the girl that he was granting her request. Come Priya, I'm going to make sure you and your brother visit Kufstein. You will be going on a long vacation for a while and I'm afraid we won't see each other for many years. The girl merely smiled. Despite being close to death, she simply nodded her head and responded with thanks. Thank you, cousin Ishvar. The trio fled through the halls of the palace in silence. Luckily, Ishvar had already calculated the routes of the patrols and knew the best ways out of the building. Once they had succeeded in sneaking out of the palace, Ishvar led the two kids to a merchant caravan where he covertly placed them inside a wagon. After doing so, he bade them farewell. You two need to behave and, most importantly, whatever you do, you cannot tell anyone who you really are until you meet with Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein in person. Only the merchant in charge of this caravan knows your true identity and he has been paid a handsome sum to keep it a secret. As far as anyone else is concerned, you are his children. Don't worry, I will work hard while you are away so that when you finally return to your homeland you can take your rightful place as the emperor. Daria had tears in his eyes as he thanked his cousin one last time before parting ways. Thank you, Ishvar, you have no idea how much I appreciate your help. I promise, when I am big and strong I will return to the Anangpur Empire and reclaim my throne from my uncle. You have shown me the value of family with this act of kindness. With that said, the cousins parted ways, and before long, the merchant caravan had set off on a long and perilous journey to the empire in the west. Without the poison regularly being administered into the girl's system, Priya would begin to recover from her feeble state, but it would be a difficult path for the girl to bear. Had Ishvar waited another day to enact this plan, the girl would likely be doomed to death. Chapter 684, An Average Day While the Casio is Away. No. Stop it. Are the words that echoed through the halls of the imperial palace of Germany. Not many knew of the debauchery that was commonly practiced among Berenger and his harem, let alone what transpired between the girls while their lover was away on international business. However, just because people were unaware of the scandalous activity that went on in the imperial family does not mean that it did not exist. At the moment Princess Henrietta had pinned down her cousin on the king-size mattress contained within the royal bedchamber. Adela had been particularly standoffish as of late, what with Linda paying attention to Yasmin. As a result, Henrietta had decided to give her precious cousin some comfort. Of course, Adela was shy and reserved as she normally was. Despite Adela's cries of protest, she did not shove Henrietta away. Instead, she spasmed in pleasure as the girl licked away at her nether regions. A pretty smile was on Henrietta's puffy pink lips as she halted her activities and teased the tiny butt of her cousin with her fingers. While messaging the woman's clit, Henrietta whispered into her ear something that caused her victim to flush in embarrassment. You say that, but I don't see you resisting. Before Adela could formulate a proper response, Henrietta assaulted her lips with her own and struck with her tongue, wrapping it around her cousin's as if the two appendages were soulmates. While engaging in her offensive operation, Henrietta inserted a finger, and then two, into Adela's moist cavern. Adela had long since lost her prudish nature and instead had her innocence corrupted by Berengar's influence, to the point where she now commonly found herself in the arms of another woman whenever her husband was at war. Of course, this had always been an activity she exclusively shared with her so-called mommy Linda. Never before had Henrietta approached her outside of group activities. Upon seeing that Adela was at the height of her pleasure, Henrietta withdrew her fingers and licked them seductively before rubbing her puffy lower lips alongside Adela's. The Princess of Germany ground her hips into the Empress slowly at first. However, as time passed, the momentum picked up and the two girls found themselves in another realm beyond this mortal plane. The dynamic duo of busty blonde bombshells moaned in pleasure as they scissored each other's slits with much enthusiasm. While the two were engaged in their amour's delights, Adela sat up and adjusted her position so that she could suckle on Henrietta's teats. The girl had given birth to her brother's child a few months prior, and now her cousin was stealing the milk that belonged to her baby boy. Not that she minded, she could always produce more. Henrietta merely smiled as she goaded the girl on. Good girl, drink my milk. It'll make you grow big and strong. Adela flushed with embarrassment as she heard these words, grow big and strong? She was already an adult. It was not her fault she was so much smaller than the other women. Seriously, what had these girls been fed to grow so big? Despite her embarrassment, Adela did not stop suckling at Henrietta's breasts. She even pushed the two of them together and sucked both nipples at the same time. Such a sensation caused Henrietta to climax on the spot, spraying all over her cousin's nether regions. The sight of which caused her cheeks to become beet red. She could not believe she had finished before her cousin. Adela saw this as an opportune moment to counterattack. She quickly pinned the larger woman down on the bed and reached into the nearby drawer where she got a hold of a new toy. This toy was modeled after their husband's shaft, but was double-sided. When Henrietta saw this, she panicked. However, before she could react, her tight cave was stuffed full of the toy. Causing her to moan in pleasure, she was already sensitive from coming moments ago, yet Adela had so ruthlessly assaulted her. Adela had an uncharacteristically sadist expression as she whispered into her cousin's ears. It's your turn to be the bitch now. After saying this, the girl shoved the toy in and out of Henrietta's tight hole. Once it was as deep as it could go, she inserted the opposite side into her own moist cave, moaning as it filled up her innards. The two girls continued to press their hips into one another until they had both climaxed all over the royal bedsheets. In the end, Adela had won this battle. She removed the toys from their slits before tossing it aside to be washed for later use. After doing so, she latched onto Henrietta, who was recovering, and kissed her passionately before whispering in her ears. Anytime you want to go another round, let me know, dearest cousin. Unbeknownst to the two young women, an onlooker had watched the whole scene. Anuria was in the doorway playing with her own slit the entire time. She could not believe that the two girls would engage in their own play without Lindy's approval. Linda kept a tight leash over the members of Berengar's harem while the man was away from home, but her attention at the moment was focused on helping Yasmin overcome her grief, and because of this, Henrietta had snuck in and plucked away one of her slaves. As a result, Anuria felt compelled to warn her mistress about these changes. After the duo was finished, she was quick to retrieve her hand from her panties before running off toward Linda, who was in the middle of Berengar's study, sitting in his seat while panting heavily. When the red-headed beauty noticed Anuria's intrusion, a wicked smile formed on her face as she greeted the girl. Just in time, sitting here and smelling Berengar's leftover scent got me dreadfully excited. Come play with mommy for a bit. Though she had 4 children, Linda had kept her physique in perfect condition. Despite her position as the director of Imperial Intelligence and a mother of 4, she made sure that she had enough time to work out every day. After all, she would not let her figure go just because she was married. Currently, she was dressed in a gray field uniform loosely based upon the Stasi from Berengar's past life. However, she was wearing a short skirt and a pair of stockings. She was so wet from her husband's lingering scent that her thong was soaked through. Anuria was astonished at first, but quickly obeyed. She had long since been conditioned by Linda into being an obedient slave while they were alone. The princess of the Byzantine Empire got on both of her knees and gazed up at her mistress with her mint-green eyes before she shoved her head under the red-headed vixen's skirt and licked away at the woman's moist slit despite being covered by stockings. Or perhaps because of it, Linda was quick to grab the girl's purple hair and press her face deeper, all while whispering words of encouragement. That is mommy's good girl. However, in the next moment Anuria made a huge mistake. She ripped Lindy's stockings apart and in a desperate attempt to taste the woman's bountiful juices. Unfortunately, this angered Linda, who kicked the girl aside and slapped her across the face. She had a scary expression as she shouted at Anuria. Who gave you permission to rip mommy's stockings? You need to be punished. Despite the cruel action, Anuria had an excited expression on her face as she leaned over the desk and flipped up her skirt, presenting her plump bottom for Linda to do with as she pleased. Upon seeing the girl practically begging for a spanking, Linda was delighted and quickly struck Anuria's bottom with her dainty, yet firm, hand, causing her victim to yelp. After every slap, Linda would grab a handful of the girl's ass and squeeze it tightly before leaving another handprint. Linda wore a pretty but frightening smile as she whispered into her victim's ear. You were mommy's favorite. Did you know that? But that doesn't mean you can just rip my stockings as you please. Anuria had a pleased expression on her face as she called out to Linda in a forced apology. I'm sorry, mommy, I just wanted to taste you so bad. Upon hearing this, Linda smirked. Before taking off her stockings, she pushed Anuria onto the ground and sat on her face. However, the hole that Anuria desired to lick was not presented to her, instead it was the rear that was resting against Anuria's lips. If you want to taste me so badly, then go ahead, taste me. Despite being a different hole than the one she desired, Anuria did not resist the order and quickly began to insert her tongue into the woman's asshole. The two women continued to please each other to the point that Anuria completely forgot her reason for visiting Linda to begin with. One might think that this was an abnormal day for the wives of the Kaiser. However, in reality, this was normal for the imperial family, especially while the Kaiser was absent from the home. Luckily, Berenger had made the correct choice in marrying multiple women, or he would have to fear them cucking him while he was away. Chapter 685, Capturing the Enemy's Family. Itami stood on the hills above the personal domain of the Mori clan with her sword in hand. She was dressed in a uniform that resembled that of a general in the Imperial Japanese Army, specifically from the Taisho era. Her soldiers were equipped in similar attire, albeit with the proper ranks for their position, while wearing Type 90-based steel helmets. The self-proclaimed Empress of Japan had yet to hear from her most loyal general, who she dispatched to her homeland in an attempt to protect it from the main forces of the rebel army. It was an arduous task, but Itami had used the greatest defensive techniques she could think of when she built her family's territory into a massive fortress. At the very least, she was confident that her soldiers could defend the land until she had succeeded in her aim. Dawn had yet to arrive on this day, and because of this, the darkness in the sky concealed her and her army from what few defenders remained in the enemy fortress. She did not hesitate to attack. Instead, the moment she arrived, she issued orders to her followers to set up the new field guns. Unlike Berenger, who had opted to mass-produce the early Krupp guns because of ease of manufacturing, Itami had opted to create a more complicated artillery piece from a later era of Japanese history. Though she would have less of them early on, she figured she could use them for a greater period and not bother having to replace them in 5 to 10 years when her manufacturing abilities became advanced enough to produce these pieces on a larger scale. The artillery in question was heavily based upon the Type 38 75mm field gun used by Imperial Japanese forces during the Great War of her past life. Essentially, the Type 38 was nothing more than a Krupp 7.5 cm Model 1903 that had been licensed and produced by the Osaka Arsenal. The major difference between the two artillery pieces was the Japanese modified the breech block to make use of the interrupted screw pattern block rather than the horizontal sliding block. Was this an improvement? Far from it, but it was the type of action that Japanese troops were already familiar with. These weapons were later modified in Itami's past life to return to the original sliding block design, something Itami opted to make use of in this life from the get-go. The other noticeable feature of this artillery piece was its hydrospring recoil system. This was far more advanced than the 7.5 cm FK-22 rifled breechloaders currently in use by Berengar's army. However, when compared to the hydropneumatic recoil mechanism that was used by the new field guns Berenger planned to introduce in the coming years, it was obsolete. The shells fired by this gun were the fixed QF-75 by 294mm R, which had a rate of fire of 15 rounds per minute with an effective range of 350 m. Of course, due to the complexity of manufacturing, Itami was only able to create a single battery of these new artillery pieces. Still, it was more than enough to bring an end to the enemy's defenses. Thus, with a swing of her sword, the signal was given to the artillery crews to fire a barrage onto the gates of the enemy castle. The roar of thunder echoed in the air as the field guns fired their shots into the air and onto the enemy's gatehouse. With a single barrage of 6 shells, the gatehouse was torn apart. Though the men were about to load another shell, Itami gave them the order to cease fire. Cease fire. She had a limited number of artillery shells at the moment because of the severe lack of TNT she had available to her. Unlike the German Empire, which had long since established complex chemical manufacturing plants and had spent years training its thousands of chemists, Itami's Japanese Empire was severely limited in its chemical manufacturing ability with only a few dozen properly trained chemists beneath her rule. She was only now realizing how her conservative approach to science and engineering had limited her abilities to mass-produce her newest weapons in the early years of her army's modernization. Perhaps if she were a man, her teachings of science would have become more widespread. Unfortunately, she was born as a woman in an era where women had few rights. It was a testament to her ability that she had managed to ascend to her current status. The moment the shells detonated on the gatehouse, the guards of the castle were alerted, but it was no use. They were vastly outmatched by the single-shot bolt-action rifles in use by Itami's forces. The soldiers of the Empress stood on the hill above the castle and the town it protected, waiting for the soldiers of the Mori clan to come rushing out at them. It did not take long for the enemy to charge up the hillside and towards the enemy, vastly underestimating the abilities of their enemy as they did so. The Imperial Japanese soldiers pulled their triggers, causing a plume of smoke to exit their barrels. Accompanying the black smokescreen were copper-jacketed lead projectiles which flew down range and into the bodies of the enemy soldiers, who were blasted apart by the superior munitions. The first wave of enemy soldiers fell down as quickly as the Japanese soldiers had pulled the triggers. In the next moment, the men racked back their bolts and placed a spare cartridge into the chamber before slamming the bolt homes. After doing this, they raised the muzzles of their rifles once more and fired yet another volley, cutting down the second line of a shigetu like wheat to the scythe. For every crackle of gunfire, hundreds of men were gunned down as they charged up the hillside until none remained standing. Blood soaked the grass as it spilled from the horde of corpses. There were only a few hundred men left behind to defend the Mori clan, seeing as how they never expected Itami to intercept their message and counter their plan with an offensive of her own. With the enemy garrison dead, Itami gave the order to storm the castle. The castle is free for the taking. I want the prisoners captured alive and unharmed. You may only use force if the people resist. Go. With this, 5,000 men screamed their battle cry into the air as they charged through the undefended town and rushed towards the castle above. Tenahika Banzai. Itami merely smirked in arrogance as she witnessed her soldiers rush towards their objective with bayonets affixed. A small portion remained behind on the hill above to protect both Itami and the artillery battery. The rest stormed into the town and secured its residents before moving onto the castle. Once the citizens of the Mori clan's domain were bound and gagged, Itami descended the hillside and walked through the town, her sword dangling from her belt as she gazed upon the scene with an arrogant expression on her pretty face. The pathway to the castle had been secured and she did not need to personally lift a finger. After climbing the steps of the castle and going through the destroyed gatehouse, whose rubble had been cleared by her soldiers, Itami strode forth into the interior of the castle, where soldiers stood at attention throughout its halls, saluting their empress the moment she appeared before them. Itami simply nodded her head as she passed by before entering the great hall where the family of Mori Nobuhisa sat in fear. Like the villagers, they were bound and gagged. Itami stared at the family of the rebel leader with an overwhelming sense of cruelty in her eyes. She unsheathed her sword and smacked a boy who was at the cusp of adolescence on the top of his head with the pommel before cutting the cloth that was tied around his mouth. The boy immediately coughed after being released from his gag before staring at Itami with a look of defiance in his dark eyes. Itami did not wait for a response and merely asked him a simple question. Are you Mori Noburi? The boy did not meet the beautiful older woman's gaze and merely blushed as he turned his head to the side. Itami smiled viciously as she spoke her words softly. They'll take that as a yes. You're coming with me, boy. I wonder what is more important to your father, your life, or his petty rebellion. A hint of fear formed in the child's eyes, but he could not struggle. Instead, Itami's soldiers carried him away, where she was left facing the rest of Mori Nobuhisa's family. After several moments of contemplation, Itami gave her orders to the rest of her soldiers. Take them with us. If that old fool does not yield, then we will need more than one hostage. As for the castle, destroy it. With these orders given, the Imperial Japanese army quickly withdrew from the village with their captives and evacuated the area before shelling the castle. With each shell's detonation, another piece of the magnificent fortress crumbled to the ground until all that remained were smoldering ruins. With the family of Mori Nobuhisa captured, Itami intended to return with her army to her homeland and use them as bargaining chips to force the rebel army to surrender to her. If they did so, she would claim the heads of the leaders of the rebelling clans. then enforce her rule over all of mainland Japan. If they resisted, then Itami planned to kill Mori Nobuhisa's entire family and encircle his forces on the battlefield outside her family's domain. Either way, she would be victorious. Chapter 686, Returning from Liberia. Berenger stood within the office of the Sultan of Al-Andalus. He had commandeered the office as his own since he first arrived in the region. Over the past few weeks, he had enacted many policies that were designed to stabilize the ongoing crisis throughout Iberia. To an extent, many of the immediate issues had been resolved. Enough so that Berenger felt it was the right time to return to the fatherland. One thing became increasingly clear throughout the extent of these political purges. Urban warfare had become a significant problem for his forces in the region. Because of this, Berenger needed to give better weapons to his soldiers in Iberia. However, he could not produce them here in Granada. Thus, he decided to take advantage of the current peace that was settling and return to the fatherland to give his troops in the region a fighting edge. This was just one of the many reasons Berenger wanted to return home and hand over operational control of the Iberian theater to Adelbrand once more. His other reason was far more significant. The reality was Berenger could not stay in Iberia for long and act as its permanent regent. Though he held all power over the realm, he was also the Kaiser of Germany, and the fatherland was more important to him than Al-Andalus. It was because of this that Berenger had summoned Field Marshal Adelbrand and General Ziad to the office within the Granadan royal palace. The two men stood side by side in their differing uniforms and at attention. The respect they showed Berenger was more than just common courtesy. These men had fought for him either directly or indirectly over the course of the past few years and understood just how effective Berenger was as a ruler. This caused the man in question to stand up and speak with pride as he handed over the reins of Iberia to these two men. I, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, Emperor of Germany and Regent of Al-Andalus, hereby bestow upon you Duke Adelbrand von Salzburg and you General Ziad ibn Yais, full authority to act on my behalf while I am aboard living in the fatherland. The two of you combined shall act as deputy regents in my place. I give you Adelbrand's sole authority over the German troops in the Iberian theater and give you Ziad an equal position as leader of the Granadan armed forces. The two of you are to work side by side and restore this kingdom to its former glory as co-rulers in my absence. Should either of you have questions on how to proceed, you can use the telegraph built in this palace to contact me, where I will convey my orders. As for the young sultan, my son Ghazi Al-Fadl, he will return to Germany with me to receive a German education and to be cared for by his mother, Princess Yasmin Al-Fadl. After saying this, Berenger saluted to the two men who would act as co-rulers over the Sultanate of Granada in Berengar's stead. The two of them returned the salute before responding in affirmation of their orders. Yes, my Kaiser. Yes, sir. Berenger smiled and nodded before further informing the men of their responsibilities. I have drafted a bunch of reforms and left you a guide on how to rule over the kingdom most efficiently. It is up to the two of you to do what is best for Al-Andalus. Adelbrand, when the region is stable and the kingdom is prosperous, you may return to Kufstein to serve the role I previously offered you. Until then, work with Ziad to ensure that things get better around these parts. Adelbrand nodded his head in silence as he heard these words. With this said, Berenger placed his hand on the man's shoulder and bade him farewell for the time being. I look forward to your return. After saying this, he departed from the office, leaving the two men alone to discuss their options. The reason Berenger had made Adelbrand co-ruler in his absence was because he knew the man would put German interests first, something Ziad was not likely to do. The reason for Ziad being made co-ruler was to appease the Moors so that they did not feel like they were a puppet to a foreign empire. It was Berengar's belief that the two men would ultimately balance each other out while working together. After giving Adelbrand and Ziad their orders, Berenger entered the room that housed his son, the young Sultan Ghazi Al-Fadl. The boy was staring out the window with a frown on his face. He was made aware that they would depart for the fatherland today and did not want to leave this foreign land which he had such fun in. Upon seeing that his son was depressed, Berenger walked over to the boy and kneeled down where he petted his golden hair. Ghazi, I know you have had fun during your stay and that your cousins have been treating you well. However, it is time for us to return home. Mommy is waiting for you, and I know for a fact that she is heartbroken about her little man being so far away from home. Come, it's time to go. Though Ghazi was initially depressed about leaving this land so soon after arriving, the moment he heard his mother was waiting for him, a smile grew on his face. Though his aunts had treated him as if he were their own son, he missed his mommy, and not just Yasmin, he missed all of his mommies. Upon seeing that the young boy had recovered from his depressed state, Berenger smiled and lifted him up to the air, where he walked out of the palace. The boy had already said his goodbyes, and Berenger did not need to say a word. Thus, he carried the boy into the armored stagecoach, which would act as their means of transportation until they arrived at the German naval base located in Gibraltar. As for Berenger, he was quite anxious on the entire journey back to the fatherland. He had left Yasmin during her time of need to go stabilize her late brother's kingdom. It was a tough decision, but one that had to be made. He could only guess if the woman would forgive him for abandoning her to her grief. Eventually, the ship arrived in Trieste, where the city was as bustling as it normally was. As the main trade city that was connected to the coast, Trieste was always transporting goods across the empire through the ever-growing train networks. However, there was already a train on standby waiting for his arrival, and this was the royal train. The luxurious train was decorated with gold accents and was practically a mobile palace. Berenger sat back on a large black and gold sofa next to his son, who was busy playing with a toy that Berenger had given him. As for Berenger himself, he ordered a dirty martini and drank himself into a sense of calm. He would have to face Yasmin the moment he arrived at the palace, and the idea that she would refuse to see him filled his heart with dread. Upon arriving in Kufstein, Berenger and his son took a luxurious carriage back to the palace. On the surface, the royal carriage that Berenger and his family commonly used to traverse through the city may look like a normal luxurious cabin. However, the carriage was made of armored steel and had bulletproof glass installed. It would protect the royal family against any small arms fire that might potentially attack it. With the seemingly normal carriage, Berenger and his son enjoy a rather lavish journey back to the gates of the royal palace where his wives and children were waiting for him. The moment he stepped out of the carriage with Ghazi in his arms, Yasmin rushed over to the two of them, where she kissed her baby boy on the forehead and rubbed his cheek. "Ghazi, were you a good boy while you were away?" The boy quickly nodded his hand while he was enjoying being spoiled by his mother. However, Berenger was the one to answer on his behalf. He was a very good boy. Though he put on a facade as if nothing had happened, there was a hint of worry at the tail end of his sentence. Yasmin noticed the conflict in his sapphire eye and grabbed hold of his face with her dainty hands before kissing him passionately. After the public display of affection was over, she rested her head on his shoulder before whispering in his ear, "I forgive you." It shocked Berenger to hear this, as he did not expect the woman to forgive him so easily. Yet there was not a hint of malice in her eyes, only understanding. If there was one quality this woman had that most of the other girls in his harem didn't, it was emotional maturity. Though she was hurt that he left her side at such a critical time, she knew that the reason for him departing was more important than her selfish desires. After going through some grieving, she came to understand that. Berenger felt as if an enormous weight was lifted from his shoulders and exhaled heavily before kissing the woman on the forehead and telling her how he really felt. "I love you and I'm sorry." The Moorish beauty merely smiled and nodded. There was nothing more that needed to be said between the couple. Not much had happened in his absence, and they were surprised to see him return from Iberia so soon. Only a few weeks had passed since he departed. This was most likely the shortest trip he had taken since he first reincarnated into this world. Chapter 687, Adela's Personal Request. Berenger sat within the confines of his office while holding a cup of coffee in one hand and a status report in the other. His office was clean and tidy, as per usual. Berenger was an incredibly organized man. In his mind, everything had its place, and to disrupt this order would cause him mental anguish. An example of this was the mountain of paperwork that was neatly stacked on the side of his desk. Every morning, a page would come in and unload a pile of paperwork onto this exact corner. If it was placed anywhere else, Berenger would have an aneurysm and would be compelled by his own mind to put the stack of paper in its proper place before getting to work for the day. Naturally, there was also a small coaster within his reach that acted as the house of his coffee mug. After taking a sip of the brew, Berenger smiled before placing the mug down in its proper place. He was reading over a document which was a report by the Gunther Merchant Company about the ongoing progress of the colony they had established in what was Cuba of his past life. While he was reading this report, a knock resounded on the door. Berenger calmly placed the paper on the top of the stack before answering the intrusion. "You may enter." After saying this, the door opened to reveal the petite figure of Berengar's first wife, Adela. Berenger smiled when he saw the woman approach him. That is until she spoke of what was concerning her. "Berenger, we need to talk about my sister Ava." Berenger had a single fond memory of Ava, and that was when he walked in on the woman's bath and saw her impressive bosom. However, in his experience, the woman was an enormous pain in the ass. The only reason he had allowed the bitch to take care of his children while he was away on his honeymoon was because Adela had insisted upon it. Though she performed her duties well, the woman's actions only slightly improved Berengar's impression of her. Thus, he sighed heavily before asking his wife to cut to the chase. "What happened to the poor woman this time?" Adela had a bitter smile on her face. It said a lot about Ava's character that Berenger would automatically assume that the woman had caused some kind of incident and was now requesting help from her little sister. Though Adela didn't disagree with this presumption, she was quick to correct her husband and speak up on her sister's behalf. Apparently, Ava's husband, Wolfgang, said something to upset father, and so he kicked the two of them out. He offered to look after the children, but Ava refused to be separated from her kids. "She hasn't come asking for me for help just yet, but I decided to ask you for help on her behalf. Surely we have enough space to look after her family until they get back on their feet." Berenger sighed heavily as he heard these words. He did not want to deal with the burden of looking after Ava and her family. Adela could see the hesitation on his face and quickly tried to speak up on her sister's behalf once more. "It won't be for long, besides what would the people say if they knew the great Kaiser of Germany turned away his nieces and nephews? Do you really want to be known as the monarch who abandoned his family to the streets?" The bitter expression on Berengar's face grew worse as he heard Adela try to guilt-trip him into accepting. He was about to speak up about his misgivings when Adela became flustered with his behavior. In the heat of the moment, she said something she shouldn't have. "Is this because of your past engagement with my sister?" You never speak about it, but it is clearly affecting your reasoning whenever my sister comes into conversation. Are you really not over her after all these years? Berenger was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had no memories of being engaged to Ava and looked at his wife as if she were a madwoman. He only had one question on his mind, which he was quick to voice. Adela, what the hell are you talking about? It was at this moment, when Adela gazed on Berengar's confused expression, that she realized he did not remember the past at all. She immediately cursed herself in her own mind for bringing up a topic that had internally bothered her for some time without knowing how her husband felt about the matter. Thus, she was quick to deflect the issue. It's nothing. Forget I said anything. She was about to leave the room to avoid explaining her previous question when Berenger grabbed hold of the girl's wrist and forced her to face him. He had a stern expression on his face as he spoke with authority. Adela, what do you know? Upon realizing that she had dug her own grave, Adela sighed heavily before taking a seat in front of Berengar's desk. She crossed her arms and legs before informing Berenger about the past that he did not remember. You seriously don't know? Here I thought you were just ignoring it. When you were a kid, my parents engaged my elder sister to you in the hopes that you would one day succeed your father and they could manipulate you into giving up the iron resources of Kufstein to them. Of course, that's also the reason they had us engaged later on. There were times where you would visit Graz and have play dates with Ava. As the years passed, your condition worsened, and by the time Ava was nearing the age of marriage, she was convinced you were going to die soon. So she persuaded our parents to marry her off to the heir of account. Ultimately, our parents broke the agreement with yours and married her off to Wolfgang von Salzburg. The rest you remember clearly. It shocked Berenger to hear all of this. He truly had no recollection of it. Though he now understood why, Adela seemed frustrated with his hesitancy. He calmed himself with a deep breath before explaining his thought process to Adela. I honestly don't remember any of that. However, what I will say about my hesitancy regarding this matter is that your sister annoys the hell out of me. It is that simple. I don't know where you got the notion in your pretty little head, but I assure you there is nothing between me and Ava, and there never will be. As for her husband, he is the type of man to seriously make me consider capital punishment as a viable option for dealing with stupidity. If the two of them were to live here for any extended period, I feel like my days would become much more tiresome. Adela bowed her head after hearing Berengar's reasoning. It turned out that he just hated the couple's personalities and didn't want to be bothered to deal with them. Because of this, she found a sense of hope as she made a promise that she ultimately could not keep. I swear, neither Ava nor Wolfgang will approach you without your consent while they stay here. I will even make sure your office is off limits so you can have a space away from them if they become too much. Please, it won't be for long. Let my sister and her family stay here until they can get back on their feet. Adela's willingness to go so far for a sister she despised perplexed Berenger. He simply could not contain his thoughts on the matter any longer and thus voiced them aloud. Adela, why the hell do you care? I thought you hated your sister? Adela sighed heavily as she admitted the truth of the matter to her husband. I did hate her for a long time, actually. However, things have changed between us. We are slowly becoming more cordial and I want to help her get her life on track. I feel bad for her. She married such an incompetent dullard who keeps ruining her life. If you were to ask me a few years ago if I would ever bother to help her, I would have immediately responded with a fat chance. However, ever since Ava proved to me that she could be trusted by taking care of our children while we were away, we have been meeting regularly and slowly have been hashing out our differences. I now firmly believe it is my duty as a sister to help her now that she truly needs it. Berenger could feel the passion in Adela's speech, and as such he felt he had no choice but to agree to her request. He sighed heavily as he sat back in his chair and contemplated on the issue in silence for several minutes. During this period Adela became ever more depressed, expecting Berenger to deny her, despite how much she truly believed in this. Ultimately he shocked her when he finally spoke. Fine. But if anything happens, and not to be blamed for it. This is my house, and if they think they can treat it as their own, they are sorely mistaken. Ava and her family will be our guests until you can help her back on his feet. However, make no mistake, I will have no part in it, so don't expect any additional kindness from me. Adela's frown immediately turned upside down as she smiled with excitement. She could hardly believe that Berenger had accepted her request. Truthfully, she knew she was the least favored of his women, and she also accepted the blame for that. However, when he agreed to her request, despite getting nothing out of it himself, the young woman immediately felt her heart flutter. She bowed her head gracefully before responding to the kindness that her husband had shown her. Thank you, Berenger. I won't forget this. Berenger was utterly done with this conversation and waved the girl off. You can do as you wish, but don't expect me to give them a royal welcome. They may be our guests, but I will not treat them as if they are of significance. I will barely interact with them during their stay. Adela merely nodded and kissed Berenger on the cheek before running off. I will let them know. Thank you so much. With that, Adela quickly scurried off and Berenger sat back in his chair, dreading every decision he had made in his life that had led to this point. He knew with Ava and her family arriving in the royal palace, things were going to be a massive headache for him. As a result, he pulled out a flask of distilled spirits and poured it into his coffee before taking a sip. After doing so, he expressed his true thoughts on the matter. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Chapter 688, Inventing the Shotgun. Having agreed to Adela's request about letting her older sister stay in the royal palace, Berenger quickly turned his attention to his work, in particular the Iberian theater. Over the past few years, urban warfare had become a significant problem that German troops faced during peacekeeping operations within the Kingdom of Portugal. Recently, with the death of the previous sultan and the political purges underway, the scope of urban warfare now encompassed the entirety of the Iberian Peninsula. As a result of this, one thing became abundantly clear: the tools used by the German soldiers simply did not meet the demands of the job. Thus, Berenger was forced to create a new weapon to contend with this new threat. Immediately, only one weapon design came to mind. The shotgun was among the most useful tools Berenger had ever encountered in his past life, especially in combat. During the Great War, the American soldiers used the shotgun not only as a means of clearing enemy trenches but also as a way to shoot enemy grenades out of the air. It was so effective in trench warfare that Germany had protested its use and tried to get it banned after the war was over. However, by the time Berenger entered combat nearly a century later, the weapon had been relegated almost exclusively to the role of the breaching buildings in urban warfare. Because of this, Berenger knew just how effective the weapon was in that role, as he had personally witnessed it. The problem Berenger was having was deciding on a single shotgun design for use in his armed forces. Shotguns were a classification for a variety of weapon designs. Among these various designs were single-shot shotguns, double-barrel shotguns, pump-action shotguns, lever-action shotguns, semi-automatic shotguns, and even automatic shotgun designs. Naturally, at the moment, the German army did not have enough smokeless powder stockpiled to make a reliable semi-automatic or automatic shotgun. Thus, Berenger decided to use a pump-action shotgun as the basis of his new trench gun. However, there were dozens, if not hundreds, of pump-action designs that came to mind. He was personally familiar with a few of the more popular pump-action tactical shotguns, as he owned a few during his past life. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, Berenger decided on the Model 870 shotgun that was manufactured by Remington in his past life. The 870 was a shotgun used around the globe by militaries and police forces alike. It was also licensed and copied by other companies. What made Berenger endear to the 870 was its durability and reliability. Unlike many of its competitors, its receiver was made of steel, not aluminum, and he had never suffered a malfunction using the ones he owned during his past life. The difference between Berenger's Model 1425 trench gun and the Model 870 was that although he used the mechanism of the 870 as the basis for the gun, the aesthetics were based upon the Winchester Model 12 trench gun, which was used by American forces in World War II. After all, it wasn't a proper trench gun if it did not have a barrel shroud and a bayonet lug. Naturally, he designed the bayonet using the Model 12's bayonet as the basis. He planned to implement the shotguns in a 12-gauge caliber with double-aught buckshot as the primary load to be utilized in the field. The shotgun shells Berenger had in mind were based on the mil-spec standard in use by the U.S. military, albeit for the time being with black instead of smokeless powder. This meant shell would use 9 double-aught pellets that would be fired out of the smoothbore barrel and create a spread that was lethal in close quarters. While in his past life the U.S. military and law enforcement agencies adopted specialized breaching rounds that would pose no harm to a human life beyond the door, Berenger did not care in the slightest about such trivial matters. As far as he was concerned, civilian casualties were a part of war, especially when the insurgents in Iberia deliberately chose brutal urban warfare as their means of resistance. After designing his new Model 1425 trench gun, Berenger stamped them with his approval. A secretary would later dispatch these designs to the Kufstein Armory, who would go about perfecting the design, manufacturing the prototypes, and testing the weapons before approving them for service. Then the weapons would either be made in-house by the Kufstein Armory or sent to one of the various other state armories who would manufacture them for the German army. As of now, Berenger need not worry about the rest of the details. Instead, he sat back and relaxed in his chair. He figured he had done enough work for the day, and thus, after stretching himself for a few moments, he headed towards the door. Unfortunately, the moment he opened the door to the hallway, he saw someone he was not expecting to arrive so soon. Several hours had passed since Berenger chatted with Adela, and with the railways connecting Kufstein and Graz, it did not take long for Ava and her family to arrive in Kufstein. Berenger immediately sighed as he gazed upon the Busta MILF and cursed out loud. God fucking damn it. Ava frowned when she heard Berenger's response. Though she wanted to lecture him on his manners, she realized he was not the little baron's son she had known growing up. Right now, he was the most wealthy and powerful man in the world. If she scolded him, she was sure to receive a severe punishment. With this in mind, she bowed her head and responded to Berenger's vulgarity with grace. Your Majesty, I just wanted to thank you for your benevolence. However, if my appearance displeases you to such an extent, I promise you won't hear another word from me so long as I remain under your care. Berenger did not even pretend to be polite. Instead, he nodded his head with a stern expression before responding to the woman. See to it that I don't. After saying this, Berenger shut his office door behind him and locked it before walking through the halls as if Ava did not even exist. The woman merely pouted after he was gone. Did he really despise her so much after all these years? She knew that she made his life difficult when he was a minor nobleman, but that was a long time ago and much had changed. Besides, it was his fault for walking in on her while she was bathing. However, she let the matter go and sighed heavily, defeated by Berengar's impression of her. If only she hadn't married Wolfgang and instead stuck with Berenger, then she would be the empress right now. Life wasn't fair, and Ava knew this all too well. As for Berenger, he did not think upon Ava any longer after leaving her alone in the hallway. Instead, he sought out Adela to give her a good scolding. When he turned the corner, he saw the woman in question with a distressed look on her face. She could tell by the way Berenger carried himself that he was not pleased, which led her to the conclusion that she was too late. "You saw her, didn't you?" Berenger glared at Adela before mocking her for her lack of ability to keep her promises. "That has got to be a record, Adela. 6-7 hours and already you have broken your promise to keep her away from me. I honestly don't know what to say about that." Adela could only hand her head low in shame. She had no idea that the moment Ava entered the palace, she'd go off searching for Berenger on her own. She could only apologize. "I'm sorry." She ran off before I could tell her the conditions of her stay. Berenger merely waved off the incident before responding to Adela's depressed state. "It doesn't matter, just see to it that she keeps her distance. I do not want to have any more contact with the woman or her husband." Adela instantly nodded her head in obedience before questioning Berengar's next move. "So what now?" Berenger wore a wry smile on his face as he responded to this question in a way that Adela was not expecting. "Now, I think I'm going to go relieve some stress with my sister." Adela blushed when she heard this, but also felt great envy in her heart. Had she not fucked up so badly in her endeavor, then her husband would be relieving stress with her right now. Instead, he was disappointed with her and went to find the woman in his harem that most closely resembled her out of spite. After Berenger had disappeared from her sight, Adela cursed under her breath. "God damn it, Ava." But it was too late. Berenger had already decided who he was going to spend time with on this night. Chapter 689, A Prince's Schemes. While Berenger may not be happy about Ava's presence in his home, that did not mean that everyone in his household agreed with his opinion of the woman. For example, the moment Hans witnessed his beautiful young aunt enter his home, he ran up to the woman for a hug. As for Ava, the troubled expression she had on her face instantly vanished when she saw the young boy running to her screaming, "Auntie Ava." If there was one thing Hans disliked about his biological mother, it was how distant she was to the rest of her family. He did not understand the full circumstances that led to the callousness between Linda and her siblings, but she was not on speaking terms with either of her brothers, and her half-sister had been married off to a Westphalian nobleman. Thus they rarely communicated by any means other than letters. If there was one significant perk to the polygynous system that Berenger had implemented across Germany, it was that children had multiple mothers to look after them, and because of that, Hans had a variety of aunts, uncles, and cousins who he could get along with. Hans had met most of his other relatives in passing, but the only one he had really spent any time with was Ava. Because of this, she was his favorite relative outside his immediate family. For the record, Hans considered Henrietta one of his mommies. Even though she was his father's sister, the relationship between Berenger and Henrietta was apparent to the young boy, and because of this, he did not consider her an aunt, but a mother. Ava spoiled Hans, especially during the time she looked after him while his parents were away. Thus when she saw the little bugger running up to her, she instantly smiled and latched onto him, accepting his childish hug with enthusiasm. "Hans, it is so good to see you." Hans was honestly a bit confused about why Ava was in the royal palace, and after nestling his head against the woman's substantial bosom, he looked up at her with his sapphire eyes and interrogated her. "Why are you here, Auntie Ava? Are my mommies and daddy going away on another trip?" Ava stroked the boy's strawberry blonde hair with a smile on her face while she shook her head. She pinched his nose playfully before answering his question. "Nothing of the sort. It is just that me and my family are going to be living with you for a while." When Hans heard these words, he was excited. He enjoyed his aunt's company and had previously thought of scheming to get his father and the woman together. He was just about to grab hold of the woman's hand and take her to meet his father when the woman's husband entered the room. Wolfgang was a decently attractive man, though his appearance did not compare to Berengar's. The man's good looks were one of the few reasons Ava had agreed to marry him, that and the position he once held. One could say that Wolfgang's appearance was his only redeeming quality, as the man's personality was beyond worthless. Not only was he arrogant, but he was incredibly foolish and had a tendency of upsetting those in power. In fact, that is the exact reason Ava and her family were forced to move in with Adela to begin with. Wolfgang gazed at the little brat who had his head buried in his wife's cleavage and instantly grew frustrated. Not only was he an arrogant idiot, but he had also recently become impotent. Because of this, he had an intense sense of jealousy towards any male who grew too close to his wife, believing they would snatch her away from him. The man briskly walked over to his wife and was about to slap the unknown child who was in her clutches when the woman glared daggers at him and smacked his hand away. She quickly scolded the fool for nearly laying his hands on the prince who was most likely to succeed the Kaiser. "Wolfgang, you fool. What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea who this child is?" Wolfgang was so stupid he did not realize that the child attached to his wife was the Kaiser's son. Ava wished she could say she was surprised. I mean seriously, the two of them were in the royal palace, a place only the von Kufstein dynasty, their guests, and the staff were allowed to reside. Hans was clearly dressed in lavish clothing and seemed to know who Ava was. Could the man not use his brain for 2 seconds to guess the boy's identity? Hans was a genius. Though he played the part of an adorable little tyke around his aunt, he knew very well what Wolfgang had just tried to do to him, but rather than establish his dominance, he continued to pretend like he was an ignorant child. Auntie Eva, who is this man? Why does he look so mean? Please make him go away. Wolfgang was surprised when the boy called his wife by the term aunt. Even though he was a dullard with a brain that operated at minimum capacity, he could still surmise the boy's identity after such an obvious statement. Eva wanted to strangle her husband at this moment and quickly scolded the man for his actions. Wolfgang, just leave us. I am trying to reunite with my nephew and your stupidity has almost gotten the both of us in trouble yet again. Hans burrowed his head into Ava's chest once more, pretending to be scared of the glare the man was giving him. This caused Ava to snap at her husband once more. Do you have shit for brains? Did you not hear what I just said? Go. Wolfgang barely managed to contain his fury and simply scoffed before walking out. Once he was no longer within hearing distance, Hans put on an innocent facade as he asked his aunt a question. Auntie Eva, who is that man? Ava struggled to smile as she informed Hans about the identity of Wolfgang. Unfortunately, that man is my foolish husband. Hans' eyes grew wide in shock as he heard this, though he wasn't really surprised. He planned to use this as the perfect moment to plant the seeds of betrayal in Ava's mind. Oh. Auntie deserves better, how about father? Do you like him? Ava's face immediately flushed red in embarrassment when she heard these words. Hans knew at that moment that he had hit the mark. Clearly, Ava was at the very least attracted to his father. He was about to go in for the kill when Adela walked in on the two of them. She had a furious expression on her face. Evidently she had heard what Hans had said and glared at him with menacing eyes. Adela was already in a foul mood after Berenger scolded her for not keeping her sister in check. Then her husband taunted her by declaring he was going to have a good time with his sister. Now she walked in on her sister and Lindy's scheming brat, who seemed to be trying to convince the woman to sleep with his father. She sighed heavily as she forced herself to calm down before speaking towards the boy in a defeated tone. Hans, you really are your mother's child. Hans looked at Adela with a curious light. Had this little girl seen through his act? It was quite amusing that he would refer to as Adela as a little girl in his mind, considering he himself was a small child. However, compared to all of his other mommies who were taller and sported more curvy figures, Adela was indeed a little girl in his mind. Truthfully, the German prince had limited experience with normal women and their sizes. He would be surprised later in life to learn that Adela was also considered an exceptional beauty with an impressive figure. Meanwhile, Ava gazed in confusion at the interaction between Adela and Hans. She did not know what Adela had meant by her statement, nor that she was being played by the boy. Despite Adela seeing through Hans' actions, she did not call him out on his game, as she was certain that Berenger despised Ava and would never sleep with the woman. Instead, she dismissed Hans from the area so she could have a private talk with her sister. Hans, your mother has made lunch for you. I think it is time that you go meet up with your siblings and have a family meal. Hans smiled as he heard this before jumping out of Ava's arms. He had an innocent expression on his face as he responded to Adela's words. Okay, Mommy Adela, I'll go do that by Auntie Ava. The boy waved towards his aunt as he ran off towards the dining hall to eat lunch. Once he was out of earshot, Adela sighed heavily before commenting on Hans and his hyper-intelligence. That boy has the bravery of his father and the scheming mind of his mother. I dread the type of monarch he may one day become. Ava did not understand that she was being played by Hans the whole time and quickly spoke up on the boy's behalf. God, Adela, must you look at everyone with such paranoia? He's a sweet and innocent child. I don't know why you have to condemn the boy like that just because he's not your son. Adela did not want to hear her sister's foolishness. It took a significant effort for her not to snap at the woman. Instead, she took a deep breath to calm her nerves before responding to the woman's slight. What would you know? Anyway, I'm only going to say this once. Stay away from Berenger. After saying this, Adela walked off, leaving Ava in a state of depression. She already realized she had fucked up by approaching the man of her own accord, even if it was to thank him. Now her own sister, who she was only just repairing her relationship with, was treating her like some sort of homewrecker. Why did everyone think so poorly of her? Chapter 690, Ending the Mori Rebellion. Weeks had passed since Atami first conquered the Mori clan. Currently, she was sitting on horseback as she and her army arrived at her home territory. The smell of smoke and blood filled the air while the echoes of gunfire resounded throughout the vicinity. Evidently, the conflict was still ongoing as the sounds of battle flooded the valley. A wicked smile formed on the woman's pretty face as she gazed at the fortress she had built years ago. The Atami clan's holdings were initially very minor. So much so that in the past, they could barely afford the taxes they owed. However, ever since Ryo reincarnated into the world, she had amassed a fortune thanks to the knowledge she held from her previous life. In the early days of her rise to power, she invested in her homeland, building its fortifications to the extent she saw now. This was the reason she was confident that she could leave the defense of her family's territory to her general and the 10,000 plus men beneath his command. Despite the enemy having a larger army, they could not break through the heavy defenses of the region. As if inspired by Western castle doctrine, Itami designed her family's castle so that they would have to break through 3 separate gatehouses just to enter the courtyard, where they would be surrounded by archers and arquebusiers. The layout of the castle forced the enemy forces through a series of ravines that existed between gatehouses. The narrow pathway allowed for only 3 men to stand in a row. Such insignificant numbers were not enough to break down the gatehouse, instead they were slaughtered where they stood. There were a grand total of 50,000 men beneath Mori Nobuhisa's command, and yet they could not breach the second of the 3 gatehouses. The more men who were killed in the ravines, the more difficult it became for the Mori soldiers to advance along the narrow path. Itami gazed at the slaughter that was unfolding and decided to alert Mori Nobuhisa of her arrival. With the swing of a sword, the order was given. The men beneath her command took a position on the hills above the battlefield and lined up their artillery battery with the enemy army in sight. The echo of artillery resounded in the air as a single barrage exploded among the ranks of the rebel army, claiming the lives of dozens, if not hundreds, of enemy soldiers. Mori Nobuhisa immediately looked behind him to see he was flanked by a force of men dressed in unusual attire. At the head of these men was Itami Ryo, who had her sword in her hand while on horseback. She held the blade of her katana to the neck of the rebel general's son and called out to him. Mori Nobuhisa, I have your family. I suggest cease your hostilities and negotiate your surrender, or else I will chop off your little boy's head. It shocked Mori Nobuhisa to see his eldest son in such a precarious situation. Initially he planned to refuse Itami's demands, knowing that he had several other boys who could take over. However, in the next moment his entire family was lined up on the hill above with rifles pointed to their backs. Upon seeing such a sight, the man had no choice but to order an end to his assault of the Itami clan's home. Stand down. With this order, the warriors beneath Mori Nobuhisa's command ceased their hostilities and exited the ravine of death where so many of their comrades now lie dead. The 2 parties quickly got to task setting up neutral ground between both armies where Itami and Mori would meet up with one another to discuss the terms of the rebel army's surrender. Sitting at one side of the table, Itami was flanked by her officers aside from those dwelling within the castle, while on the other side Mori Nobuhisa was advised by his own. The young boy, who was the heir to the Mori clan, sat obediently in Itami's lap as she refused to hand him over to his father until after negotiations were completed. The boy glared at the beautiful woman with bitter hatred in his eyes, but refused to say anything for fear that the crazy bitch might take his life. Itami ignored the boy's hateful gaze and started the negotiations by outright taunting her rival with a threat. You have such a beautiful boy. It would be a shame if something happened to the kid. The officers beneath Mori Nobuhisa's command quickly stood up, enraged by the threat. However, before they could do anything stupid, Mori Nobuhisa raised his hand, silencing them. They quickly sat down and grumbled to themselves. Upon seeing the enemy being so obedient, Itami smiled before addressing her conditions. Let's cut to the chase. You already know my demands, but I will state them for the record. Strike your banners, order your armies to return home, and have your successors to swear their fealty to me. If you do that, I will show your rebellion mercy. Mori Nobuhisa did not believe a word the woman said. After all, she clearly stated that she wanted his successor to swear his loyalty to her instead of himself. Such a thing implied a death sentence. How is that a mercy? Mercy? Like hell I do believe that. Itami had the eyes of a devil as she carefully outlined the cruelty of her mercy with a wicked grin on her face. I swear to all the kami that I, Itami Ryo, will show all of your clans mercy despite your little rebellion. After all, I'm a woman of my word. I will be satisfied with just the heads of those who lead the rebelling clans. I shall spare everyone else. The men in question were all present to witness this remark. They immediately protested this decision with various insults. You little slut. You think you have the power to force us to give up our lives? Guess again. Fucking bitch, I'd like to see you claim my head. The only woman who will take my life is Izanami. Itami was patient with the men in front of her and quickly issued another threat to silence them. If you deny my mercy, then I will be forced to kill all of your families, starting with this little boy here. Go on, child, tell your father and his friends how much you want to live. You do want to live, don't you? There were tears in the adolescent boy's eyes as he pleaded with his father to sacrifice his life for him. Father, please? I don't want to die. Being forced to choose between his death or that of his children, that was a cruelty only a parent could truly understand. Upon seeing Itami raise the blade closer to the boy's neck, Mori Nobuhisa had no choice but to concede defeat. If he did not, then he was a monster who cared only for himself. Very well, if those are your terms, I surrender, but I cannot guarantee that those beneath my command will do the same. The generals beneath Mori Nobuhisa's command had bitter expressions. None of them wanted to die, but neither were they willing to condemn their entire bloodlines to extinction. As a result, they begrudgingly lowered their heads in defeat. Upon seeing this, a wicked smile curved itself upon Itami's puffy lips as she let the boy say goodbye to his father. Congratulations, kid, it looks like it's your lucky day. Since I'm not heartless, I will permit you one last farewell to your old man. The boy had tears streaming down his eyes as he hugged his father, apologizing for his cowardice. Mori Nobuhisa hugged his son and whispered something in his ear before being taken away by Itami's soldiers. I have failed you, my son. I give you this last piece of advice, and that is to not follow my path. This woman is not to be underestimated. Bury your hatred and obey her, or you will one day share my fate along with whatever children you may have. After saying this, the leaders of the rebellion were arrested on the spot. They would be forced to commit seppuku when they returned with Itami to the capital. As for the rebel army, they broke ranks when their leaders declared their surrender and returned to their homelands. If they stood and fought, they would only be dishonoring their masters. As for Itami, she had outplayed her enemies and would take advantage of the fact that she was in her homeland to visit her family. She had not seen her darling little sister in some time. If she returned to the capital now, she would be forced to overhaul Japan and would be plagued with work on modernization of the region for years to come. Her little sister would never forgive her if she did this, thus she decided to take a brief vacation. Chapter 691, Digging Your Own Grave. 2 weeks had passed since Ava and her family first arrived in Kufstein. During this time, the woman had spent her days looking after her own children and making sure that her husband didn't do anything foolish, like offend somebody more prominent than him. Ava kept her distance from Berenger as per the man's request and ensured that Wolfgang did not even come in contact with him. If it weren't for her own children and the fact that Hans was so attached to her, Ava probably would have become overwhelmed with despair, as even her own sister had become rather callous with her. Initially, she thought they were starting to get along, but for whatever reason, Adela had turned cold to her after that first day. Hans spent a significant amount of time around his aunt. Whenever the two of them were together, he would preach of his father's accomplishments. Unknowingly, Ava soon found herself fantasizing about what life would have been like had she actually married Berenger. As the days passed, Wolfgang and Ava fought more frequently, usually over petty things revolving around the man's own inability. For whatever reason, his wife was now comparing him to the Kaiser, which got on his nerves. He knew it was the doing of the little red-headed brat, but he could not even scold the boy without his wife threatening him. Linda had become more busy with work as tensions rose between the papacy and the German Empire following the assassination of the College of Cardinals. As a result, Ava had taken over her motherly role for all of Berengar's children, at least temporarily. Currently, Ava and Hans were having a conversation as she prepared some sandwiches for all the children who were now running around the palace. "Auntie Ava, have you heard of the Battle of Oberstdorf?" Ava raised her brows slightly as she mixed the canned tuna with the mayonnaise. She recalled hearing the term before, but was not fully familiar with the events that led to Berengar's rise to power. "It sounds familiar, Hans. Why don't you tell your aunt all about it over lunch?" Hans smiled as he helped the woman prepare the sandwiches for his siblings and cousins. Before long, the table was set and tuna melts were sitting at every spot. Berengar's kids loved Lindy's tuna melts, and Hans had given the recipe to Ava, thus she could prepare the kids' favorite meal while tasting it for the first time herself. After setting the table, Ava rang a bell, signaling that it was lunchtime, and before long the entire table was filled up with Berengar's and Ava's children. At least those who were old enough to eat such a meal, the younger ones had already been fed by Ava earlier in the day. Hans and Ava took a bite out of the meal where they both exclaimed in pleasure. As for Hans, he complimented the woman's efforts in an attempt to gain her favor. Just like how mommy makes it." Ava was flattered by the boy's words and quickly remembered that he was talking about some battle earlier. Thus, she did not hesitate and inquired further about it. "So, Hans, you mentioned the Battle of Oberstdorf?" Hans immediately smiled when the woman brought up his prior topic and went on a rant about his father's accomplishments in battle. "Oh right? Auntie Ava, the Battle of Oberstdorf happened a few years ago between my father and his brother Lambert. Apparently Lambert tried to kill father, and because of that he was exiled from our family. He ended up returning some time later with an army of crusaders. However, mommy and father outsmarted him and set up an ambush. In the battle, father lost not only his favorite horse but also the use of his right eye, hence why he wears an eye patch. In the end, father won the battle and killed Uncle Lambert in single combat." Ava found herself instinctively fantasizing about Berenger charging on horseback into the enemy army. She began to blush as she imagined his bravery. Completely unaware that her husband was nearby scowling at her. Wolfgang could no longer hold his tongue and interpreted the woman's fantasies with his own thoughts on the matter. "Your father was a fool. He charged the enemy lines despite having a clear advantage on the hills above. He should have held his position and eliminated the enemy. I heard the crusaders surrounded him and he used some underhanded tactics to kill his brother after getting his ass kicked. The Battle of Oberstdorf was your father's biggest humiliation, and yet you speak about it as if it was some grand victory." Ava's mouth dropped when she heard her husband insult the Kaiser in his own home. Was this fool tired of living? Before she could rebuke him for his comments, Hans spoke up. Though the boy could verbally shred his uncle in a war of words, he decided the best way to defeat the man was to continue his cute act and innocently ask a question he could not proudly answer. "Have you won many battles, Uncle Wolfgang?" Upon hearing the boy ask him such a question, Wolfgang looked like he had eaten a bowl of shit. Ava ultimately broke out into laughter as she pet her nephew's strawberry blonde hair while complimenting him. "Hans, you're so cute." Wolfgang was visibly enraged at this point. The fact that his wife was laughing at him and his lack of courage was the last straw. Before Ava had realized it, Wolfgang had reached across the table and slapped the prince across the cheek. With a vicious glare on his face, he yelled at the boy. "You dare humiliate me in front of my wife?" Ava stared at her husband in disbelief. Did he really just slap the young prince of Germany? She regretted marrying the man. Now her life and that of her children were in danger. She had but one choice and did not hesitate as she quickly screamed at the top of her lungs. Guards! Wolfgang reacted in shock when he heard his wife call out for the guards. Honey, what are you doing? Ava did not respond and instead was trying to calm down Hans, who was crying after having been slapped by his uncle. Sure. Hans, it's okay. Auntie will make sure he never hurts you again. The woman held her nephew up to her substantial bosom where the boy smirked at his uncle without Ava realizing. The man felt enraged at the sight, that is until the guards approached. Ava was quick to inform them of what had happened. Arrest this man. He has dared to lay his hands on the prince. Wolfgang realized he was in trouble and tried to escape. The guards immediately reacted by chasing after him. Stop right there, criminal scum. The guards eventually surrounded Wolfgang and apprehended him with little effort. The man could only glare at his wife as she coddled the prince, cursing out to her while she did so. You fucking bitch. You would turn on your own husband. Ava merely sneered at the man in disdain as her children gazed in horror at their father's arrest. She spat out venomous words as the man was taken away. You have dug your own grave, Wolfgang. Even I can't save you from your own stupidity. Don't worry, I will take good care of the children. The moment Wolfgang was out of sight, Hans stopped crying, where Ava smiled at him. She was concerned for her own safety and that of her children more so than her husband's. After all, she had heard rumors of Berengar's ruthlessness against those who harmed his family and she did not want to become another victim. She kissed Hans on his reddened cheek while trying to gain his aid. Hans, you must protect your Auntie Ava. I know how furious your father can be. You must speak up on my behalf. I had no part in this. Hans pretended to cry the entire time. He had even summoned his tears of his own accord, thus he was quick to seal Wolfgang's fate. Okay, Auntie, but I need you to speak to father with me. I won't be enough to convince him. Ava was terrified at the prospect of pleading with Berenger for mercy. She remembered the cruelty in his eyes the last time she had upset him. She wanted no part in it. However, the gaze Hans was giving her was reassuring and thus she calmed her heart before nodding her head in response to the boy's request. Very well. If that is what it takes, I will speak to your father with you. Hans smiled as he hugged his aunt. The woman was completely unaware that she was playing into the boy's hands. However, it was too late. Wolfgang had acted rashly and had struck the prince. His life was forfeited. However, perhaps Berenger could be convinced to spare him for a price. Thus, Hans grabbed hold of his aunt's hand and led her to his father's office. Chapter 692, A Plea for Leniency. Berenger became aware of the disturbance that happened within his own halls not long after the incident took place. He was outraged beyond measure. He had invited Wolfgang and his family into his own home and yet the man not only insulted him but struck his child. Berenger was left with no option. He would execute the man for his offense. However, something shocking happened. Before he could even leave his office, the victim of the assault as well as the offender's wife approached him. Berenger sat back in his chair while Ava sat across from his desk with Hans in her lap. The Kaiser was aware that his son had a certain soft spot for his aunt and thus he did not question it. Instead, he repeated what the woman had said to him in disbelief. You want me to spare your husband? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Truthfully, Ava wanted Wolfgang dead. Since his younger brother Adelbrand had deposed him, he had been nothing but a burden to her. However, it was unlikely that she would remarry and she had no wealth of her own to speak of. If she had the slightest chance of marrying another man after Wolfgang's death, then she at least had to play the part of the dutiful wife. Thus, she bowed her head slightly as she pleaded with the German emperor for leniency. I know what my husband did was wrong and that he deserves to die for his actions. However, if you execute him, I will become the widow of a traitor. No man would wish to marry me. How am I supposed to look after my kids? Berenger had a sneer of disdain on his face as he simply ignored Ava's request. That is not my concern. Wolfgang should have thought about the consequences of his actions before doing something as foolish as assaulting the Prince of Germany. He will die. It is just a matter of time. Hans noticed the worried expression on Ava's face and quickly spoke up on her behalf. Father, have you no pity for Auntie Ava? Her only sin is being wedded off to a fool. If you kill her husband, she will have nowhere left to go. You better be prepared to take responsibility. The boy's statements immediately dumbfounded Berenger. Responsibility? For what? It's not like he got the woman pregnant. Just what nonsense was the boy speaking? Berenger could not handle his son's comments anymore and quickly kicked him out of the room. Hans, this is a discussion between adults. Leave us. Hans was a stubborn little brat. He did not want to leave his aunt behind until he had some assurances that she would be taken care of. However, his father's glare was truly frightening and after a few moments he could not resist the urge to flee any longer. He had a sorrow-filled expression as he left Ava behind to deal with his father's wrath alone. I'm sorry, Auntie Ava. After saying this, Hans scurried off, leaving the woman alone with the most terrifying man she had ever met. When the door shut behind her, she expected Berenger to scream at her. However, to her surprise, he sighed heavily and poured 2 drinks, handing one to the woman with a look of sympathy on his face. Go on, drink, it will make you feel better. The woman did as she was instructed, but the kind gesture confused her. She was about to voice her concerns when Berenger interrupted her. You have been through a lot because of that idiot, haven't you? Perhaps it was the booze or Berengar's kind tone, but Ava broke down crying, releasing all the emotions she had bottled up for the past few years. Berenger had difficulty sitting by and watching the woman cry, thus he awkwardly got up and comforted her. In between her sobbing, Ava would utter nonsense like, "You have no idea. That fucking idiot." She continued to cry for some time. After nearly half an hour had passed, she was no longer capable of crying. Now that her emotions had been released, Berenger stated the facts that could not be avoided. Wolfgang has struck the prince without proper authority or justification. That is a capital offense. If I do not take his life, then the authority of my dynasty will diminish, and I cannot allow that to happen. Ava felt like she was going to break out into tears again as she imagined the cruel fate that awaited her after Wolfgang's death. Truthfully, she did not care in the slightest about that fool or his miserable life, but she cared about her children. She could not imagine what difficulties they would face once their father was gone. However, Berengar's next actions shocked her. He wiped the droplets from the woman's eyes and grabbed hold of her dainty chin before uttering some reassurances. "Wolfgang must die for his crimes. However, you are my cousin and my sister by law. I will not throw you to the wolves just because your husband is an idiot. For the time being, I will permit you and your children to reside in the old castle. You will have servants to look after you and can live a relatively carefree life raising your children to be better than their father. They will need your support after Wolfgang's death. I encourage you to take the time you need to grieve and then get back out there and look for another husband, one who is more intelligent, more kind, and more capable. Lord knows I do not wish to support you forever." It dismayed Ava to hear these words. It sounded like Berenger had no interest in her, and she immediately questioned it. "What about you?" Berenger raised his brow in curiosity when he heard this. The idea had never crossed his mind. Nor was he interested. Ava was a woman who knew how to get on his nerves, and he would never take such a woman as his lover. Besides, she already had 4 kids and he did not want to be their father. Because of this, he shook his head. "I don't know what that little bastard of mine may have led you to believe, but allow me to make this abundantly clear to you. You are not a woman I love. If I am being completely honest, you had your chance to be with me and you blew it. Now it is no secret that Adela and I have had our fair share of squabbles, but she puts effort into maintaining our relationship. She may be a bit of a prude and a spoiled little brat at times. Yet I still love her. The same can't be said for you. To put it simply, there will never be a relationship between you and me." Ava broke out in tears once more when she heard this. There was nothing she regretted more than throwing away her previous engagement to Berenger. If she had known he would grow up to be such an outstanding example of a man, she would have done everything in her power to secure her marriage to him. Unfortunately, she had underestimated him and ended up marrying a dolt like Wolfgang. Berenger poured another drink for the two of them before commenting further on Wolfgang's fate. "I am a just monarch. It is because of this that I will give your husband a fair trial as citizens of Germany are afforded as per the Constitution. Because you are his wife, I can't expect you to testify against him. However, I want you to know the case against him is solid and he will be convicted. The moment after he is convicted of assaulting a member of the royal family, he will be taken out back and shot for his crimes." Ava drank as much as the wine as she could stomach while crying her tears out. She did not expect Wolfgang to get himself executed days after being allowed to live in the royal palace. She greatly lamented her lot in life. As for Berenger, he kept the woman company until she was no longer overwhelmed with depression. Once the woman was returned to her room, Berenger quickly tracked down his errant son and dragged him by the ear into his study, where he slammed the door behind him before scolding the little brat. "Hans, what in God's name do you think you're doing?" The boy immediately played ignorant with such superb acting skills that his performance almost convinced his father. "What do you mean, father?" The moment Berenger heard these words, he realized who he was dealing. This boy was a devious little brat who had inherited both his and Lindy's genes, and Berenger would not be so easily fooled by his act. "Cut the shit, boy. You tried to set me up with your Aunt Ava, didn't you? Before you even think about leaving this room, you are going to explain everything to me in detail." Hans knew his father had seen through his schemes and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, father. I won't do it again." Berenger gazed at the boy with fury in his sapphire eye before scolding him once more. "That's all I'm going to get? Not good enough? Explain to me what you were thinking." Hans struggled to express his views because he knew there was no way to justify them. Eventually, after realizing there was no way to mitigate the damage, he just blurted out his actual thoughts. "Auntie Ava's bosom is so big and filled with milk, I thought it would make you happy." The moment Berenger heard these words, his expression dropped entirely. He could not believe what he had just heard from his 7-year-old son. He could only sigh and rest his forehead in the palm of his head while shaking it in disgrace. "This is your mother's fault. Clearly, she breastfed you for too long. Hans, you will never try to set me up with another woman. Is that understood?" Hans could only look at his little feet and sulk as he nodded his head before saying the words. "Understood." After coming to this conclusion, Berenger sighed once more before sending his son back to his room. "All right, you are confined to your room for 2 weeks so that you can reflect on your errant behavior." Hans was about to protest this decision, but his father simply glared at him and uttered a single word. "Go." The fierce reaction of his father caused the young prince to flinch. He did not hesitate to follow the man's orders and ran off to his room. Meanwhile, Berenger was left with the headache of filling out another stack of paperwork. Filing the required forms to bring charges against someone was never a fun experience, but it had to be done, or else his people might accuse him of tyranny. Thus, as per usual, the Kaiser's work was never finished. Chapter 693, The Itami Clan. With the Mori rebellion defeated and the ringleaders captured, Itami's reign had been secured. However, rather than returning to the capital city of Hyankyo immediately after her victory, Itami had opted to spend some time with her family. Her father had passed away shortly after her reincarnation into this world. However, her mother and sister were still very much alive. They had heard rumors of Itami Ryo's exploits throughout the past few years but had hardly believed what they were told. That is, until an army of 10,000 plus men arrived at their home, swearing that they would defend the fortress from the enemy that would soon be arriving. After the battle was over and the corpses were cleared, Ryo entered her home for the first time in years. She clutched her chest with her hand, feeling the intense pounding of her heart as he walked towards the entrance of her family's home. The young woman was incredibly anxious as she dreaded the idea of reuniting with her family. The last time she spoke with her mother was when she departed on poor terms. Ryo had taken up the sword in an act of retribution for her father's murder, something her mother disapproved of greatly. The woman felt that despite not bearing a proper son for her husband, the duty of the Itami clan should not fall to such a young woman. Ryo's mother had some choice words to say, and in the end, Ryo left her family behind in pursuit of vengeance. The moment Ryo stepped through the doorway to her family's home, something unexpected happened. A beautiful young girl no older than 15 who was dressed in a kimono rushed towards her and glomped the new empress as if her supreme status was nothing compared to the bond the two girls shared. Ryo fell to the floor at the castle's entrance while her guards gazed in horror. They had failed to perceive or stop such a threat to their empress. They were about to rip the girl away from Ryo's arms when she glared at them menacingly. The frightening gaze of the empress' blood-red eyes froze the actions of the bodyguards who simply stood by and watched as the two young women embraced on the ground. Ryo was struggling not to flush in embarrassment as she realized her soldiers were watching her be so intimate with her younger sister. Ultimately, she forced the young girl's face away from her own and scolded her. "Mama-can, let go. Is this any way to treat your wanchan?" The girl named Itami Momo immediately pouted as her jet-black hair poured down her face like a river of ink. She had not seen her sister in so long. It was a cause of quite some grief for the girl who always relied on her elder sister growing up. "Nei-chan, you're so mean." Ryo quickly face-bombed as she rose to her feet and dusted off her uniform. She reached out a hand to help up her little sister, who was more than happy to latch onto it. Standing in the doorway watching the whole scene was Ryo's most loyal supporter, General Shiba Kayahiko, who did not know how to react to what he was witnessing. When Ryo noticed his expression, she introduced her little sister with an awkward smile. "This is my little sister, Itami Momo. As you can see, she is a little bit clingy." Momo pouted once more than she heard this while chastising Ryo for introducing her in such a strange way. "Nei-chan, don't make me seem weird." Ryo merely smiled as she petted her little sister's hair. She had more important matters to deal with than entertaining this brat, thus she was quick to ask about their mother. "Mama-can, is Mabusan around?" Before Momo could answer, the mature voice of an older woman interrupted the scene. There was a snide hint to her voice, as if she was scolding her errant child for being so unfilial in her duties. Era, is that any way to refer to your mother? It breaks my heart to see you refer to me so informally. What could I have possibly done to deserve such a thing?" The curvy figure of a mature beauty appeared in the hallway. The woman, though in her early 40s, looked as if she were at least 10 years younger. She had a beautifully sculpted face with little sign of age. Her features resembled those of a vixen, and she had the aura of a nine-tailed fox. The soldiers who normally worshipped Ryo as their war goddess instantly felt compelled to drop to their knees in the presence of such overwhelming beauty. However, under the ever-watchful gaze of the empress, they did not dare do so. The friction between the two women could cut a diamond in half. Ryo glared at her mother with a complicated expression, while the woman named Mibusaya simply stared at her daughter with a haughty expression. The years had been kind to her, though Ryo did not explicitly send her regards to her family in the forms of writing. She ensured that her mother and sister were well looked after. The fortune the woman had at her fingertips was enough to buy multiple cities. Naturally, she lived a life of total luxury in the castle that Itami had built for her, never worrying about the security of herself or her youngest daughter. Ryo gazed upon the opulent kimono that the woman was wearing and sighed heavily before making an attempt at a snarky remark. "Mibu-san." However, before Ryo could get the words out, her mother smacked the top of her head with her silk hand fan and lectured the girl on her informal language. "It is okay-san. Refer to your mother properly." Ryo struggled to wear a smile as she dealt with her mother's insistence. Ultimately, this was a battle she was not going to win, and she knew it. Thus, with a heavy sigh, she conceded to the woman's demands and referred to her by the proper term. "Okay-san. It seems the years have been kind to you. You look even younger than when I departed." The mature beauty broke out into a slight giggle as she made a surprising comment. "It is all thanks to the products you have churned out here in the Itami domain. The skin creams that your factories produce are truly divine. I suppose if there's one good thing to come from your little rebellion, it is all the little luxuries you have provided me and your sister with. You don't know how many marriage proposals I have had to turn down on little Momo's behalf. Momo blushed when she heard her mother mention such nonsense and quickly cried out to her in protest. Okay-san, don't say such weird things. Ryo sighed when she noticed that her family was getting along just fine without her. Hell, it appeared they were not the least bit affected by the siege that was taking place just hours prior. She instantly regretted worrying about the two women when she realized how little they seemed to care about the conflict outside their borders. Okay-san, I will be staying here for a few days before returning to the capital. I trust that won't be an issue? Mibusaya smiled as she heard this and led the way for Ryo and her troops into her home. Of course. I look forward to your visit. We have much to discuss now that you have finally returned home. Shame on you, girl, you should have visited your mother sooner. Have you no sense of filial duty to your parents? At this moment, Ryo wanted to find the nearest cliff so that she could jump off it. Her mother was always like this. Ultimately, she and her guards followed her mother and sister into the depths of the castle where Mibusaya had already prepared a feast for them. All the staples that Atami had introduced to Japanese cuisine were present. The mature women continuously fed sake to her daughter as the two engaged in nonsensical conversation. Momo watched from the side with a hint of envy in her heart when she witnessed the special attention that her mother was giving her older sister. It had always been this way. Out of the two siblings, Ryo was their parents' favorite. She thought that with Ryo gone, her mother would dote on her a bit more, but that did not occur. Ultimately, the awkward atmosphere between Saya doting on Ryo and Ryo politely rejecting the woman's kindness came to an end when the mature beauty asked her daughter a serious question. So, Ryo, when will you be getting married? Ryo nearly spat out her sake as she heard her mother so shamelessly approach the topic that most annoyed her. She instantly scolded her mother for speaking of such things. That is none of your concern. Why would you ask me that? The woman had a graceful smile on her face as she rested her dainty chin in the palm of her hand while feigning ignorance. Huh? But you're already 19 and yet you are still unmarried. Don't tell me you don't have any suitors? Oh my, it is as I have feared. Your gung-ho attitude has scared away all the good men. At this point, if Okayasan doesn't intervene on your behalf, then you will die old and alone. Ryo immediately fired back at her mother's attempts to meddle in her love life with a flustered expression on her face. Absolutely not. I won't have you setting me up with some unknown man. I refuse to settle down and marry until I find the man who is capable of defeating me in battle. It is not my fault all the men in this country are worthless. Saya merely drank from her own sake before shaking her head with a look of pity on her face. She merely muttered the words, "Oh, you poor thing." After saying this, the woman became dead silent. Ryo looked around and saw the awkward expressions on the faces of everyone present and immediately stormed off. Screw this. I need some air. Momo tried to run after her sister, but Saya merely shot her a cold glance, freezing the girl in her tracks. Thus, the first meeting Ryo had with her family in several years ended with an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 694, Renewed Hostilities in the Holy Land. Over the past few months, the war for the Holy Land had reached a stalemate. The Crusaders had seized Acre and with its fall, so too did much of the surrounding area end up in the hands of the Catholic Church. As a response to the losses they had suffered, the Byzantine-Timurid alliance made a strategic withdrawal to Jerusalem where they regrouped with allied forces from the province of Egypt. During the months since the crusade had begun, tens of thousands now lie dead and the Catholics had begun to purge the lands that they conquered. Germany had remained neutral as their allies had not called upon them for support. Instead, they provided military aid in the form of weapons and armor to the Byzantine and Timurid forces. While waiting for hostilities to reignite, Sultan Salan of the Timurid Empire used this limited time frame to rush his soldiers through the training required to use the muskets and cannons that they had purchased from the Reich. Because Germany had a massive industry dedicated to the manufacture of saltpeter, they did not rely on natural deposits and could easily export what excess they had to their allies. Thus, unlike the Catholics who had to carefully manage their gunpowder stockpiles, the Byzantine and Timurid forces were free to conduct as many drills as they required. When the Catholic kings became aware of this, they realized that the longer this war dragged out, the less likely they were to win it. As such, the Crusader commanders met in Acre to discuss the issues they faced. King Aubrey de Valois, King Lawrence Lancaster, the Duke Marcel de Burgundy, King André Jagiellon of Poland, the King of Hungary, as well as the Grandmasters of the Orders Hospitaller and Red Dragon were all gathered in a dedicated meeting area. They were seated upon rather plush chairs as they debated the best course of action to end the war as swiftly as possible. Aubrey did not have his usual feminine demeanor considering he was dealing with representatives of the church. He had tied his long honey hair into a ponytail and forsook the use of makeup. He glared intensely across the room at the Duke of Burgundy, who was his ex-lover. The fact that the two men could enter the same room together without resorting to violence was impressive in itself. Duke Marcel de Burgundy was a man in his early 30s. He was a handsome man with mid-length auburn hair and deep blue eyes. If looks could kill, then Aubrey would be a dead man right now. The French king had just made a suggestion, one which the Duke of Burgundy could not tolerate. This he repeated his former lover's words as if the suggestion were completely insane. You want me to lead my forces to the holy city and draw the enemies out of Jerusalem? How the hell am I supposed to do that? The enemy is preparing themselves for the next round of hostilities. They will not bother to leave their fortified walls in pursuit of a small force of Burgundians. What we need to do is march on Jerusalem while they are still unprepared and take the city by force. Either we take the holy city and declare Catholic rule over the region, or we are defeated. One thing is certain, we cannot sit here and wait any longer. Aubrey did not respond to Marcel's rejection of his plan and instead merely pouted. The other monarchs were uncomfortable with the current situation, but it was ultimately the King of Poland who denied both suggestions. By now, the strategos of Egypt has marched his forces into Jerusalem. If we assault the city, it will be a costly affair. Assuming we are victorious, then we will not have the remaining men necessary to take the rest of the Holy Land. At most, we will own a few cities on the coasts which we will barely be able to maintain control over. There must be an alternate path forward. Ultimately, it was the opinion of the Grand Master of the Order of the Red Dragon who came up with a solution to the problem at hand. Perhaps I can make a suggestion. My Drake cannons have a superior range than those used by our enemies. We can effectively sit back and bombard the city into submission. No matter how many men may defend the city, it does not matter if they cannot reach our artillery. They will be forced to surrender eventually, and we won't have to risk the lives of our soldiers. The various kings gazed upon the Grand Master of the Order of the Red Dragon with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. The reality was they were so used to being technologically behind their enemies in all aspects that they did not even think of this as a possibility. Though the rifled muzzle loaders of the Order of the Red Dragon lacked explosive firepower or versatility to be truly effective on the field, they were excellent siege weapons. They could likely bombard the enemy's defenses until nothing remained. Still, the amount of gunpowder needed for such a siege would be no paltry sum. Thus, King Lawrence of England was quick to voice his concerns. Do we have enough gunpowder to sustain such a siege and still have some leftover for our forces afterward? The King of Hungary was the one to answer this question, as he had a smug smirk on his face. Of course, it will cost a pretty penny, no doubt, but I can easily send a message to the Golden Horde to increase the supply of saltpeter. As for the funds, I doubt the papacy is lacking. I'm sure the Pope would be more than happy to fund the resources required to be victorious in his crusade. The various heads of states continued to discuss this matter for a few more moments in explicit detail before deciding on a proper course of action. Ultimately, they unanimously agreed upon the idea of bombarding Jerusalem into submission. Little did the Crusaders know that while they were conversing on how best to achieve victory in their crusade, their rivals in the city of Jerusalem were having their own strategic conference on how to best win this war. The strategos of Egypt was quick to voice his concerns over the defeat at Acre. I may have only just entered this conflict, but my scouts report that the enemy has introduced new artillery pieces to the battlefield. We should be very cautious about how we proceed. If we do not know the capabilities of these new weapons, we might make a serious error that could cost us not only control of the city but also the war. We need to send some spies to infiltrate Acre and find out what extent that these new cannons are capable of. Salon nodded his head in agreement. He had witnessed the use of the cannons himself. It would appear that they were capable of great range, greater than the ability of the cannons they themselves used. However, he was aware of the utter lack of capability in the personal spy networks of the men gathered. Unlike Germany, which had a national intelligence agency, the Byzantine and Timurid Empire relied on personal networks established by the nobility. The strategos of the Balkans had the most extensive of these networks, but he was from a rival faction and would not easily support the men in this room. Thus, Salon had thought of an alternative way to gain the information they needed, and he was not afraid to voice his suggestion. We should ask Germany to assist our operations with their intelligence. Nobody has a greater intelligence network than the Reich. I'm sure it would be easy for their agents to find out how capable these new weapons are. The two strategos had twisted expressions as they heard this. The relationship between Germany and the Byzantine Empire was a complicated one. While Berenger was an ally of Palladius and the Byzantine royal family, he actively impeded the other factions who fought for control of the empire. These two Byzantine generals were from the hawkish faction that once supported Decentius. It would not be easy to make a request to the Kaiser for support. Ultimately, they could only rely on a proxy to deliver the message to them. Thus, the strategos of Palestine voiced his opinion on the matter. I fear it is not so simple. Meeting with the Kaiser and making a personal request of him is not an easy task. Since the Emperor has not requested German assistance in this war, Berenger has taken a neutral stance. At most, he is willing to provide us with military aid in the form of weapons and armor. He is only in contact with Palladius and the Emperor himself. If we request either of them to speak with him on our behalf, then we will be asking for humiliation. The only way to do this is to send a personal representative to the Reich and bargain with the Kaiser for use of his agents. This will take some time, as Kufstein is far away from Jerusalem. It will take weeks just to arrive in the Reich's capital, let alone secure a meeting with the Kaiser. However, it is our best shot. After all, we cannot infiltrate Acre on our own, and Germany is still technically our ally. Of course, these men had no way of knowing that Berengar's agents had long since infiltrated every corner of Europe and the Mediterranean and were already aware of the so-called Drake cannons in use by the Order of the Red Dragon. It was a simple matter of relaying what information they had already received to their allies. Since they were unaware of this reality, the men present felt it was too large of a request to make, believing that Berenger would have to take additional covert actions against the church in order to find out this information. As a result, the men would delay the time it took to receive this critical information by first sending a messenger to the Reich, hoping that they could get an audience with the Kaiser. If they had known that Germany already had this information, all they needed to do to obtain it was dispatch a man to Constantinople and have the German embassy relay a telegraph to the Reich requesting access to this information. With renewed hostilities on the horizon, every second mattered. Unfortunately, the leaders of the Byzantine and Timurid forces underestimated Germany's capabilities and had thus taken a longer route to discover the information they desperately required. Only time would tell if they would come to learn of the exact capabilities of the Drake cannons before they were besieged. Chapter 695, LT is about retribution. Adela sat across from Berenger in his study. The man was dressed in his imperial regalia as he poured fortified wine into a pair of 2 gilded chalices before handing one off to Adela. At the moment, he had pulled out the old skull chalice and gazed into the golden eye slots of his brother's cranium. With a heavy sigh on his lips, he revealed the news to his little wife. I will execute Wolfgang for his crimes, and your sister will move into the old castle with her children. It shocked Adela to hear this. There was a look of disbelief on her pretty face as she struggled to come to terms with his news. The young woman no longer tied her hair up into her signature twin tails and instead allowed it to flow across the right side of her face like a river of molten gold. Adela had matured over the years and had become even more beautiful as she entered her early 20s. She decided there was no reason to keep up the youth-like appearance she had with her old hairstyle. Though she was the most slim and petite among Berengar's wives, she had become among the most pretty. The woman was dressed in a lavish blue gown that accompanied her sapphire eyes perfectly. Her moderate-sized bosom displayed a certain degree of cleavage that was enticing to all who witnessed it. Berenger could hardly believe the change in appearance that accompanied a simple difference in hairstyle. It took the young woman several moments to come up with a response to her husband's words. She was more worried about the impact this would have on the empire than it would on her sister's well-being. When Adelbrand finds out that you have executed his brother, he will be furious. Remember, he is among your most important generals and has command over the troops in the Iberian theater. He has earned the loyalty of the men deployed there. You could be looking at a full-scale rebellion because of this. Berenger merely sighed as he grabbed hold of his wife's hand and confided in her about the truth of the matter. He took a sip from his skull chalice before revealing the extent of the feud between the 2 brothers. Adelbrand has been informed of his brother's imprisonment and the trial that is set to take place next week. He does not care about the man's fate and has stated if Wolfgang is guilty, then he deserves to die. There is no love lost between the 2 brothers. Hence why Adelbrand has never lifted a hand to help Wolfgang. You can rest assured this trial will not have any effect on the empire's stability. If anything, it will show the absolute strength of our dynasty to the people. Adela could only sigh and nod her head as she heard this. She quickly took a drink from her chalice before speaking about the consequences this would have on her sister. I know what Wolfgang did was wrong, but Ava will become the widow of a traitor. It will ruin what little reputation she has left and stain that of her children. She will probably never find another husband and will live out the rest of her days in the castle. Is that really the best outcome for the woman? Berenger took another sip from his chalice before gazing into the pool of red liquid. He could only think back on the past in times like this and reflect on his actions. Ultimately, he said the same words to Adela that he did to her sister. She made her choice a long time ago. While I have some sympathy for her, she chose to marry Wolfgang. She could have married me in her youth and she would have lived a prosperous and joyful life. After all, she does not have your natural jealousy. I think the woman would have gotten along well with Linda from the start. Unfortunately, she chose poorly and now must pay the consequences for her actions. I have no love for your sister in my heart. I already told you this. I will not take care of her, nor be the father that her children need. The most I can do is provide a place for her and her children to thrive in. She has no skills and therefore does not have the ability to work, therefore I cannot give her a job to sustain herself with. She is a burden and one I do not want to take care of, but I will do so anyway because we are family both by blood and law. The fact that I am willing to let her and her children stay in my ancestral home is proof enough of my generosity. If you so desire, you can visit the woman and help her out with her children. Yet I will have no part in it. After hearing Berengar's speech, Adela nodded her head. She understood his words were valid and thanked him for the generosity he had already shown. Thank you, Berenger, truly, I mean it. You have already done more for my sister than most would. I still cannot believe Wolfgang was foolish enough to strike Hans. Why would he do such a thing? Berenger scoffed when he heard these words before scolding his child. That little brat had it coming. Unfortunately, he is the prince, and just because the slap was warranted doesn't mean it can go unpunished. Truthfully, I'd rather just have Wolfgang beaten and tossed into a labor camp for a few months. However, the laws are the laws, and any attack on the royal family is considered a capital offense and an act of treason. However, I have made sure that the little bastard is properly punished for his schemes. Adela gazed at her husband with a look of curiosity on her face before questioning the man. You knew? When Berenger heard this, he took a sip from his drink before feigning offense. What do you mean by that? You think I am capable of being outwitted by a 7-year-old child? Hans may be a genius beyond my limited understanding, but his mind is still young and underdeveloped. I had suspected for some time that the little brat was plotting to get me and his aunt together. I just thought it was a bit too ridiculous to be reality. Clearly Linda breastfed the boy for too long because all he thinks about when it comes to women is tits and milk. This last remark made Adela giggle, ultimately forcing her to make an off-handed comment at her husband's expense. So he's just like his father, is he? Berenger was actually genuinely offended by this remark and immediately protested his wife's statement. Hey, I'm not only into tits and milk, there are other valuable assets that a woman must have to be a true beauty. Aside from a pretty face, she needs to have an ample ass and a tight cunt. You may be a small and thin little thing, but even you have the perfect proportions for a woman your size. If a woman has a large bust but a flat ass, she can't truly be considered a top-tier beauty. Adela scowled when she heard her husband's shameless statement before teasing him about his choice of words. And here I thought you were a man who cared about a woman's personality. I never knew that all you cared about was our looks. Berenger instantly realized his folly and slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand. This woman who was normally so docile and standoffish had just lured him into making a mistake. He could only respond by rejecting the notion. Of course, a woman's character is important. In fact, is the most important part of her being. What kind of man would marry a woman who has opened her legs for the entire town? Obviously, the content of her character is the most important thing in determining whether a woman is wife material. I was simply stating out the fact that I don't only take tits and milk into consideration when it comes to physical assets. Adela could see that Berenger was desperately trying to defend himself and decided to give him an out. She could have gone on about her perceived hypocrisy in this statement, judging the fact that he had 4 wives and 1 lover, but she ultimately decided not to. Oh, so you care about a woman's character most of all? Is that why you did not sleep with my sister when given the chance? Berenger nodded his head in agreement, believing he had won this argument, and quickly voiced his opinions on Ava. Your sister annoys the crap out of me. If I were to take her as a lover, she would provide more pain than pleasure. Sure, she is beautiful and has remarkably maintained her figure quite well after having 4 children. Yet her character is rotten. She is a spoiled, entitled brat who makes the life difficult for whoever she is with. She may not be a slut, but she is certainly a nuisance. Adela could not help but laugh after hearing this. She was so worried for so long that Berenger would be seduced by Ava, and it turned out he thought so poorly of her all this time. Berenger sat in disbelief at his wife's humorous state and immediately questioned her sanity. What is so funny? Adela wiped the tears from her eyes and wore a pretty smile as she leaned over onto Berengar's desk and whispered in his ear. Nothing, I just think I should properly show my thanks for not cheating on me with my sister. After saying this, Adela rounded the table and unzipped her husband's trousers, where she began to take the length of his shaft into her mouth. Berenger was stunned by the woman's actions but did not question it and merely enjoyed the experiencing. After finishing inside, Adela revealed the massive spunk that covered her tongue before swallowing it all. She then flicked the man on the nose before whispering something else in his ears. You will have to wait for the rest later tonight. With this said, the woman walked out of the room with a sexy stride. Berenger was astonished by this sudden change of character and merely commented on the whole thing in disbelief, though Adela was already too far gone to hear his words. Who are you and what have you done with my wife? Unknowingly, Lindy's training on Adela had more effect than Berenger realized. The girl had finally gotten over her petty jealousy and embraced her position in the harem. She was now willing to fight to be a more useful part of his life and a more capable lover. She was also far less prudish than she was before, willing to take initiative and engage in an intimate activity of her own accord. These changes would become more apparent as time went on. Chapter 696, Itami Ryo's Lanternal Strife. Itami Ryo lies asleep on a futon. It was one of the earliest inventions she had brought into this world. She slept comfortably naked beneath her futon. It was a habit of hers in both her past life and this one. The main reason was comfortability. She did not enjoy being tangled in clothing while she slept. In her family's lands, the Imperial Japanese Army maintained their vigilance. Though the rebels were defeated and their leaders captured, it did not mean that they would not launch a counterattack. As for Itami's family, they were asleep in their own chambers. After getting into an argument with her mother, the woman had spent much of her stay in the region avoiding her family. She could only tolerate so much of her mother's antics. Though she enjoyed the company of her sister, the girl was a bit too clingy. Even now, Ryo had to keep one eye open in case the girl snuck into her bed. Naturally, the moment the door to her room opened, Ryo reached for her sword and unsheathed it before pointing her blade directly in front of her little sister's cute face. Momo gazed at her sister's vicious expression of indifference. She was not the slightest bit frightened by Ryo. This was how the two of them normally behaved under such circumstances. Instead, she merely knocked her own head with her tiny fist and stuck out her tongue while mocking her elder sister. It looks like I've been found out. Ryo sighed before sheathing her blade, where she shook her head. She was not the slightest bit uncomfortable being naked around her own sister. Instead, she was exhausted by the girl's overly affectionate behavior. What do you want, Momo? The girl instantly smiled before shutting the door behind her and disrobing herself. With an innocent expression, she expressed her desire. I just wanted to sleep with Nachan. Ryo gazed upon her sister's naked body and her pupils shrunk. Just what the hell was her mother feeding this girl? She was several years younger and still going through development, and yet the girl was cuvier than she was. It was at this moment that a sense of embarrassment finally overtook Rio's mind as she covered her own naked body with her hands before scolding her sister. What are you doing? You can't just strip down in my room and share my futon. Momo looked up at her sister with a confused expression before asking why she couldn't do such a thing. Huh? But you always sleep naked, Nei-chan? Why can't I? Rio could not help but knock the girl on the head for her lack of a brain before scolding her. Idiot. It's one thing to sleep naked on your own, but you can't do it with another person. Especially not your sister. That's taboo. It was at this moment that Rio reached into her belongings and dressed herself in a loose silk kimono before urging her sister to do the same. It can't be helped. If you're going to sleep with your sister, get dressed. Momo silently clapped her hands in excitement before doing as she was instructed. After getting dressed in her clothes once more, she crawled into the futon with her elder sister and snuggled with her. Nei-chan is the best. Rio flushed with embarrassment in the darkness when she heard these words. She looked away from her sister in case the girl's keen eyesight took notice. It was at this moment that Momo voiced a similar question to what her mother had asked upon her arrival. Hey, Nei-chan? Is there really no man in your life? Rio became even more flustered as she heard her little sister ask such a shameless question. She could not help but wonder why the girl was so interested in her love life. Why do you care? Momo looked up at her sister's flushed face before asking with an innocent expression on her face. I'm just curious. I know you never thought of any boys while you were living here, and once you went off to war, I was sure that you would find someone. You're so beautiful and brave. I was certain someone would chase you. Yet you told Okayasan you weren't interested in anyone unless they could defeat you. Does that mean you haven't met anyone yet? Rio sighed heavily as she reflected on the question. In this life, all the men she had met were lacking in some way or another. However, that did not mean she was single in her past life like Berenger was. Shortly after Julian's death, Rio fell into a deep depression and was only lifted from her despair because of one of her commanding officers. The two of them dated in secret until another soldier found out about it and killed her in an act of jealousy. However, thinking back on that man's name and face, she realized that she could remember neither. It was almost as if he was simply a substitute for the man she had really longed for. A dense fool who had gotten himself fragged in the last days of a 20-year conflict. She accidentally let the name slip as she thought about her past life. Julian, you dummy. This instantly startled Momo. The name Julian was foreign to her. She had never heard the name before. Hell, it was even difficult for her to pronounce, so how did her sister manage to say it so clearly? If she wasn't so sure that Rio was talking about a man, she would have thought the girl was speaking gibberish. There were many questions on the girl's mind, chiefly among them was, who is Julian? Momo had a difficult time pronouncing the letter L like many Japanese who were not accustomed to the English tongue. Rio gazed at her sister with an astonished expression on her face. She only now realized that she had voiced her thoughts aloud. She tried to come up with an excuse but utterly failed to do so. That's kind of difficult to explain. Just know that he was someone very dear to your Nei-chan. This only made Momo more curious about the mysterious man's identity. She was quick to inquire about this person. In her entire life, Momo had never known her sister to care for a man before. What do you mean was? Is he okay? Rio shook her head with a solemn expression on her face before telling her sister the truth. No, he is not. He died many years ago, but it's okay, I have gotten over it. Momo did not believe her sister for a single second as she heard this. She puffed her cheeks in defiance before scolding Rio for not being honest with herself. It sounds to me like you're still hung up on him. Clearly, whoever he was, you were using him as a standard to judge other men or as an excuse to stay away from them. It sounds like you still need to do some healing. Rio was shocked by this statement. She gazed at her little sister with a hint of surprise on her face before making a joke. Who are you and what have you done with my foolish little sister? Momo pouted once more while she pounded her tiny fists against Rio's shoulder. Nei-chan, I'm being serious. Rio sighed as she stroked the girl's jet black hair. She had nothing more she wanted to say on the matter and forced the girl to get some sleep. Go to sleep, Momo, dawn is closer than you think. After saying this, the woman ignored her younger sister and her protests. Eventually the Momo fell asleep. However, Rio's consciousness lingered for some time, fearful that she may have let her sister know something that she shouldn't have. What would happen if the girl had informed their mother of what she had said? Things would not end well for her if that old vixen found out that she was still stuck on some guy who died a long time ago. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he would die many years in the future. Eventually, Rio drifted into sleep, dreaming about her past life and how easy her life was back then, especially when compared to this brutal world of warfare and intrigue. She was relieved to know that, at least in her dreams, she could still hear his voice and see his face. Chapter 697, Taking Ownership. While Wolfgang was awaiting trial for his crimes, Berenger was busy with more important tasks. He did not bother interfering with the trial. The judicial process existed for a reason and he knew the man would be found guilty. What mattered to him was the fact that his hydroelectric dam and power station had just been completed. Kufstein and the surrounding areas now had access to plenty of electricity. More than they could possibly use if Berenger was being honest. This created the perfect opportunity for Berenger to introduce a technology he had been wanting to create for a very long time. Until now, it had been difficult for the German people to get any work done when the natural light of the sun faded at night. The people of Germany still relied on primitive devices like oil lamps to see in the dark. Well, that was about to change as Berenger was currently working on designing the first ever light bulbs. Fundamentally, the concept of a light bulb was simple. It consisted of a positive and negative terminal embedded inside a glass casing with a tungsten filament that connected the terminals together. When electricity is supplied to the terminals, it heats up the thin filament to the point that it begins to glow. The air inside the glass is actually a small amount of a note gas that helps prevent the filament from becoming too hot and breaking. As an engineering student, it was all too simple to design a light bulb. He spent nearly half an hour designing the blueprints. This was not the most concerning thing. The biggest difficulty Berenger had would be digging up his streets and establishing power lines throughout it. Without power lines, the streetlights Berenger intended to produce were nothing but the fever dream of a madman. In order to accomplish this, every building would have to be modified to be adapted to the power grid so that they could make use of the electricity that was generated by the new dam. Thus, Berenger spent a large portion of his day designing layouts to reconstruct not only Kufstein as the first electrically powered city in this world, but every other city in the Reich. It was no doubt that this would be a major expense and undertaking, especially since many cities of the Reich were currently still in the process of industrialization. However, Berenger was a diligent worker, and after drafting the designs that were needed to accomplish this, he quickly approached his sister, who was now the head of the treasury. Henrietta's bedroom had been converted to a home office to some extent, and she was diligently crunching the numbers of the federal budget. When Berenger knocked on the door, she was quick to seize her actions and open it. Much to her surprise, her big brother had shown up during work hours with a stack of papers in her hands. Henrietta immediately began to pout as she noticed the man was not here for a social call and was instead handing her more work. As far as the young princess of Germany was concerned, she already had enough on her plate. Because of this, she quickly snapped at her precious big brother as she latched onto the documents and viewed them carefully. "Why is it that these days you never visit me in my room for anything other than work?" Berenger smiled as he hugged his little sister and stroked her golden hair. He kissed her on the forehead as he tried to placate the young woman, hoping she would do as he asked. "If you want to take a break and have fun, I would be more than happy to oblige. After the hours I have spent working on these designs, I need some time to relax." Henrietta blushed when she heard this, knowing full well that her brother intended to take advantage of her once more. She quickly defused the situation and focused on the task at hand. "What are these documents for?" Berenger sighed heavily in defeat upon seeing that Henrietta was not up to play their favorite game and instead shifted to the topic he had originally come to her room for. "I plan on retrofitting our cities to accommodate this new energy source. I know it will be expensive, and I have calculated the estimate costs. All I need from you is to work your magic and make sure the funds are in place to handle it. As for the politicians and their money grubbing, you can leave that to me." Henrietta gazed at the documents in her hands and the calculated expense report. She could barely believe her eyes. "You want to spend this much wiring the city to make use of the so-called electricity? This is a huge sum. While we can afford it, I would think that the resources needed to completely rethink the way our cities work would be better off used elsewhere." Berenger smiled as he shook his head and educated Henrietta on just how important electricity was. "Henrietta, my dear sister, I love you and you know I value your opinion, especially on financial matters. However, you're not thinking about the big picture. Electricity is more than just a means to light the city at night. It is a power source that can propel transportation, refrigerate food, cool your house in the summer, warm it in the winter, and all kinds of other things your pretty little head will never imagine. It is paramount that we introduce electricity throughout the city of Kufstein and the rest of our nation as quickly as possible. We have the means to produce the electricity in vast quantities thanks to the overwhelming number of rivers that flow through our lands and the geothermal hotspots that exist in the Alps. Now all we need is to make use of what nature has gifted us to benefit the German people." Henrietta was neither an engineer nor a scientist. She had not gone to one of the universities and was only gifted in intelligence, especially in mathematics. She could not comprehend everything her brother was telling her, but the enthusiasm on his face as he spoke about his dreams was enough to tell her that it was practically a miracle technology. Thus, she sighed and nodded her head before looking over the documents once more. "I will make sure the necessary funds are in place to begin this next infrastructure project of yours. It will take me a while to make sure everything is accounted for, so you can expect a request for approval of funds on your desk sometime next week." Berenger smiled and nodded his head when he heard this. Since business had been taken care of, he had another idea on his mind. He gazed down at the short skirt that his sister was wearing and instantly flipped it up, looking through the woman's pantyhose and onto her black satin thong. Henrietta flinched when her brother did this, but did not scream nor back away. Instead, she stood there like a docile rabbit as Berenger began to intimately play with her lower lips, which were concealed nicely beneath her thin panties. The young woman was wearing a wool sweater and instantly began to heat up as her elder brother played with her lower body. The man shamelessly slipped his spare hand beneath her top and groped her sizable breasts, causing the girl to moan in pleasure as she gazed at the protruding bulge in her brother's pants. Berenger whispered something in her ears that made her bite her pretty pink lips in excitement. What did you seriously think, that I only came to visit you because of work? When you're dressed in such a cute outfit, I can't help but want to taste you. With this said, Berenger began to passionately kiss his sister as the two of them collapsed on her bed and joined one another in an intimate embrace. Nearly an hour passed after this, and Berenger emerged from his sister's quarters with an extra pep in his step. Only he and Henrietta knew what had transpired over that course of time. However, he felt he was closer to the girl because of it. With these formalities out of the way, Berenger returned to his study, where he began to work on another task of importance. Since he had begun to introduce electricity, he would soon be advancing into a brave new world and would need to design many new devices to be used by the common citizenry. Finally, public transportation throughout the city of Kufstein could become a reality. There were many things that Berenger would need to establish this new era, and chief among them was a particular natural resource that was desperately lacking in Europe. He believed it was now the right time to contact his little ambassador from the Aztec Empire and make use of the natural resources in her homeland once more. Chocolate was one thing, but the southernmost tip of the Aztec Empire was home to a far more crucial resource, one that Berenger desperately needed. It was with this in mind that he had written a letter to summon Tlexicli back to his palace. She had returned recently from her visit to her homeland, and despite this, he now needed to make use of her once more. Chapter 698. You Are Not a Woman, Love. Immediately after Berenger had concluded his business with Adela, he sought out Ava, who was still sitting in the spot she was previously been in. The woman was in disbelief. No matter how much she abused Adela in the past, the girl had never said the words "I hate you" so seriously before. She was beginning to question every decision she had ever made. Berenger noticed the depressed expression on the woman's face, but was unmoved. He sat down beside his sister-in-law and immediately gained her attention. Ava, we need to talk. Ava gazed over at Berenger and immediately tried to hug him, believing he would be a shoulder to cry on. However, the man pushed her away with a stern reaction on his face. This initially shocked her, but she did not give it any thought and instead nodded her head obediently, signaling the man to speak. Wolfgang will be given a stay of execution for the time being, though he is still guilty of assaulting a member of the royal family and by extension treason. I will not have him executed until after I have received permission from his younger brother, Adelbrand. The last thing I need is one of my most capable generals to turn against me. I will send word to Adelbrand and have him visit me personally before I decide on how to proceed with Wolfgang. If Adelbrand begs me to spare Wolfgang's life, I will exile the man to the colonies, to start anew and live a life of backbreaking labor. If this is the case, then your marriage shall be annulled on the grounds of your infidelity, and you will be granted custody over your children. All the grief Ava had felt in her heart since Adela had spurned her instantly vanished. It was all worth it if she could get away from Wolfgang and enter Berengar's good graces. She immediately tried to hug and kiss Berenger, but was stopped before she could do so. He did not wait for her response and immediately continued on his speech. As for what happened between you and me, it was a mistake. I will not continue our relationship until Adela comes to accept it. For now, I will politely ask you to remove yourself and your family from my palace. I will not, however, send you to the streets even if Adela was to insist. Instead, I will allow you and your children to stay in my family's old castle. You and your offspring will be looked after appropriately, and you shall not want for anything. If Adela comes to accept our relationship, then I will not mind visiting you once in a while and having intimate relations with you. However, I will not be the father that your children need. I already have my own family, and your children with Wolfgang will never be mine. If you do not desire such a relationship, then you can look for another man to marry, and whatever relationship we have will come to an end. The choice is entirely yours to make. Ava was stunned when she heard this news. She thought that she had finally gotten into Berengar's good graces, when in reality she was merely used on a whim and was being discarded afterward. Ava could not believe the man was being so shameless after what he said to her at their intimate moment. She immediately questioned his integrity. What if I become pregnant with your child? Are you so heartless to toss me and our child away? In response to this, Berenger had a stoic expression on his face as he gave the woman an answer. He did not like her attitude and was close to backhanding her. If you bear my child, then I will be a semi-active part in its life. I will not, however, recognize it as my own. It will have no claim to my throne and will be nothing more than a bastard. As for your other children, I have already made my stance clear on that. The mature beauty had a complicated expression on her face. This was not at all what she was expecting after she had slept with the Kaiser. Why was she the odd one out? Though she did not expect to be married to the man, she at least anticipated the same treatment that Henrietta received. Instead, she cast away like a leper. Ava's vindictive nature took hold of her as she thought about Berengar's relationship with his sister and immediately threatened to expose his secret if he did not take her and her children in. I know what goes on between you and your sister. I wouldn't doubt if one of your so-called heirs is really hers. If you don't take care of me properly, then maybe you'll just tell somebody about the taboo relationship you have with your sister. Though Berenger was being threatened by the woman, he did not immediately lash out at her and instead chided her for her naivety. Henrietta is my aunt by blood. From a consanguineous standpoint, our relationship is no different from the one I have with your sister. If it were not because of political importance tied to my last marriage slot, I would have made this knowledge public and married her. Go ahead and tell others. I will simply make the truth available to everyone. The voice of the crown is much larger than yours. You have no power over me, and to think that you do just shows how foolish you are. If I were a more heartless man, I would have you join your husband for making that threat to me just now. You really are your husband's wife. You know what I do to those who threaten me, and yet you so boldly try to blackmail me in my house under my supervision with no witnesses. Sometimes I wonder if you are really Otto's daughter. You lack both the brains and grace that most of your family has. Ava immediately realized how foolish she was and bowed her head in apology. Please forgive me, my Kaiser. Berenger sighed heavily as he thought about whether he should entertain such a boorish woman. Then again he remembered how good it felt to stick his shaft between her legs and decided to show mercy to the fool. I suppose I now have at least one fond memory of you. Because of that, I will spare you and pretend like this minor incident had never occurred. However, threaten me again and you will see how merciless I can truly be. Ava did not question Berenger anymore after this. She accepted her fate. After all, life in a lavish castle was still better than what awaited her with Wolfgang. Perhaps she could convince her sister to approve of her relationship with Berenger. If she could, her days would be filled with luxury and pleasure even if there was no love between her and the Kaiser. After all, she couldn't get the feeling she had when she was physically joined together with Berenger out of her mind. It was always lingering there, reminding her of what could be. Once the woman was more docile, Berenger sighed and stood up from his seat. He departed from the room with one final bit of advice. I will give you a week to inform your children about the changes that are about to occur in their lives. This gives me time to find a trustworthy staff to look after you and your family in the old castle. After that, I will have your things moved and you will no longer be welcome in the palace as a guest of your sisters. Do not show up at my gates unannounced or you will be turned away. As for whether or not our fun can continue, that is up for your sister to decide. Normally, I would just do as I please in pursuit of a woman I'm fond of. However, you are not a woman that I love, and to call you a mistress would be an insult to my sister. Whether our relationship involves into anything more than a passing fancy is up for you and Adela to decide. With that said, Berenger turned away from Ava and went on his own path. Ava would try to reconcile with her sister shortly after, but would ultimately be turned away by the girl. For the time being, she would not be able to remotely convince Adela of accepting her affair with Berenger. Chapter 699, Arrival of the Lundian Exiles Part 50. Months had passed since the day Berenger had turned Ava away, and currently 2 children were on a train heading towards Kufstein. One of these 2 kids was the Emperor of the Anangpur Empire, who had spent the last few months traveling on a treacherous journey towards the German Empire. By his side was his younger sister Priya, who gazed out the window of the strange vehicle known as a train with an astonished expression on her face. Compared to the condition she was in when she first set out on this journey, she was much better. The girl was no longer on the brink of death, having not consumed the poison her uncle had prepared for her in months. Her complexion, while pale, was showing signs of her normal hue. She was still frail, but could now walk on her own at least a certain distance. Unlike the normal guests to the royal palace of Kufstein, these 2 children were in a standard coach seat. They were traveling incognito and could not very well afford to buy a first-class cabin. By their side was the merchant who their cousin Ishvar had paid to bring them to their destination. Until now, they believed they had gone unnoticed. In reality, Lindy's agents had long since marked them as persons of interest and had even staved off a few assassination attempts from their uncle in secret. There was a reason they were so easily able to get through German customs. Even the merchant found it strange. Normally, foreign traders had to go to great lengths to get into the Reich. If it were not the central trade hub of Europe, they would not bother doing it. However, the moment the man presented his identification papers to the trade and immigration officials at the Hungarian border, his cargo was only briefly searched for contraband before being approved. The guards only took a short glimpse of the identification papers that had been prepared for the 2 children. Unless one was a routine traveler to the lands of the Reich, they would be interrogated at extensive length about what they were carrying, the identities of everyone who accompanied them, and the reason for their visit. With the recent expansions in border security, there were only a few ways to safely enter the Reich, and the pathways were covered with refugees and merchants alike. Even now, the merchant was a bit unsettled by how easy it was for him to sneak the kids into the empire. Daria and Priya were blissfully unaware of these uncertainties, and instead, Priya gazed out the window with a radiant smile, asking her brother questions about all the wonders she had witnessed. Brother, what is that? Can you see it? It's moving. All on its own. Where are the horses pulling it? What the young girl was referring to was a steam-powered tractor which had long since replaced animal-driven machines as agricultural tools in the fields of Austria. The farmer was pulling a cedar plow through his fields via his tractor with a cheerful smile on his face. Agriculture was a continual focus of Berengar's interests. Believing that no family should ever go hungry, he tried his best to make food plentiful, affordable, and healthy. Compared to the Anangpur Empire, where much of the agriculture was done by hand, this was truly a marvelous sight, especially for the little girl who had been confined to the palace for most of her life. The truth of the matter was, Daria knew very little about the mysterious German Empire, only what he had heard from his cousin Ishvar. Hell, he was unaware that Austria had created an empire until the moment he set foot on his journey. How could possibly know what that tractor was? Unfortunately, due to the story he frequently told Priya while she was alone and sick, the girl believed he was an expert on the subject. Thus, he could only grimace as he admitted his ignorance to the wide-eyed little girl. "I'm sorry, Priya, I don't know the answer to that." The girl's expression saddened as she realized she would not get an answer despite being truly interested in the magnificent device. As if taking pity on the girl after spending months looking after her, the old merchant broke his silence. "That device there is called a tractor. I don't have the damnedest clue about how it operates, but it is a major tool of German agriculture. It is capable of doing the work of dozens of beasts and hundreds of men. The device attached to its back is known as the seeder plow and is used to both plow and seed the fields. Only one man is required to ensure the devices are loaded. After that, he simply sits back and drives the tractor across his plot of land that he wishes to sow. This device is a large reason why Austria is currently known as the breadbasket of the Reich. During my last visit, these things were rare as the technology had just been developed. It would appear that now such tools are commonplace." Daria had a mind for politics and immediately understood what this meant. His curiosity got the better of him and he quickly asked the man the most pertinent question on his mind. "If so, few hands are needed in the fields, then where did all the peasants go?" The merchant smiled before informing the exiled emperor of Anangpur and his little sister of how far advanced Germany was compared to their homeland. "The Reich has no peasants, sure there are farmers, but as you can see, they are fewer than anywhere else I have visited. Instead, the former peasant class is free to work in whatever field they desire. So long as one is capable enough in the Reich, they can rise to a lofty position without ever being born in the nobility. It is the reason you see so many people at the borders trying their best to get in. Of course, the Germans are a proud folk. They take only a few foreigners into their lands. Mostly young women, capable of being wives and mothers, and they insist these women marry German men and their offsprings marry Germans. Which they are more than willing to do if it means escaping the lives that await them in their homelands. It has been a while since I last visited this part of the world, but it appears the Germans are preparing for a major war against their neighbors. The last time I was here, these extensive border defenses did not exist. Heck, it was still known as the Kingdom of Austria back then." Priya was instantly curious about how rapidly this land had transitioned and the cause for it. The merchant appeared to be a reliable source of information and thus she quickly asked for more information. "How did the Kingdom of Austria become the German Empire and why is the name not the Austrian Empire?" The old man sighed before shaking his head. Sadly, he had to admit that his knowledge was limited. "Unfortunately, I am not the best man to ask that question. I only know the things I know due to the contacts I have in the Byzantine Empire. They are a major trading partner and ally of the Reich." The girl began to pout once more, and upon seeing this, the man felt his heart break. So he decided to speak about what little he knew. "I will tell you the rumors I have heard, but I cannot guarantee their accuracy. This empire is ruled by a man known as Berenger von Kufstein. Supposedly 7 years ago, he was nothing more than a minor nobleman's firstborn son. Apparently, he developed some strange technology that allowed him to mass-produce steel. He became exceptionally wealthy very quickly. Berenger tried to stay out of matters of politics, but it would appear his neighbors had other plans. He quickly got into a few small-scale wars and climbed the ranks of the noble hierarchy by defeating his enemies. After a series of victories, he found himself the king of an independent Austria, where he was universally despised by his neighbors. Despite this, his realm continued to flourish and his military might expand. Through diplomacy, he brought some of his neighbors to his side to untie with him. The rest he conquered. In the end, he unified the majority of the German world, with a few small areas still in the hands of his neighbors. Apparently, the Kaiser had grand ideals about unifying his people into a powerful empire, and hence he named it the German Empire rather than the Austrian Empire, even if the Kingdom of Austria is the one responsible for uniting the empire. The story of Berenger von Kufstein is interesting. Depending on who you ask, he is either a saint or a devil. To the German people, he is a benevolent monarch leading them into a new and prosperous era. To the neighboring people, he is a bloodthirsty tyrant and a heretic who seeks to establish his rule over all. I'm just an old merchant from the East, and all I know about Germany is that trading with the empire is safe and stable. The Germans are the wealthiest people in the world and are willing to import luxuries from across the world to satiate their expensive tastes. Aside from the difficulties of actually getting into the country, I have no complaints. The German military and police forces go to great lengths to secure the realm's borders. You will not find highwaymen or bandits in the empire, nor will you find street gangs. Violent crimes are heavily punished and criminal enterprises that prey on the people are eradicated. The German people live in a state of peace and prosperity unlike anywhere else in the world. Even if the old nobility wanted to rise against their new monarch, they would find no volunteers to do so. Your cousin chose wisely to send you to Kufstein. You will be safe from your uncle here." After hearing this speech, the two siblings were much more confident in their odds of surviving here in Germany. Who knows, perhaps they could even convince the Kaiser to take up their cause and restore Daria to power on his throne. Chapter 700, Arrival of the Lundian Exiles Part LL. The train eventually arrived in Kufstein, where the two Indian exiles departed from its steps alongside their handler who had helped them on the journey this far. The man took one last good look at the two children before pointing them in the palace's direction. If you follow this road, you will enter the palace district. You should be able to tell which building the Kaiser lives in because of its overwhelming size and grandeur. When you approach the gates, hand this letter to the guards. Your cousin Ishvar has already scheduled a diplomatic visit with the Kaiser. This letter contains the approval by the Crown of Germany for your visit. They should allow you access to the palace. However, don't be surprised if they treat you with some suspicion. After all, there are only the two of you and they should be expecting a more grand delegation. I'm afraid this is where we part ways. It has been an honor to serve you, Your Highness. Rest assured, so long as I draw breath, I will not say a word about your journey to anyone. Daria gazed up at the man with a bitter smile on his face and nodded his head before grabbing hold of his sister's hand. He would act as her support as the two of them traveled to the royal palace. He thanked the man for the assistance he had provided them during these past few months. Thank you, Ranjan. I will remember the help you have given me and my sister. When I return to the empire and reclaim my rightful throne, I will ensure that you are well rewarded for your efforts. The merchant smiled as he heard these words and bowed his head before departing. It has been the honor of a lifetime. After saying this, he disappeared into the crowd of people gathered outside the station. Since the man was in Kufstein, he intended to take advantage of the lucrative market to bring back some wares to the Anangpur Empire. There were many things that could only be purchased in Germany's capital. Things that would fetch an enormous price back home. As for the two siblings, they walked together while holding hands towards the palace district. Due to the fact that they were obviously foreigners, there were plenty of people who gazed in astonishment at their bronze complexions. Kufstein usually only had merchants from foreign countries. It was rare to see children from the east in the capital. Daria paid no mind and instead led his sister carefully through the streets. The girl gazed in wonder at the myriad of stores that existed across the trade district. This was no open bazaar, but an outdoor shopping mall filled with shops that contained every item money could buy. She gazed at the lavish fashion designs that adorned mannequins in the windows of shops and desired to wear such pretty dresses. The girl pointed towards them with an ecstatic expression and spoke to her brother with an energetic tone. Daria, look. Aren't they pretty? The boy emperor was too focused on ensuring their safety to bother with the girl's statement and merely nodded his head in silence. His lack of care for the girl's interests made her pout in discontent. Eventually, after making their way through the massive trade district, the two siblings found their way into the palace district and in front of the gates of the Kaiser's residence. By now, Priya had lost the energy in her legs and was being carried on her elder brother's back. When the imperial guards saw the approach of the two children, they were cautious while they issued their orders. Halt! This is the residence of the Kaiser. None shall pass without an invitation. Luckily, the boy had spent the months of his journey learning the German language, and thus he was able to understand what these guards were saying. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the letter and handed it over to the men who read it carefully. The letter was from the office of the Crown and approved the Indian delegation for a visit. It contained the Kaiser's signature and seal. The only surprising thing was that this was no standard delegation but two small children. This baffled the guards, causing the non-commissioned officer to take the letter into his hands and carefully study it. After some deliberation, he issued orders to the guards. Detain them and search them for any weapons or contraband. I will verify the authenticity of this document. If it is legitimate, they can proceed to the palace under an armed escort. If not, they will face the justice of the Crown for falsifying documents. After saying this, the sergeant rushed towards the palace with the document in hand. As for the other guards, they did as they were instructed and thoroughly inspected the two children for smuggled weapons or other means of contraband. Daria did not resist, instead he was impressed with the level of security the Kaiser had at his disposal. There was an entire battalion of the Imperial Guard whose sole duty was to protect the royal palace. The gates to the palace complex were fortified, with heavy walls in the form of a star fortress. Atop these walls were all the armaments that would come with such fortifications. One could say that the royal palace of Germany was actually a stronghold in its own right. It took some time, but eventually the sergeant returned to the gates. Having ascertained the validity of the document, he personally led the two children inside. Apologies for the wait, however, it is not every day that children visit the Kaiser. We had to ensure that everything was legitimate before allowing you entry. Please follow me. The Kaiser is waiting for you in the Great Hall. Daria nodded his head and carried Priya with him. Though the soldiers offered to get her a stroller, the boy was adamant about looking after his own sister. The two children gazed in wonder at the Baroque architecture of the Austrian palace and the elaborate cobblestone road that led to its entrance. They could hardly believe such grand feats of architecture had been achieved. However, when they thought about everything they had witnessed since coming to Germany, it was not too surprising. Eventually they reached the great hall where Berenger was seated on his throne with his wife Linda by his side. Daria gazed upon the beautiful figure of the red-headed woman with a sense of wonder in his eyes. He had never seen such a gorgeous woman before in his life. As for Priya, she blushed when she saw the handsome visage of the golden-haired man seated on the throne. His imperial regalia and all the honors he had won in warfare adorned his body. He was the truest definition of a monarch. Berenger gazed upon the two guests with a stoic expression. Before Daria could introduce himself, he spoke up and shocked the boy. So you are the boy emperor of the Anangpur Empire, and you must be its princess. I have been expecting you for some time. I also know about your sister's condition. If you don't mind, I would like to have my physician attend to her immediately. Poison is some nasty business, and the fact that your uncle would force such cruelty on a young girl is beyond despicable. Rest assured, so long as you are within my domain you will be safe from that fiend's plots. Daria was hesitant to be parted from Priya, and upon seeing this, Berenger reassured the boy as he boasted about the capabilities of his doctors. Believe me when I say you will find no greater practitioners of medicine in this world than here in Kufstein. I promise you that my doctors will do their best to treat her. Please, if she is this ill after having been several months without the poison, then time is of the essence. Priya silently nodded to Daria, giving him permission to send her off to the German physician. With this, Berenger silently motioned for his guards to carry the girl to the infirmary. Daria immediately bowed his head and thanked the German Kaiser for his kindness. Thank you. Berenger acted humbly as he motioned for the boy to rise before speaking his piece. No need to thank me. I am merely doing what I can to save an innocent life. It is my physicians that you should be the thanking. The discoveries they have made this past decade put the rest of the world to shame. Without their diligent work in improving the field of medicine, I would have lost someone very dear to me. We have a lot to discuss, however I am certain that you must be weary from your journey. My maids will bring you towards your quarters. They will take care of you during your stay in Kufstein. After you have bathed and dressed, we will meet up in the dining hall where I will treat you to my empire's cuisine. I am sure you will enjoy it. After saying this, Daria bowed his head and thanked Berenger once more before departing to his allotted quarters. I thank you for your benevolence. With this, the first interaction between the Kaiser of Germany and the boy emperor of northwestern India was complete. As for how Priya's condition fared, only time would tell. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.